Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2017 League of Legends College Championship. Teams from over 200 universities from around North America have spent the last 4 months competing in grueling online brackets, culminating in 4 regional playoffs, 1 Big Ten Network final, and a wildcard qualifier to earn their spots in this championship event. Now, introducing the schools and players who will be participating in this year's College Championship. Qualifying as a wild card and representing the Eastern Conference, it's Carnegie Mellon University. Earning their spot as victors of the Big Ten Network, University of Maryland. Sweeping their regional playoffs from the Campus Series North, Maryville University. Wildcard qualifier and 2-time collegiate finalist, Robert Morris University. Representing Ontario as the Eastern League champions, University of Toronto. Representing the Aggies as Southern League champions, Texas A&M. Hailing from Vancouver, British Columbia as Western League champions, Simon Fraser University. And finally, our 2-time reigning champions, University of British Columbia. Once again, the 2017 League of Legends College Championship teams. This is College League of Legends.
Team UBC has won the last 2 years. We're looking to make it a three-peat this year. UBC's road to the championship this year wasn't our favorite, but we're ready to compete on the main stage.
This is probably the only year that I'll be competing in Collegiate. There's been a lot of trials and tribulations, but I want to make this last year something special.
For me personally, since this is my first year on the team, to be able to win the entire championship would feel pretty good.
I've kind of been here through all of it. I've seen the losses and the losses and the losses, and it'd be nice to actually be able to go up on stage and hold the trophy instead of watching someone else do it.
We're one of the only teams that doesn't have any sort of backing from the school itself.
It would just prove that it's not about the infrastructure, it's about the team coming together.
We're all new to this team. Just the fact that we came from basically nothing to getting first in South was super meaningful.
This year, we can really feel it, and we're ready to show everyone.
I would like to beat Prototype from Maryville University. He's very toxic, want to show him what's what.
Oh, I'm going to destroy proof of payment.
I'm pretty confident that no other jungler in the tournament can match up to me.
For me, it's all about trying to make a name for myself.
We just have to play the way that we want to play and not be intimidated.
People finally understand that we're not the underdog anymore.
We have the best chances here. We've put in the hard work, you know, and ready to take the world by storm.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, students and alumni, to the League of Legends College Championship. We are coming to you live from our LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California, to bring you the best collegiate League of Legends with teams from all over the country competing for pride and prestige. I am Optimist Tom Sirifos, and joining me for today's introduction with Mark Zimmerman, Aiden Zaire Moon.
Happy to be here. Been a long time, Tom. Now we got Zyrene third-wheeling with us after a long college season.
Yeah, I'll go get Captain Flowers after this. I'll go get my buddy.
Yeah, you get your own guy.
Yeah, okay, so we'll stay partnered up, but you'll get Captain Flowers to yourself. But to start us off, why don't we take a look at the final bracket to see which institutions will be represented in this year's tournament. Texas A&M won the Southern League, and they're going to face off against wildcard qualifier Carnegie Mellon University, while the Eastern League champions University of Toronto will take on first-place Western team Simon Fraser University.
On the other side of the bracket, we have the Northern League winners in Maryville University taking on the current reigning champions, University of British Columbia. And the Big Ten Network Championship winners, University of Maryland, will be playing on Robert Morris University.
Now let's take a look at how you guys can spectate the first round of matches. First up on Riot Games, UofT will be taking on SFU, followed by Maryville versus UBC over in the Battle Arena. And then in the Battle Theater, we've got Carnegie Mellon University going head-to-head with Texas A&M before RMU takes on Maryland over on Riot Games 2. And even if you've been an avid follower of the campus series, you might not know a whole lot about these teams and players. So when we talk a little bit about who's going to be players to watch and teams to watch throughout this tournament.
Well, I think a big thing that you have to talk about anytime you talk about Collegiate League of Legends, you have to talk about UBC versus SFU. SFU kept losing to UBC in the Western region, and previously, when you lost in your region, you were out. Now there's the wildcard qualifier, people were able to get back in, so finally SFU wins, they get the 1 seed, and now that there's this extra reintroduction of the change in bracket, UBC is still here as well.
Yeah, for UBC though, even though they are the two-time defending champions looking for the three-peat, they were actually the last team to qualify, so a lot of people are saying this is not a very powerful team compared to how they used to be. This is kind of a rebuilding year for them. But their first matchup is up against Maryville, who I actually think are favorites for the entire tournament. I think their bottom lane is incredibly strong, and they actually became a scholarship school for League of Legends this year, so they were able to gather a whole bunch of talent and not just pull from their 2,800 students at that university.
Yeah, and that's 3 powerhouse teams mentioned already, even without mentioning the University of Toronto, who made their own run throughout the open qualifiers for the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, there's a kind of a story that went on about how they knocked out CLG Black from being able to qualify. Ultimately, they lost to Delta Fox and didn't actually secure a spot in the Challenger Series. But it's still crazy that the Collegiate team was pushing a lot of these other semi-pro teams to that level. And they have a lot of really strong players. You would say they're the most individually talented roster here today. So a lot of teams to look out for.
Yeah, they do have to actually watch out for the 2 scholarship teams in RMU and Maryville, because this is a team that is still just a club team, right? They don't have that backing. And then they're up against the West, which historically has won every college championship so far. And with 2 Western teams, with UBC and SFU, it's twice as hard as it has been in the past.
Yeah, well, while you're keeping your eyes on the teams and players, it's also important to keep in mind these teams will be playing on patch 7.9, which hosted a load of mid-season changes.
And the first thing we have to talk about, of course, is the Rift Herald. It was the unofficial campus series mascot previously, way before it became a cool thing to do at MSI, and all the pro teams were ignoring it. The campus series was going and securing Rift Heralds nonstop. Now there's the big change to it, and there's going to be even more attention paid to it.
Yeah, that extra recall, the 4 seconds, and then also the fact that, people before were like, all right, let's get a turret instead of Rift Herald. Rift Herald can get you anything. You can even get you a turret. So people are like, let's get Rift Herald if we can't find a way to secure the objective easily.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see a lot of teams putting some focus more on the top side of the map, but in addition to the Rift Herald, we have a slew of new champions and changes to the Rift as well, most notably the fact that Rakan and Zaya are going to be enabled for this tournament.
Yeah, and I think Zaya is the big one for me because she's so good at having the playmaking ability on an AD carry, whereas Rakan, I don't know if we'll see him as frequently, but I definitely think if somebody favors things like Thresh and they have a star support, Rakan could be something that we see pop out.
Obviously, those are the 2 flashy new champions, but there's been a lot of changes to old ones as well, most notably with some of the tanks. Sejuani totally changed. We are playing on 7.9, so it's the most recent round of nerfs, not in for a lot of these champions. A lot of people thought she was crazy on release. She did get that hot fix, so she's a little toned down from where she was when she was initially kind of dominating the pick ban phase. Maokai as well, seeing a big change. You can see his kind of saplings get thrown around. Those kind of cheesy brush ganks that people did before are now super strong, so have to keep our eye on him as well.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see it or not, but there was a Demacia Cup playing on 7.9 over in China, and Maokai was played in the jungle, but also Maokai's support full AP build is something that was kind of wrecking solo queue, and in the collegiate scene, it's not all of that top tier meta stuff every single time. People will play what they're good at and what they have winning strategies for, so it's not at that completely organized level, whereas something like a Maokai, I think, could come out. And like the ultimate we saw there, people were saying it's really slow, but it's really good at disengaging, preventing tower dives, and even going for your own with a position like we just saw.
Yeah, so in addition to the champions seeing some changes, you mentioned that tanks have seen some direct changes, some direct buffs. The itemization has also been completely changed. We, of course, have changes to some of the starting items like Doran Shield, Banshee's Veil, and Abyssal Scepter is completely different, and we got a whole new slew of support items on our list.
Yeah, Doran Shield being a really big one. You're going to see a lot of it, most likely. We saw it in the Demacia Cup a lot. If you have an unstable lane matchup or a losing lane matchup, you can take this, try and make it through the lane, and then it kind of puts pressure on the other team to be like, okay, well, now we can't push them out of lane. Maybe we should go this item as well.
Yeah, we're seeing some Caitlyn's, which should be winning matchups, pick up Doran's Shield so they can't lose the matchup to match other people picking it up. But I think there's some great items here too, like Banshee's Veil being moved to be a little bit more mage focused. So it's being picked up. Second item on some champions like LeBlanc and Ahri, which are already very slippery with their mobility. Now you have to hit them with a skill shot or a spell before you even hit them with the lockup while they're running around the team fight. So it becomes very annoying.
Yeah, and kind of talking about some of the tank items, the Adaptive Helm is one where I think it's a really unique kind of niche item where depending on if you're going up against anyone with a lot of damage over time or spammable spells like a Rumble or Cassiopeia, it can be a great item to negate kind of that burn damage that they slowly whittle you down with, and it just really drops off that damage per second.
And we, of course, had the changes to Guardian Angel as well. Now kind of the Gargoyle Stoneplate comes in as the go-to kind of later game tank item. It basically takes the same build path to build as the old Guardian Angel, but provides a slew of new resistances now.
Yeah, the fact that it doubles the resistances when you have 3 or more people around, and then when you activate it and it has 3 more people around, the 100% HP, pretty much the Guardian Angel for yourself. You do lower your damage reduction, but it's all about staying alive and disrupting as a tank.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of changes to the Rift, and we literally have to run ourselves to our casting positions to get these games underway. But before we go, here's a brief history of the Collegiate League of Legends scene.
The history of College League of Legends begins with the community. The first unified College League of Legends championship was organized by a group of students at the University of Texas. These organizers were friends, having fun, and competing against other students in a game they loved. In 2014, Riot Games hosted the first official college championship, which brought together 2 college organizations running national tournaments. The event was the culmination of more than 540 club teams battling for the crown, which was won by the University of Washington. Up until this point, teams didn't have official school recognition, but that all changed when one university administrator took notice. In August 2014, Chicago's Robert Morris University built the first varsity League of Legends program, offering students scholarships to play League of Legends for the school. With newfound athletic scholarships and training facilities, RMU made an impact right away, emerging to reach the finals in the 2015 College Championship. There, they met their match in the rising powerhouse of University of British Columbia, taking the loss 0-3. This rivalry continued into 2016 with a rematch in the finals and another win for UBC, creating the first College League of Legends dynasty. While UBC was winning its second title, University of California, Irvine tried to meld the school support of an RMU with the club support of a UBC. UCI opened the first on-campus esports arena to support its massive gaming club and its new scholarship-supported UCI esports team. Schools with histories of athletic achievement are looking to add the college championship trophy to their case. This year, Big Ten Network hosted the first season of the BTN League of Legends Conference, with Maryland winning. Not too long after, the University of Utah became the first Power 5 school to create a varsity League of Legends program. Currently, over 25 schools offer league scholarships, and more than 245 schools participated in this year's season. From community tournaments to this week's 8-team championship, we've done a lot of growing and still have a lot left to go. And as somebody who was a collegiate player at UCI, I can tell you, the thing that keeps us coming back game after game is the same feeling those first student organizers had in mind. Show that your school's team has what it takes to be the best.
Hey there, everyone. Good to be back. And in case you have a short memory, I am Optimus Sam, and this handsome man to the side of me is Mark Zimmerman, fresh off the analyst desk, a little bit out of breath.
Yeah, a bit of water.
A little bit of water. We're ready to bring you game 1 of the college championships, a Canadian clash between 2 regional champions, the University of Toronto going up against Simon Fraser University. But before we get into the stories of these teams, let's introduce you to some of these players. Starting off on the blue side of the Rift, it's the University of Toronto. In the top lane, it's Galgai. In the jungle, it's Susis. In the mid lane, Jish. Bot lane of Ari and support JJ with Coach Axel.
And facing them on the red side, Simon Fraser University. In the top lane, Goldjet. The jungle, Frozen Knight. Mid is Demnis. Bot lane, Pneumatic, and then support Jajel. A lot of J's down that position.
A lot of J's.
Coached by Heart Raider.
Yes, and first let's talk about the University of Toronto, who are participating in this tournament as the champions of the Eastern Campus Series.
Right, and they, based on solo queue ranking alone, you would kind of say that this is the favorite in some sense because they are the only team completely comprised of entirely Master and Challenger tier players. And now, with that said, they are missing Yummy Bananas, their star jungler from the campus series.
Not the food.
Yeah, they're not worried about food. There's bananas here at Riot.
Oh, okay.
and instead they'll be having Susis play in his place.
Yeah, that's right. But it's also a bit of a grudge match for Toronto as they were knocked out in the finals of the CSL Canadian Invitational just earlier this month by their opponents from Simon Fraser University.
Yeah, I mean, Simon Fraser has actually already 2-0'd the other Canadian schools in this tournament so far. Toronto, just earlier this month, like you were saying, and then UBC in the Campus Series Western League Finals. So Simon Fraser has always been considered a strong team in the collegiate scene, but in the past has kind of been overshadowed by the crosstown rivals in UBC, who won a lot of championships. They also defeated UC Irvine earlier in the tournament, so this team has made quick work of a lot of strong opponents here, and we're going to look to be contenders for the finals.
This is the first time they're actually making it to the championship bracket because they had kind of just come up against the raid boss of University of British Columbia time and time again. The two-time champions were UBC. This time around with SFU heading on to the Rift. Maybe it's their time to shine. Western Conference has been super dominant in collegiate.
Right, and I mean, what we're kind of joking about in the analyst desk was the fact that they always kind of got knocked out before the live finals, and then finally they do it to UBC this time around, and now there's the wildcard qualifier, and they get to re-qualify back in. They're sitting here now, and UBC's walking around the studio, and they're like, wait, we never got this chance.
We just beat you guys.
Yeah.
Well, they see each other enough. You know, they are crosstown rivals.
Yeah.
They probably run into each other every now and
I
then.
heard they're friends, you know, the two clubs, despite the fact that they are rivals, do get along pretty well. But anyways, we're into this champion select. Toronto versus Simon Fraser University.
And as we mentioned, we are on 7.9, so it's a little bit different than what you've seen just recently at MSI. Already Caitlin and Talon bans coming out here. Toronto banning away the AD carry, or Simon Fraser University banning away the assassin.
Right, and even though we are on 7.9, there are a lot of new items that came in. It's basically the mid-season patch with a lot of stuff. A lot of the top tier things that people were playing at MSI were not hit that hard. Ivern's still really, really strong. Lulu's still really, really strong. You see the Ivern ban coming in right now. Varus, one of the top picks as well. So, you know, it's a collegiate scene. Things are a little bit wilder out here. You don't necessarily see people strictly sticking to the meta. There's a lot more focus on comfort champions, but they will still kind of be playing around what you see in the pro scene.
Yeah, so potential for some pocket picks to come out or some unseen champions from the, you know, the pro scene. Though double AD carry bans and a Gragas ban being thrown out here by University of Toronto. Simon Fraser University, as you mentioned, the Ivern ban coming out from their side and the Lulu being taken away. So protection being taken away by Simon Fraser, but Toronto taking away heavy the AD carry pool from the Matic.
Well, I mean, the whole bot lane really has been pinched a little bit here with 2 AD carries and a support ban already. Hovering the Fiora, gonna be surprised if that's the first pick. Right now, you're looking at maybe Karma with the Lulu ban as probably the strongest support available. And the support pool as a whole is one that's pretty interesting right now because we didn't get a chance to talk about it too much during the analyst desk, but they changed a lot of the support items to have these quests now that have you extra objective for the support to try and do early on, and then once they complete it, they're basically able to, you know, cash it in some sense for a big bonus.
Yep, the Ancient Coin line gets an extra skill point, the Relic Shield line winds up getting a refreshing shield, and then the Spelthies Edge, I know Zyrene has some choice words for that one, gets you some movement speed boost, but it's going to be the Kazakhs being locked in right away, so getting their, you know, their substitute jungler Sussis something a little bit more comfortable, whereas Simon Fraser University, since that bot lane has been so heavily targeted in the first ban phase, they pick up their AD carry Ezreal and the Karma for support.
Yeah, really nice to see that first rotation out of SFU there. They're able to secure a very strong support with an AD carry who, with the Varus and Caitlyn ban, a lot of the things that push him in early on are kind of gone now, so you don't have to worry about the Ezreal trying to last hit just under turret with a lot of that down. And as a response, University of Toronto here taking away the Twitch and Tahm Kench.
Yeah, another one of the powerful late game AD carries and Twitch being locked in. The Tahm Kench, one of the best ways to protect when you're immobile, extremely high damage dealing marksman in the bottom lane. So that combination, we saw that one in MSI quite frequently, and they're going to be bringing it to the Rift here in the Collegiate Championships, whereas it looks like hovering for Simon Fraser University, potentially locking here of an Elise as the jungler.
Right, and we got to touch on this a little bit. Most of the campus series was not played on the 10-ban system, so they've been here all week. They've been skirming on it. They've gotten used to it, but it is a little different, and they're going to have to play a little different with the fact that now you see the top laners getting banned. Normally, you know, the ban phase is over just at the beginning. Top lane's completely open here. Now they've matched junglers and bot lanes, and now they have to worry about pinching their own champions as well as targeting the other team's pool.
Yep, and as you mentioned, in the collegiate scene, people tend to play some things that are not necessarily as meta as some of the things you would see in the pro scene, but already Kennen, Shen, Renekton, the Gragas was banned in phase 1. So many top lane bans being thrown here at Galgai and Goldjet. We saw Goldjet during the campus series, the actual qualifiers for the tournament. He was very strictly the Maokai, the Nautilus kind of go-to guy. None of those tanks besides the Gragas being banned out here. Well, the Shen from Simon Fraser University, but no real carry threats have we seen Simon Fraser University play. Toronto, on the other hand, Gaogai was able to run away with some of the games we saw them playing, mainly in the Campus Series playoffs.
Interesting to see the Syndra ban there. It does make it seem like Nautilus would be the only tank left available, but Simon Fraser can go with the Rumble. Generally stronger, and now this is one of those situations that we were talking about with the changes with Adaptive Helm and a couple new tank items. You might be able to see this matchup not be as brutal as it used to be, where Rumble used to absolutely destroy a lot of the common tank picks.
That's right, so we'll see what Toronto winds up responding with. Adding another tank to their lineup would be a very beefy front line, but Kled had been rising in popularity. They were flashing the Fiora from before. Gaogai, we mentioned, has some very impressive performances himself, and it will be something more carry-centric with the Kled in the top lane, and then an Orianna, very safe pick in the mid lane to round it out.
I like this a lot. You see the carry versus carry kind of style going on in the top lane, something that's very fun to watch. They rounded out with that Orianna. Kind of a team fight comp with the ability to split push if the Kled starts getting ahead. Should have pressure up there. Bot side, definitely a losing matchup. Tahm Kench really going to struggle against a lot of those kind of harassy supports that Karma is probably the strongest one at. And then Simon Fraser University rounding out their comp with the Jace. Don't want to end up too physical damage heavy. Sure, they have the Elise. Or too magic damage heavy, excuse me, with the Rumble and Elise already locked in, so they're going to take that Jace.
Yeah, also Jace going to be very much a lane bully against the Orianna. We mentioned Orianna, very safe pick. Once the scale up, eventually does a lot of damage in team fights and can wind up running away with a game. The Jace in and of itself, very strong early game, very strong into the mid game pickup. Will only be helping the fact that Ezreal still needs to get that Trinity Force, go for, you know, 1 or 2 items before he hits that Muramana power spike to really start poking away. There's still a lot of poke damage from SFU.
Yeah, I mean, you look at SFU's comp, not too much tankiness, not too much CC, a lot of poke, a lot of speed ups, and a lot of ways to make it very difficult to walk into areas to contest vision and those kinds of things. But if they fall behind, it's one of those comps where, this, you know, Kled is running at us, unstoppable, speeding up the whole team. It can be kind of hard to get him off you.
And not to mention, University of Toronto has that ticking time bomb in the Twitch as their AD carry. So we have the lineups right in front of us. You have the champions and everything locked in. Of course, you can hop on Twitter, tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag UOT win or SFU win. If you want to show your school spirit here in the college championship, we got plenty of League of Legends ahead of us, though. This is only day 1. We got 4 full days of this championship.
Yeah, 2 best of 3s today before we transition over to the best of 5s. A lot of good League of Legends coming your way. And I'm especially excited for this one. SFU, like we talk about, the winners of the West, that hands down just makes them the favorite, given the prestige of that conference always being the one to seemingly take the cup away.
Yeah, so SFU, first time they've been those Western Conference champions, going up against the hype train from the University of Toronto. Derailed a little bit because they do have to use their backup jungler in Sussus, but still, very, very powerful lineups on this Rift, and we'll see who's the first one to shed some blood here in the college championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's a scary thing when you think about it. University of Toronto, like you mentioned, having the highest solo queue ratings of any team collectively, and when you end up with that kind of Rumble versus Kled matchup, it can get kind of ugly pretty early on. You see some early jungler attention. That's a pretty common place to expect that both teams to go up there, because if you're able to keep the Kled down, Rumble suddenly has a much easier time in that matchup, or if the Kled gets ahead, he can take over the entire game from there. For the most part, it's very hard to make a play with Tahm Kench onto Karma, Ezreal, very elusive bot lane, able to escape a lot of stuff, as well as just going to have the push for most of the time. So University of Toronto going to be trying to hold on bot lane, but there's going to be a big skirmish early on, actually.
Yeah, as you see Frozen having to burn his flash immediately, but the bear trap on the rope and the flash to follow. First blood gets picked up in the mid lane for Toronto.
Frozen Knight just standing way too far forward in the river. University of Toronto's mid laner Jeesh was able to get the angle on him, wrap around behind, and the Kled able to flash in with the bear trap on a rope, providing all the CC they need to lock him down.
I was going to say, sometimes you see a couple of interesting things happen in the collegiate scene at level 1, but before I could even say it, it just goes and happens.
Yeah, I thought it had a little bit more time to break down the game, set it up. Not at all.
Nah, they're coming out of the gate swinging. I mean, I asked who was going to draw blood first, and it is University of Toronto, and it's given over to the Orianna in the mid lane matchup, an additional Doran's ring already to start.
Yeah, here we're going to take another look at it. You see already Frozen Knight just gets hit by too many abilities, flashes late. Nice flash followed by Gaogai, making sure that bear trap on the rope does not get broken, finishes him off. And like you said, pretty big for the Orianna to pick up first blood. They're coming back with a second Doran's ring. We talk about how this matchup's pretty much Jace favored for the entire laning phase, and just having that higher extra health pool as well as damage to trade with makes it very difficult to bully the way you would initially want to with Jace.
Yeah, Jace has a lot of poke damage, but he does have a little bit of a shorter range than the Orianna ball, so can potentially be bullied around in that lane matchup, specifically with that early kill going over to another Doran's ring. Bottom side of the map, you mentioned already, University of Toronto with the Tahm Kench as the melee support, might be taking a little bit of pain and punishment from a very poke-heavy bottom lane coming out from Simon Fraser University, and you can see already at them about half HP.
Yep, definitely not the most fun matchup to play. Tahm Kench is usually the champion that annoys everyone with his ability to save people from seemingly completely fatal situations, but early on, he's the one who's getting a tough time to play with.
Meanwhile, Frozen Knight may have given away first blood, but is well underway in his own jungle path to get the Scuttle Crab. Pneumatic here getting a bit aggressive here against Airy on the bottom side of the map. University of Toronto, we mentioned this bottom lane is not in their favor during the laning phase, but they very heavily targeted the AD carry pool coming out from Pneumatic specifically. So this will be a matchup that even though they don't have a lot of early gank pressure, a lot of winning lane matchup in that bottom side of the map, or just any pressure whatsoever, it's definitely something that they've targeted as an area of SFU they want to take down.
Right, they definitely want Airy to get onto the Twitch pick or something similar that's going to have some scaling. They didn't want to worry about any of the pushing early lane dominant AD carries. That's why you see that Varus and Caitlyn taken away. And we talk about how the Ezreal becomes one of the best picks in that situation. The problem is the Lulu ban being the only support targeted makes Karma the clear-cut best support for laning, and then you're stuck with the Tahm Kench. So probably not exactly what they were hoping for, but it didn't look bad enough for them that they want to abort the plan. They still end up with a Twitch pick, and you see already down below about a third health how difficult that really is.
Yep, we did actually see Twitch starting with that Dorian Shield. You mentioned on the analyst desk that in those losing lane matchups, the Dorian Shield gives you a little more sustain. Frozen Knight, his top side of the jungle is being invaded, and they see Kha'Zix recalling over by that ward, so he's going to come try to cocoon on Jish, but he's going to get a good flash away from that one. Meanwhile, top side of the map, Kha'Zix tries to get something done, but Rumble's just going to walk away, actually flashes away from that.
Yeah, so you see a couple of trade of summoners there. In this meantime, bot lane with both junglers showing. It looked like SFU's bot lane wanted to get aggressive, able to get all the summoners out of Airy as well as the exhaust out of J-Jil. So J-Jil beating JJ. Excuse me. Too many J's.
So one of them's going to get a W in this game, and then they'll beat JW this time. But now JJ, his AD carry's already gone back. He's going to get the tether, and the root's going to land from J-Jil. Frozen Knight's on the opposite side, but it looks like they will not want to dive this one quite yet. Instead, going over for the Krugs, J-Jil and Pneumatic want to try to shove this one out, deny as much experience and gold to the Twitch as possible. Elise is still on the top side here, but it looks like they're just going to shove this into town.
Yeah, one of the things that happens with that first blood is with the amount of summoners going down, it is a little hard for the junglers to be able to follow people on their gank attempts. Sure, they can blow the summoners, but it is difficult to actually get that kill when you don't have your flash available. And now that SFU has been able to blow a couple more flashes, Demnis and Pneumatic still have theirs. Even though they were down that early first blood, they're doing a pretty good job in the laning phase so far with a lot of these winning matchups.
Meanwhile, we do see Sussus still on the top side of the map trying to pressure Goldjet. He knows his flash is unavailable, but Goldjet playing relatively safe, a little bit wise to the tricks of Kha'Zix. Had a ward down in that tri-brush earlier, so he knows that the Kha'Zix was still around. Middle lane here, even though Jish has gotten that extra Doran's ring, looks like Demnis still going to be able to push it towards the Orianna. About relatively even in the CS here, but Jish has already blown through all of his health potions. All the charges on the refillable potion from Jace are gone, and things are kind of settling back to what we assumed, even though the first blood went into Orianna.
Right, I mean, that early gank by Frozen Knight, being able to get that summoner out of Jish, as well as just being able to trade some damage back, really stopped some of that HP advantage that he was going to have with that extra Doran's ring. And now, soon you'll see them recall, getting a little on mana. They're going to want to start getting those first items.
Yeah. Meanwhile, first dragon on the map, the first elemental Drake will be an Infernal. So we do see here, Sussus now rotating down towards the bottom side of the map, establishing a little bit of vision control, puts a control ward down for himself, kills away Simon Fraser University. On the first back, actually, we see Ezreal not going for the tier build. Very interesting adaptation here. Goes for the Vampiric Scepter first. Maybe just going for the Blade of the Rune King extremely early on. Maybe want a little bit more sustain in this lane between the Twitch and the Tahm Kench. But interesting adaptation here to see not the early tier rush.
It is a little surprising considering the fact that he's not against a lane that's going to harass him too much. Like we said before, Ezreal can get pushed in. And if you end up in one of those lane matchups where you're taking a lot of harass, it makes a little bit of sense to want to go some earlier sustain like that. Obviously, you would probably go D-Shield in the current meta. You would grab that instead. But against a Tahm Kench Twitch, that's not really the most annoying bot lane to play against. So he's probably going to Blade of the Rune King because he wants a lot more all-in potential early on. It delays your power spike of the Blade of the Rune King if you get the tier first. I still probably would prefer to see that, but I can understand what he's going for here, hoping to kind of snowball this game.
Yeah, also being a very poke-heavy composition, we mentioned there's no real big frontline tank coming out from the side of Simon Fraser University. The Jace, the Ezreal, even the Karma and the Rumble that provide poke damage, but the mana pool may be a bit of a question. We see Command Shockwave from Jish being used immediately as Demnis teleports back into lane, just getting a little bit of free damage on him, shoving that minion wave into tower.
Yeah, and now you see the Jace, like we said, with the tier. It does make it a little weird when you have two tier stacking champions and one of them doesn't go it instead of looking power spike at the same time together. Now it's a little desynced. It can get awkward when you get into this 20-minute team fight where one of you just bought your tier and waiting for it to transform, the other one has it. It can get a little difficult to play like that, and there you see Jish. I like the blowing the Orianna ult right away. Try and chunk him out. You're going to be going back in a second. You're not going to need to cool down her mana. So I like that decision. Meanwhile, Frozen Knight, knowing that the enemy mid laner has just recalled, going to go for this red buff invade.
Yep, so Frozen Knight, SFU, going to steal away the red buff from University of Toronto. Sussus, in the meantime, looked like he tried to pay a visit back to top lane. They're really trying to harp on Goldjet here, but he's playing extremely safe and extremely controlled after his flash was blown early on, and has not given up any pressure to that Kha'Zix.
That's the big thing we were talking about that University of Toronto would be targeting, was trying to get up there in the top lane. Gao Guy has done a decent job trying to find ways to push the wave in. You see him with about a 10 CS lead right now, but Goldjet will probably be able to even that one out with the big wave hitting onto the turret. And Frozen Knight, kind of anticipating the focus that University of Toronto wants on the top side, has made a lot of focus down the bot lane. His initial gank attempt came through coming in that river near the Raptor camp, took away the red buff, takes away the dragon now. Very strong dragon to take away early on to the game.
So SFU first on the board with objective here as the Infernal Drake goes over to the red side. As you mentioned, the focus from SFU definitely on this bottom side of the map. We saw in the ban phase that UOT were targeting it heavily. Goldjet in the meantime though, taking it to Gao Guy on the top lane here. Will wind up overheating, but the Flame Spitter is on, lands one rocket, but does not want to go too deep under that tower. Kled, of course, if he remounts, completely turn that around.
Yeah, big thing about the Kled is the gank setup that he has, but they have not found an opportunity to get Sussus up there early on to actually punish the Rumble. Every time the wave is coming back to the side of University of Toronto, Kha'Zix is not up there. Here, Goldjet looking for the all-in.
Still has the equalizer. Gao Guy available. Almost going to remount. Flashes forward to try to get it, but Goldjet with a solo kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, Demnis gets pulled back in towards Jeesh, but the barrier has been popped. Demnis, though, is going to wind up falling back, does not land that shock blast. This fight's all over the map as JJ is going to wind up eating up Ari's AD carry because Elise is around the corner. True Shot Barrage will land. Ari winds up going stealth, winds up popping the spray and pray. The stun on the Tom Kenja's tower dive is not going to work, and SFU back away.
Yeah, University of Toronto moved from the mid lane earlier. You saw Sussus wrapping around there, trying to stop them if they tried to get that turret dive off. Ari popping the ultimate, using it more for wave clear almost, shooting the minion wave there, trying to kill it as fast as they can. They deter that bot turret dive, but still advantages gained all across the map. They get the solo kill in the top lane, they get summoners out in the mid lane, and they keep pressuring down this bot lane.
Hey, we had questions for Goldjet. We said his champion pool was very tank heavy. We hadn't necessarily seen him on a really good carry top lane performance. He had his flash blown early on. Sussus has been up there multiple unsuccessful times, and Goldjet turns it around and gets a solo kill on Gao Guy, who, as we said, has had those carry performances. So SFU, they're giving up first blood, but the lane phase going their way pretty much all across the map.
And then the big thing we were saying is that this matchup can change relatively quickly onto the Kled. It's not fun to want to itemize early MR. You want to be the one kind of bullying, getting gank assists, and start having threat on the Rumble that you can start killing him. Now that you're the one on the back foot, it really hampers your early itemization when you're trying to get that Black Cleaver and the Hydra down.
So top side of the map, maybe something that University of Toronto wants to kind of focus on. Jeesh. His name, but it's also how much damage he took.
I wasn't sure what you were hitting at there.
He is going to wind up getting the blue buff passed off from Sussus. Going to wind up going back in the lane, already chugging through his own refillable potion over here. He got that first blood kill, but that's pretty much been most of the action that he's been able to be the proactive one for. Is Demnis continuing to dominate this mid lane favorite matchup in favor of the Jays. Bottom lane towers being pushed at the same time by SFU. And it looks like here that G's going to be kind of left to his own devices here. His jungler's once again pathing up towards topside to see if he gets something done on Goldjet.
They will need to find an opening here soon. SFU is in a great position to start taking this game over. You see the advantage. Here's the gank attempt. Gao Guy going in onto Goldjet, flashing away.
Uses the charge, but a flash away from Goldjet. Uses the equalizer already to get Sussus down to about half HP. His jungler and mid laner are coming up here, so University of Toronto got to hightail it out of there. They may have charged in, but now they have to retreat.
A good job by Goldjet, flashing away there. Sure, the ultimate of Kled will follow you through, and he does still get hit by it, but he created enough distance away from the Kha'Zix that he was fine, able to get underneath his turret there, stay alive during that gank, and buying SFU time to continue to try and pressure elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, more importantly, buying SFU a moment to go into their blue side jungle, put down some deep vision controls so they will be able to spot out where Sussus will and won't be, and also catch out where University of Toronto wants to try to move between the map. Meanwhile, JJ doing the same thing on the bottom side of the map, getting a deep ward over by the blue buff.
Yep, and you see, the big thing is, in a moment, this game could really swing heavily in Simon Fraser University's favor because they're going to take that bot turret soon enough. Once that opens, you can put your Jace in the bot lane, put your Israel in the mid lane, continue to harass that Orianna. Orianna does not want to match in the side lane. The Twitch obviously probably can't 1v1 the Jace. You're going to end up in a lot of unfavorable lane matchups most likely, and it's going to be a difficult time. So with all that attention that's been going topside, with no tangible reward for it, it's really hurting University of Toronto here.
Yeah, and of course now University of Toronto, they're faced with the fact that
They are on a little bit of a timer here. The tiers are being stacked up now by Simon Fraser University. Ezreal come back, finishes Bilgewater Cutlass first, then went for the tier they got us for himself. But Sussus might be trying to change his focus now. On the bot side of the map, they have a control ward in that brush. If SFU wants to go to try to push down on that tower, the enemy jungler's in the area to try to turn a gank around. But it looks like they're going to be content just de-warding the area, making sure that they're not going to fall susceptible to one of those flanks.
Yeah, it looked like Zeus was trying to sniff out that gank attack in the bot lane by Frozen Knight. Obviously, that bot turret, like we were talking about, a bit of a focus for the side of Simon Fraser University. A lot of vision control going down. Jajil forcing JJ out of the brush, protecting his wards.
Battle the JJs over their wards. So, looks like now Simon Fraser University, with the deep vision, or at least vision in that tri-brush, going to be content to kind of just push in onto this tower. Once again, taking small shots, chunks of damage on that one. Decent CS advantage for them in the bot lane, as well as the mid lane matchup here, where Frozen Knight off to the side here onto Jeesh. Looks like he might be going for a cocoon. Throws out the spider lane, lands the cocoon, but Demnis kind of backed away, but Frozen Knight's going for it. The repel goes up, dodges the command shockwave. Demnis flashes forward, but Sussus is there. A teleport comes in. It's going to be Kled coming in, but not getting an assist. Sussus winds up picking up the kill.
Big misplay there by SFU. They were not coordinated in their decision to try and all in the Orianna there. She has time to flash away, get her ultimate off. Here you see Kled using his ult to get back up into the top side, able to defend that turret from Collegiate. It's going to be a 1-for-0 on the side of University of Toronto.
No, it's a small miss up there by Simon Fraser, but really good response coming out from University of Toronto. Pops the teleport. Sussus is in the right place, right time from the bottom side here. Frozen Knight flashing forward. That's his own tower that University of Toronto was behind, but they still ended up picking up a kill on him.
Yeah, he left himself isolated there. Kazakh's known for blowing people up if they are left in that position. And with the Orianna there as well, enough combo damage to just blow up Frozen Knight, getting a 2-for-0 now.
Yeah, now suddenly Sussus, who had spent the last 14 or 13 and a half minutes with nothing to his name but that early first blood assist, now finds himself with 2 kills richer on this Kazakhs.
That's the big thing about Kazakhs is he can be a little bit difficult to team fight with from behind, but if you get ahead, you will be able to start blowing people up. We talk about how the side of SFU does not have much tankiness or lockdown CC. If this Kazakh gets too far ahead, he might be able to run wild.
Yeah, University of Toronto on the bottom side of the map, though. SFU, they may have had a little bit of a misstep in the mid lane, but their bottom lane and top lane are still pushing down extremely quickly on these towers. Both of them to just fractions of HP, as now they've rotated Demnis up to this top side. Couldn't get it done in the mid lane. Looks like they're going to try to take 2 towers for the price of none.
Yeah, and we talk about how good Doran's shield is. Generally, you're just seeing this Twitch down 30 CS, losing his turret and getting harassed all game. It's not going to completely take away the fact that you have a melee support versus 2 poke champs. But, you know, it has done a good job letting him hold on for the first 15 minutes of the game. SFU, though, are slightly snowballing. The 2 kills they gave up did subtract from that a little bit. This is what we're talking about, starting to drop these turrets. Still have control of the map, grab their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, and it will be a Cloud Drake, so now the movement coming from the side lanes to wherever they so choose to position themselves be ever so slightly faster. You mentioned the Doran shield. It's supposed to keep you alive. Doesn't necessarily mean you win, but here's that good coordination by University of Toronto in the mid lane to turn this around.
Yeah, you see Frozen Knight basically getting the all-in attempt there. Demnis could have tried to go in for a flash Q and Permaform Jace or something like that. He had the cooldowns, but he didn't. A little bit too slow, giving time for the Kazakhs getting there for the counter gank, as well as the fact that Jeesh was able to flash out and get his ultimate off.
Yeah, we saw Demnis a little hesitant to kind of turn around and follow after Frozen Knight as well. So the moment of hesitation, maybe the Orianna goes down, but still it's a really good response by University of Toronto, who now moving as a unit, going to wind up catching Jadril out in his own red buff area. They get the steal and they get the kill.
Getting control of that topside jungle as the map opens up, trying to continue on to Demnis. Bear trap on a rope lands.
Yeah, the flash afterwards to make sure he gets pulled in. Demnis going to wind up knocking him away. The Void Spikes do not land from Kazakhs. And now even though it was Simon Fraser that opens the map up across the board, University of Toronto with that Tom Kench ultimate, with the ability to move around the map, they're the ones that are making things happen.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about University of Toronto's comp is if SFU does not keep the pressure up and they give some space for University of Toronto to start moving around the map, they're going to have the Twitch able to stealth up onto long lanes and find picks. They have the Tom Kench able to transport people behind anyone who's left exposed. So SFU needs to have really strong pushing lanes with good vision control to make sure that they don't fall behind to all this playmaking available for University of Toronto.
Well, in the mid lane here, looks like Ezreal will not be able to push as effectively against the Orianna as SFU might be hoping to, but everybody from the side of Toronto is now joining up here. The Kled charge is coming in. It's not going to wind up finding a target. Won't really speed up any of his allies, but they do catch on to JJ. He goes down again. He just wound up dying earlier. Kled gets demounted from Scarl, but JJ is going to eat him up, but Demnis from the side lands a Shock Blast acceleration shot. is going to wind up getting Airy down extremely low. So SFU, you lose one, but they do push away UOT.
Yeah, able to chunk out a lot of University of Toronto here. Can they get anything off the back of it, despite the fact it's a 4v5?
You know what they could get?
I know what you're looking at, Tom.
They could get the Rift Herald, Mark.
We'll see if they're able to do so. Maybe the first look for us here in North America at the Rift Herald.
Fitting that it's in the collegiate scene as well.
Of course. Some would call it scripted, Tom.
I call it amazing.
Beautiful.
Finally get to see the Rift Herald being used in a professional match in North America. Of course, the Rift Herald will be able to push down some towers quite effectively, but I want to see how SFU uses it. Do they wind up using it as a split pushing method, maybe put it in a lane with the Jace or the Rumble, or do they utilize it as like that 5-man unit and break down the outer tower? They're having a little bit of difficulty with mid lane.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them using a more grouped up setting. They gave it to the Rumble, who's not the greatest, split pusher, doesn't have a range way of hitting the turret down to help that Rift Herald really take it. Going on someone like Jace, maybe, or Ezreal, you might see that a little bit more. But here, they do have a lot of poke as a team. Maybe they can group up, chunk people low, drop the Rift Herald, and start sieging away.
Well, Simon Fraser University had the goal lead for about the first 15 minutes of the game, but between a couple of kills being given up and losing that tower on the top side of the map, shifted ever so slightly in University of Toronto's favor. It's more or less even, just a couple hundred gold on the side of UOT. But now it's going to be, like you mentioned, can they keep up that pressure? The side of University of Toronto, their competition is extremely good at moving in, picking people off, engaging into people who are out of position. And SFU, they're very pokey, they're very squishy, and they need to be coordinated to keep it together.
It's kind of the age-old struggle in League of Legends, the early, strong poke comp versus the better scaling team fight tanky champion comp. And here, University of Toronto heading into the 20-minute mark soon, only, basically even in gold. That's actually a great position to be in from here. You just got to be able to hold on a little bit longer. SFU not out of it yet. They still have that Infernal Drake. They still have pressure for the most part in these 1v1 matchups, but it feels like the game might be slipping away, but they're going to make use of this Rift Herald.
Yep, they're going to wind up popping it in the mid lane, and Herald does wind up spawning. Already some fights going down over this tower. The Command Shockwave being used with the repel there by Frozen Knight. We'll get him out of there. Once the Playcoats get dismounted as the Equalizer flies through, as Rift Herald chunks through the tower. SFU with their poke-heavy competition. They don't have their own tank. They're just using Rift Herald to brute force this.
Yeah, but that's going to be the end of our good friend, the Rift Herald. No. He doesn't know when enough is enough. Charges into the last turret by himself. University of Toronto is going to finish him off. But there we see, like we were saying, as the teleport comes down, take this point a second.
The charge is available. The teleport flank coming in from Gaugai. Can't get slowed down. Locks down on the Gold Jet. The Bear Trap on a rope won't pull Jace back in, but immediately Gaugai gets dismounted. The rest of his team not quite there to follow up on him. Frozen Knight's going to have to repel as he drops low as the spray and pray flies through from Airy. The first kill will be onto Elise. The second one falls onto the Jace. SFU, they got no more ultimates left. They got to back away from this one. UOT at very low health bars that they come out ahead in the fight.
University of Toronto playing that one a little risky with the the Clegg going in by himself. SFU, a lot of poke, but a little bit too confident, giving themselves a target for University of Toronto to start finding some kills.
Ooh, Pneumatic shifting forward, wants to pick up a kill, but the Command Shockwave turns it around! 3 for the price of 1. UOT's happy with that.
SFU completely lost track of Jish's cooldown on his ultimate. He had used it when initially trying to defend the turret. It was down that entire time. SFU probably did not know it was coming back up there. They try and get a little bit aggressive again, and they go down for it.
And this is the teleport flank coming in from the Clegg. He charges ahead, doesn't quite get the speed boost on the rest of his team, so the rest of UOT is slow to join this fight, but they are here to turn it around when it counts.
Yeah, I think this is a big mistake actually out of University of Toronto. The fact that they don't have their ultimate available yet makes it too easy for the poke comp to punish them for that over-engage, but they get too aggressive. You see the shift in by the Ezreal, the Jace jumping in hammer form, getting too close to the tanks and damage of University of Toronto, giving those 2 kills up. And then once again, SFU wants to punish them now. They want to use all that poke and range advantage that they have, trying to find a pick-off here onto the recalling Tom Kench. They get him, but it costs them.
And we see the good Command Shockwave, the Orianna ball just hiding on the edge of that wall, completely catches SFU off guard. And ace in the cross that fight for just 1 kill onto the Tom Kench. Now 10 kills to 2. This Kled has completed his Black Cleaver, still has the Tiamat available. The Twitch has gotten his Blade of the Rune King and is almost towards his Renowned Hurricane, but immediately a return to the scene of the crime here. Kled's pushing down the bot lane, but a fight here going in favor of University of Toronto. The Command Shockwave whiffs. The Equalizer was used by Goldjet over the wall. He gets caught up by Gaugai on one side, but Pneumatic has to flash away on the other. Frozen Knight with a cocoon onto Gaugai as Goldjet overheats, but the Tom Kench utilizing the Abyssal Journey, but he's brought no one into the fight. He's going to get locked up by the cocoon. A shock blast on the backside will take down Gaugai, and everybody scatters from Dragon.
A very, very scrappy fight taking place on multiple fronts. Kind of favors SFU's comp, given the fact that they have a lot more mobility, they have a lot more poke. Able to pick up 1 kill, but University of Toronto had done enough damage to be able to fall back and secure that Dragon.
SFU, their poke damage is very strong, although it's not as much as you would think. The Ezreal has not gone for the Monomune. Went back, got the tier, finished the Blade of the Rune King, and now has a Sheen. So if he doesn't land any of those skill shots, he won't necessarily have as much just auto attack damage to follow up. But more importantly, the carries on SFU, I mean, the Twitch is now 1-0-5, the Kha'Zix is 4-0-5, Orianna 4-0-6 as the primary magic damage threat on that team. I mean, you have multiple AD sources, so SFU already very, very squishy. The Orianna, though, has the sole AP damage on that team. They're not going to be able to magic resistance against her. She's going to rip through these squishy
I mean, as
cards.
well as the fact that SFU's comp, who would even stack magic resist? You know, they only have maybe the Elise if she decides to go tanky, but she's going for more magic damage. The Rumble's not going to do it. The Jace isn't really going to do it past the Hex Drinker. Same with potentially the Ezreal. So you really don't need to worry about your damage distribution that much when you're going up against a squishy, high execution team comp like SFU has. And you see SFU really is struggling to find the right times to go aggressive. It's walking a tightrope between continuing to kite back and baiting the enemy team in more and more, and when you start using that mobility to move forwards and punish their over-engage.
In University of Toronto, as you mentioned, being able to punish the fact that SFU will be going in a little bit too hard. They have the command shockwave to turn fights around and catch people. They step up just a little bit too far. We've already seen the Kled charge being used as a really good way to kind of chase after the Karma disengage, being able to kind of counteract that one. Is now Galgai going to be going toe-to-toe with Goldjet in this bottom lane here. Both of the top laners down to about half HP, so it's still not necessarily certain if the Kled could just 1v1 the Rumble straight up.
Yep, Rumble has done a decent job of being able to stay even this game. That initial focus that Susie's put to the top side, not really turning into much, and Rumble got through the lane phase scot-free. Still is going to be a struggle trying to match the Kled in the side lanes with all that engaged potential, not just with the Kled, but the Tahm Kench, as well as the Twitch being able to stealth up on you. But as long as his team is doing a good job communicating, keeping eyes on where the side of University of Toronto is moving around, they'll hopefully be able to match him in the side lane.
One of the things that University of Toronto is doing now is getting established vision control around the Baron Pit area. One of the things that SFU's team composition wants to do is it wants to root itself in an area, it wants to set up vision control, and it wants to start poking and prodding away at people, whether it be tower sieges, whether it be around this Baron Pit area. University of Toronto doing a really good job so far of denying that control. And once again, like you said, the ticking time bomb on SFU's composition. Eventually, Jace is going to fall off. Ezreal actually hasn't even hit his power spike yet, doesn't have his Trinity Force, doesn't have his Monomune. University of Toronto keeping this vision denial alive is just helping them scale to the point where they can beat them.
Yeah, I think you can say a little bit SFU is in trouble at this point. The fact that the Orianna is fed, the Kha'Zix is fed, two of the strongest team fighters here for University of Toronto. Obviously, you wouldn't mind Twitch, but he's 1-0-5. He's doing just fine as well. They have the Goldie now, 1,500 about on the side of University of Toronto. Going to be able to find some engagement with SFU, who has not been able to really get that deep vision and keep University of Toronto pinned under their turrets.
And SFU, while they did have decent objective control early on, took 2 towers for 0, have both of the elemental dragons that have spawned so far, well, 2 of the elemental dragons out of the 3 that have spawned so far. This is the team that did take down the reigning champions in UBC. They finally were Western Conference champions, known as the strong region here, whereas University of Toronto, coming out of the Eastern Conference, sure, they had a lot of hype behind them from their Challenger Series run, but historically the Eastern Conference hasn't been the strongest representation from the Campus Series teams. University of Toronto here, they want to make a statement. They want to make it against, well, basically the #1 team coming in.
Right, they had a great start so far in the game 1 against them, starting this Baron off here. A little risky, spotted out by the blue ward. Good call by University of Toronto to just turn off that. Still relatively early into the game. They do have that Mountain Drake to increase the pressure on it. They have pretty good damage for doing it as well, but
They caught Goldjet in the 1v1. The charge gets used. The Abyssal Voyage as well. Galgai's going to try to flash after for Bear Trap on the rope. Equalizer goes down. Goldjet looks like he's going to wind up falling as well as Jeez picks up the kill, but some low HP bars on the side of University of Toronto, but SFU just can't respond.
a little late on the flash there by Galgai. His Bear Trap on a rope, not actually converting, but the rest of the team with that mobility coming in from the Tahm Kench, able to transport Kha'Zix. Gets burned a little low.
A little bit.
Rumble still does a fair amount of damage, but they're able to pick that kill up. Not able to get any objectives off it, but you'll take what you can get.
Yep, so Leandri's Tournament and the Void Staff for Rumble being able to deal a decent amount of damage to University of Toronto, but they're continuing to get pickoffs, they're continuing to capitalize on kills, but they're in no rush, as we said, to try to transition that into an immediate advantage. They're okay with picking up a kill, denying Simon Fraser University from getting the established control around an objective. They're just backing away, healing up, and rinsing and repeating. I mean, they're getting more farm on the Twitch. He's still about 40 CS behind the Ezreal, but he's hit 2 items already with the Renon's Hurricane and the Blade of the Rune King. Once he gets that 3rd item, he's going to be a menace in team fights, specifically if he goes for an Infinity Edge, because as we mentioned, no real tanky members on SFU, just Ninja Tabby going to be the only thing he has to burn through.
Yeah, side of SFU, to be fair, still has a ton of damage. You saw just the Rumble able to get multiple members of University of Toronto low when they're in that kind of narrow corridor there in the jungle. If University of Toronto picks the wrong place to fight, they all start getting burned alive. You have the Ezreal poke and the Jace poke being thrown over the top. They can find themselves in a very, very bad spot. But the onus kind of is on University of Toronto at this point, now that they do have the lead. They have all these engage tools, up to a 2,000 gold advantage. SFU going to try and punish these kind of engages. It's going to be this constant back and forth.
Yeah, we've seen Aegis picked up there by JJ in addition to 2 Hex Drinkers on the side of University of Toronto. So already itemizing against the fact that, yes, this Rumble does wind up hurting and he is a big team fight threat. Though the side of Simon Fraser University, Trinity Force has been completed on Ezreal, so they are at a bit of a power spike at the Rowan, a bit later than we would like to see it, but has a red buff on him. The Jace already at 2 items for himself. We'll see if Simon Fraser University is going to be able to group up and do something. They used the Rift Herald way earlier on to just take 1 tower, but when they did group up like that, we saw the amount of poke and the amount of punishment they could give onto somebody. Now it looks like that University of Toronto want to set up around this dragon pit. They try to get a catch on the first night. The Abyssal Voids, once again, JJ going in kind of by himself, but now Gaogai got the charge on the entire team, but he's funneling him right through a pain poke corridor. And they have to back away.
Yeah, the Kled ultimate not actually finding a target there. He's probably actually kind of all right with that, given that the turret's still up in the mid lane. Now, Gaogai, a little bit out of position. There you see that Tom Kench being able to save his teammates.
Yeah, Pneumatic shifted forward as the Equalizer goes down. It looks like they do want to fight for this Mountain Drake. Airy already dropped extremely low. The damage dealers from the side of UOT very, very low. It is going to be Simon Fraser getting the dragon. And Deadness comes in a flank. Slam dunks the Orianna. Another kill picked up for Karma on the Tom Kench. And Kled and Scar will both fall as the Matic picks up a kill. Simon Fraser University, you want to talk damage, Mark? They found their fight.
That's exactly what we were talking about. University of Toronto with that Kled ultimate and with the Tom Kench ultimate, not actually able to find a member of SFU, pin them down and get an early kill. As the fight progresses, you see a nice Rumble ultimate. The fact that they're taking extra damage from the dragon. They all get low, and the chase down potential with the Karma, the Jace, the Ezreal, so much mobility there to find kills. Demnis is able to find the first one. They get 2 more. Now they're going to be looking at the Baron.
Yeah, well, Simon Fraser University trying to collect all of the Void creatures on the map. They still have yet to pick up a kill on Kha'Zix, but they've gotten the Rift Herald, and now they're going for their sight on Baron. University of Toronto cannot respond after that fight, and suddenly SFU looks to be back in the driver's seat.
Yep, we're going to have a lot of control. Taking another look at it. Frozen Knight isolated from his team. This is exactly what you want. Find the one guy by himself, try and blow him up. Frozen Knight able to just kind of walk away from that. Gaogai's ultimate doesn't find a target, and that's 2 of the primary engage tools down now on the side of University of Toronto. They still have the Orianna ultimate, but you see people getting low as they try and focus on this objective. A little bit of split focus. Gaogai gets caught out of position. They're not 100% on the same page. And then here comes that Rumble Equalizer. Able to get multiple members down low. The Shock Blast comes in over the top, and here's Demnis flanking. And there's no way for Gaogai and JJ to really get away here.
You see Jeesh getting dunked on by Demnis as the rest of the team just flashes forward and collapses. It looks like University of Toronto was going to be okay trading their second elemental Mountain Drake for that mid lane tier 2 tower, but SFU, very good call to switch targets. Instead of going for the tower, they go for the team fight. They've already funneled them into the Dragon Pit, and we saw once the damage is all connects, University of Toronto melts.
Yeah, we need to see what SFU can do with this Baron buff now. 2.5 minutes left on it. All inner turrets still up for University of Toronto. So, Simon Fraser, maybe they can't get into an inhibitor turret. That'd be great if they could. Maybe they just take a bunch of turrets, try and get that gold lead heavily in their favor from now on. They are power spiking at just the right time. Both of the tier items have transformed now. Going to be poking for a lot of damage.
Yeah, in addition to that, they had the Baron buff minions to act as a bit of a pseudo-tank. The wave clear from Orianna won't be as effective as those Baron buff minions are there. Twitch, not the best wave clear in the world, but Kha'Zix Void Spikes will be the big thing to kind of clear out these minions as they get closer and closer to the tower. Runon's Hurricane on Twitch is going to help out a lot too, as we see him defending against Demnis on the split push bottom lane. Looks like SFU, they're trying to get as much vision control in that bottom side jungle as possible. They want to try to bounce between the already low HP tower in the mid lane Ezreal's been working on, and this bottom lane tower that University of Toronto, they're split
Big Shock Blast.
Yeah, they might not be able to protect it with damage coming out from Demnis like that.
Yes, so SFU not wanting to set up a 1-3-1 here. Too many engage tools on the side of University of Toronto, keeping it to the mid and bot lane, making sure that they can collapse on whichever side University of Toronto tries to make a move on, if they do at all, and at the same time poke them on under their turrets. This is the game plan that you want to see from 15 minutes on once they start taking those turrets, but now they have the assistance of the Baron buff to make it even easier.
It's also the beauty of the Jace pick. We saw top lane Jaces, you know, just a couple months ago being able to be split push menaces. So the 4-1 composition with Jace, you wind up meshing that with a poke composition who can rotate to meet him in the close lane. You cannot defend against these towers. The Simon Fraser University, effective use of this Baron buff, still a minute left on it, and they've already gotten 2 towers.
See how hard they want to go. Sometimes you see people throwing that Rumble ultimate over top of the turret to deter the team from defending it. With a lot of poke, they might be able to chunk them low enough. Don't even need a kill. Just make it so that they can't defend. G set down to half health. Uri getting low as well. But no minion wave right now for SFU.
Baron buff only got about 30 seconds left on it, so about one more wave will be crashing into this tower before the Baron buff minions will wind up fading. Simon Fraser University, though, they're just content to, like you said, sit here and poke, zone them away, bounce between this mid lane and the bottom lane tower and see which one they can actually get. Looks like the minions will be meeting up in the bottom side first. Jace going to be split pushing up into the mid lane here. SFU, though, only a couple seconds left on this. It looks like they're not going to get too much tower damage on this one. Instead, just content to poke down and try to get University of Toronto off of it. The UOT doing a decent job at defending in these last couple seconds.
Yeah, SFU still relatively healthy with high mana. There's no need to really back off. They could stay here if they wanted to, but they haven't gone back for a little while now. Probably have a nice chunk of gold sitting in their pocket. We'll see if they choose to keep up this pressure right now that the Baron buff is off or not.
So SFU, Baron buff is gone. It looks like they're just going to wind up shoving out these waves as quickly as possible, seeing if they wind up going back to spend their bank accounts of money that they have left over. University of Toronto have been shoved into their base for a little while and have already spent some of that money. We see Seeker's Arm Guard and Death Cap down for the Orianna, as well as a Guardian Angel picked up for the Pledge. You can see big, deep pockets coming in for Simon Fraser University. Ezreal finishing off that Hex Drinker, so he will be getting some resistances against the only AP threat in Orianna. We see Azanias, in addition to the multitude of damage items picked up by the Rumble, and Leandri's Torment had already been acquired by Elise, now looking for Azanias of her own with that Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind seeing the Elise from here get a little bit tankier, just making it slightly easier to walk in and start contesting vision, because even though they do have this 4,000 gold lead, and that's nice, it's getting into that late game portion where, you know, a half item completed 1,000 gold ahead is not as big as it was 15 minutes ago.
Yep, and we already saw Kled itemizing a little bit of armor now with the Guardian Angel. Seeker's Arm Guard will eventually become Azania's Hourglass, as they do have the English Codex from the side of Orianna as well. Tom Kench has gone for that Locket for himself, so there's going to be additional shields coming in for his team. But it looks like Simon Fraser, they're going to be trying to set themselves up. They have the poke composition. They want to root themselves in vision control to get the Scuttle Crab, get some wards down. It's going to be a Cloud Drake.
Really nice patience there by Goldjet. Big minion wave coming into him, and he just felt like something was off. Did not go to actually try and clear the minion wave. Good decision, because Uri was sitting around on the backside trying to find someone picking him off there. Now with the Drake spawning, he's able to go up there and actually get it. People showing on the map. Really nice patience, which is something a lot of the collegiate teams can struggle with.
It's very true. And Simon Fraser University as Western Conference champions definitely have to demonstrate some things that some of the other collegiate teams have not been able to do, is with the teleport advantage, or the teleport in the top lane here, with a good vision control rooted in by the Cloud Drake they set up over the past 30 or 40 or so seconds. They wound up taking that one for free. 4 Elemental Dragons just to the 1 of University of Toronto.
Fortunately enough for University of Toronto, those Infernal Drakes did not keep spawning.
Yeah,
They didn't get
that's
snowballed
true.
on too hard. Able to grab 1 Mountain Drake of their own. Not a great Drake from behind. Not been hitting turrets. Not going to be taking the Baron buff necessarily. So University of Toronto just looking to hold on. They were able to keep those inhibitor turrets up like we were saying with that first Baron buff. So now SFU going to need to push in. How do they play from here? Do they want to try and 4-1 and set up around the Baron buff? Very dangerous to do against what you could say is the better engaged team available for University of Toronto. You position yourself in that Baron pit, you pin yourself up against the wall, it becomes all too easy.
Yeah, so we'll see what Simon Fraser University wants to do. Try to progress in this one. Baron buff, as you mentioned, Mark, going to be available in about 35 seconds. We see some vision control from the University of Toronto already being placed down. That was the strong point you mentioned maybe 10 or so minutes ago before the first Baron buff went down. UOT being able to root themselves and deny vision from SFU. When they went for that kind of haphazard call around the Dragon Pit, they didn't have complete vision of seeing SFU kind of rotate into the pit from the mid lane. That's where the collapse went wrong. That's where they took too much poke damage and they wound up going down and giving up the advantages. They were so struggling to get back from the early game that set them behind.
Now you see SFU getting good vision control in that top river, setting up for that Baron spawning in just 5 seconds. Goldjet's going to need to make his way down bot lane to match that Kled, who's pushing a wave in right now, but University of Toronto will eventually need to start looking for vision, try and clear their own out, and they're just going to try and not take too much poke damage while they do it.
Yep, both teleports are also available, so those 2 top laners down bot lane will be able to join up in this fight as soon as they wish to. Tom Kench taking a decent amount of poke and prod from the Elise and the Karma. Just going to waddle himself away from that. Looks like the response from University of Toronto is going to be to try to shove up this mid lane. There still is an outer tower there for Simon Fraser University. Only 2 towers have been taken by Toronto and the outer lane. So that mid lane inner tower is something they could potentially get while SFU is setting up for vision control. They got to be very careful about the turn and burn from the poke or the ability to just turn on that Baron then.
right? But University of Toronto does have a couple wards in that river right now. Not able to get complete vision control for the side of Simon Fraser University, making it a little bit easier for University of Toronto to know when they need to walk up or not, mostly fighting over that mid-minion wave. SFU, how much patience do they have? We talked about they have a little bit more than some teams maybe, but they're going to need to make sure that when they start this Baron buff off, they have some poke damage down, some kind of zone control, because otherwise, if it's just a Rumble or a Kled ulting at your face with a Tom Kench porting a Kha'Zix on top of you and an Orianna ult, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Sure, in University of Toronto, they have the tools to potentially turn something around from Simon Fraser if they get the jump on them at Baron or if they catch them out in a hole in their vision. University of Toronto, we mentioned, we're very hyped up, made a run in the Challenger Series Open qualifiers, only be stopped by Delta Fox in the final. So all the culmination of practice throughout the course of the year might be in this Baron fight right here, as Sussus takes a lot of damage from Demnesty, zoning him away, but they are going to get a lot of poke damage from Baron onto Frozen Knight. Gold just teleported around the side, and now we also saw Gaogai teleporting in as well. So this looks like this might want to be a fight. The Command Shockwave is still available, so SFU are going to respect that and have to back away from the damage being taken from Baron.
You see SFU is able to do the Baron very quickly. The fact that Jace wasn't joining in with the team, he was there trying to poke down University of Toronto, deter them from coming in there. They have a lot of damage on the side of SFU, but he gets a little bit caught out of position. Sure, he can 1v1 the Kha'Zix, but his team's on Baron, whereas Kha'Zix team's right behind him. Has to flash away there, and then that splits the team up. They can no longer continue the Baron buff. University of Toronto able to defend that first attempt. The teleports came out as well, so you no longer have to worry about a Rumble appearing on top of your team, and might be a little bit difficult now for SFU to continue trying to force around this Baron pit.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, lots of percent HP damage on the side of SFU. Is the vision being denied here by University of Toronto? They immediately started. SFU, they're none the wiser of this. Their teleport, or lack thereof, is in the bottom lane. Jace is getting their blue buff. University of Toronto, they push them off, and they say, thank you very much, Simon Fraser. We're going to take this one ourselves.
Just getting a little asleep at the wheel there. SFU did not think they would go for that. We talked about University of Toronto still having a Mountain Dragon of their own. Didn't think they would end up in a position to use it. They find an opening there. SFU putting Goldjet down the bot lane. They don't need to do that. They have double teleport. You can put Demnis down there. Instead, it gives this opening for University of Toronto, able to grab their first Baron in the game. And like we mentioned before, a lot of inner turrets available, a lot of inhibitor turrets available. They can really swing this gold back in their advantage.
Yeah, a lot of future investments so far on the side of University.
Lots of gold available to pick up on the map.
Yeah, so they could potentially push out that outer mid lane tower. There's still all the inner tier 2 towers available. This Kled, now with his Titanic Hydra, Maw the Malmortius, Black Cleaver, Guardian Angel, basically full build, just still a spot for a control ward on his side. Can potentially split push against this Rumble or against the Jace, whoever they so decide to send to defend. It looks like University of Toronto first target is that very low outer tower.
They'll get it someday.
The Cannon Greave gets it for him. All right, MVP Cannon minion before he goes down. His last dying breath shot.
He'll be remembered.
The tower.
There you see University of Toronto struggling still to find a way to get onto these turrets. A lot of wave clear available for SFU. Long range, 80 physical damage, not getting negated quite as much by the Baron, obviously. So harder to really push in with that. They might need to find a way to pull the trigger at some point, because just getting one turret and maybe the Elder Dragon isn't going to be enough. SFU, if they're happy to just sit back and clear the minion waves, Elder Dragon won't be doing too much either.
Yeah, as I say, University of Toronto definitely don't want Simon Fraser to get this Elder Dragon, but Simon Fraser may be okay with University of Toronto taking it. Only one Mountain Drake on the side of UOT. SFU has 4 Elder Dragons, so 45 damage per dragon plus the Elder Dragon stack on there. 225 or so damage going to be going over, and that 2 damage per second burn, or 2 second damage burn. SFU, they want this one. University of Toronto do not want them getting it.
Let's go.
Yep, the charge has been pulled out here. They are going to wind up locking down the Goldjet. The Redemption's already been burned. The Equalizer gets thrown down. Gaogai's going to wind up getting demounted here. Going to get eaten up here by JJ. Demnis on the mean side is going to fire a couple of shock blasts, so SFU, they got initiated on, but they've turned it around, and they're going to be the ones starting up the Elder Dragon.
Orianna ultimate's still available, though, but a lot of poke going down. Zeus is getting put below a 3rd HP. Does have his GA available. He could jump in here, trying to test. Also has his flash, smite available. How is University of Toronto going to play this?
Gets chunked out once again. Are they going to try to go for a steal? Looks like the answer is no. They wind up giving this one away. Simon Fraser University, yet another objective under their belt.
It's hard to say if that's the right decision or not, because if you jump in there and you don't get it, you're in a lot of trouble. If you do get it, do you even win the fight? But giving it away now, even with that Baron buff, you have to worry, like you said, that 4 dragon burn is going to be so strong on an Ezreal and a Jace, who's going to be able to have so many poke tools available to get that burn onto you.
Now, it's also been wasting the Baron buff from the University of Toronto. So while they were able to sneak that Baron and get themselves the mid lane tower, that's all they've gotten, Mark. 25 seconds left on it. There's no way they're going to shove up any additional lanes. So they've gotten an mid-outer tower, the third tower of their game, and they lost an Elder Dragon. That's what they did with their Baron buff.
Yeah, not the most successful one we've ever seen.
I'm going to say negative Baron power play.
That's your favorite thing to do, guess the Baron power play.
Yeah, I'm going to say, actually I won't say negative, it's a couple hundred, below 1,500, which is basically how much you get for the Baron itself. But now, SFU, with this Elder Dragon burn on them, 5 stacks of it applied, they can be the ones to kind of bully around University of Toronto. We already mentioned University of Toronto. Sure, they have a Tom Kench, their Kled has a Guardian Angel, a little bit tanky himself, but that damage burn in addition to all the poke and all the damage Simon Fraser already has, it's going to be massive, very difficult for UOT to deal with.
Yeah, but I'm not exactly loving the way SFU is playing this one out. They put a lot of vision control up in that top side jungle, then they all recall. They're grouped up as 5, despite the fact that they have teleports. They can put someone down the bot lane. They have this Elder Dragon burn. They can try and split University of Toronto up a little bit. Would like to see them make better use of this, but it feels like this game's really stalling out, where University of Toronto needs to pull the trigger to find these kills, and they're trying to do it, but they're not able to get them successfully. And SFU is playing too safe. They try to punish those, but they're not willing to really expose themselves to an obvious flank. Here, starting to group up, maybe they'll start finding some way to get some damage down onto University of Toronto.
Yeah, but that Elder Dragon burn does not last forever, so it's not going to be on them for very much longer. We already see it being more than 75% of the way burned through. So Simon Fraser, as you mentioned, their composition doesn't scale as well into the late game as maybe University of Toronto's will. They have, you know, kind of plateaued as far as like items go. They were already cresting the 5 or 6 item point for all their carries here. Last outer tower on the top side of the map, maybe all they wind up getting for this Elder Dragon. You think they'd want to group up and just poke them down. You think a 5-stack Elder Dragon would basically be GG for a poke composition. But all they're going to be able to do is take themselves a tower for themselves. Both of these teams so far playing extremely reserved.
Right, at the same time, Kled still pushing down the bot lane. Matic getting a little aggressive there, trying to get some damage down onto the turret. Rumble ult comes down, burning members low, exposing this inhibitor turret. Looks like they're going to get it.
Yeah, so they will actually break the first inhibitor tower. Zanya's Hourglass already been used. The command Shockwave is going to wind up whiffing, though. The Redemption got popped, and we saw Kled recalling from the bottom lane here. Did not use his own teleport to wind up getting into this fight. But with some key ultimates down and some key items already down, SFU looks like they're going to be continuing to play the poke game. They're going to be the ones continuing to try to push into this base. They want to bust down the first inhibitor of their Collegiate Championship run here against University of Toronto. Poke damage goes down on the Galgai. He gets dismounted, still has Guardian Angel available. University of Toronto will defend the inhibitor, but they have lost 2 times.
A lot of disjointed ultimate usage out of University of Toronto. I understand the idea of trying to hit the Orianna Shockwave on the Zanya's Rumble, pull him back in your team and blow him up. But at the same time, SFU just used a lot of cooldowns there. You can wait for your Kled to recall, come back into base, start a fight out with his ultimate, and then follow up on that. But once the Ori ultimate's down, a lot of your team fight potential is dropped. University of Toronto is struggling to really find an opening, and SFU, we talk about how their comp, for the most part, should be harder to play, but if the enemy is not finding good engage opportunities, you're loving it. You just keep pressing your Karma-empowered shield, speed your team up, run away, disengage from that attempt, and then you just keep poking.
Yeah, well, this is the glory of one of those poke compositions. You don't normally have to get kills. You have to make sure that you push them away from the objective, and you wind up taking them down as soon as you wind up forcing out those cooldowns, forcing those little health bars from UOT. Already, you know, it's a 4,500 gold lead. We're getting into the point where gold leads aren't necessarily going to matter. As I mentioned already, 4 and 5 items pretty much across the board for most of these players on the Rift. But 6 kills to 11, it's a misleading story here. University of Toronto are the ones actually behind, with Baron Bus spawning on the map in just a little bit. Toronto does have that Scuttle Crab vision, and SFU haven't really established vision control for themselves. So it'd be a little bit risky if UOT wants to try to go for engage. They pretty much have all the angles of sight covered.
Definitely going to be difficult for SFU to find a way to burn this Baron down. Like we mentioned before, they have an Infernal, they have a Mountain Dragon, they have a lot of damage. Everyone on the comp does damage, even Karma a little bit.
Yeah.
So they can burn this Baron down if University of Toronto is not in a position to contest right away, but with so much vision down, it's very unlikely that they find themselves in the wrong place.
Well, SFU looks like they want to try to start that one up. Pneumatic actually on the wrong side of the rest of the team has to flash into the Baron pit. Will Arcane shift over the back? Looks like the Twitch Spray and Pray was used here as the charge comes out from Galgai, but there's no follow-up. Still, they burn Summoner Spells from Resident. That's going to be very important if the team fight breaks out afterwards.
Big Shock Blast, though, forcing University of Toronto to get pretty low. The concern there is University of Toronto just starts that Baron buff up on their own, says you got to engage into us, which is something SFU's comp does not want to have to do at all. But as long as they land the poke, they don't have to.
No, we saw Airy maybe trying to chase down onto Frozen Knights at least, but you're gonna see the honey fruit plants pop. They're gonna wind up peeling it back off. Frozen Knight playing some zone control here. SFU have gone back onto the Baron, but they immediately turn off. True Shot Barrage will land onto JJ. He has already used that Devour onto Kled. Now the Equalizer right across the only entrance for UOT. They have to try to go through it. The Smite Steal's not there. Sussus will not get it. And now the fight breaks out. Redemption's been used already. A flash forward there by Frozen Knight trying to get the execute damage down, but it won't be enough. The Zanyas goes out. The Repel goes down, and it's going to be the first kill there picked up by Jeesh onto the Elise, even though the Baron buff went to SFU, but now they're going to continue the chase. Galguy's Guardian Angel was popped on the backside. He's going to get flashed over the wall and taken out, but Demnis goes a little bit too far without his team. Twitch's able to pick up a kill on him. Galguy's somehow still alive, but the Karma's able to take him down. A messy fight.
That's actually huge that he finished the cut off there. If he gets that remount off, he's able to probably finish off the Karma, as well as maybe cutting off the escape of the rest of SFU, giving his team time to collapse onto them. Very scrappy fight overall. SFU does grab the Baron. They lose a lot of summoners, but most importantly, the kills are pretty much even.
And we saw already them kind of hemming and hawing back and forth. The Baron aggro was still on it, was about half HP. Really good Equalizer though, and SFU thinks they can turn and burn after this Baron.
Sussus jumps in there and then flashes out of the pit, actually cuts himself off from the rest of his team. I would have liked to have seen him stay around that area with the rest of his team. If they want to camp his body, that's fine. Instead, it just kind of splits the fight up. He's not able to get involved. Nice Orianna Shockwave there, held it for quite a while, but was able to get a kill with it, as well as trunk some members down low. And then Demnis gets way too far forward from the rest of his team. It really was bad focus by SFU. Some cut back to deal with Galguy's GA coming back up, which you want to be very careful against the Kled, like we talked about, if he gets that remount. So I like the idea to drop back there. Demnis just not quite on the same page.
We saw Pneumatic actually shifting over the wall to chase down Sussus as well. So the Ezreal was not in the entire fight, as he did pop the Kha'Zix Guardian Angel, but Kha'Zix, most importantly, had the Guardian Angel, did not die, and was able to pick up a kill on Demnis as he kind of charged a little bit too far forward, a little bit too gung-ho, but still 3 Baron buffs on the side of Simon Fraser University. This is how they took most of their towers. The first Baron buff, they took 2 of them in the mid and bottom lanes. They grouped up, they poked it down, they rotated around between the lane where the Jace was and the lane where the rest of the team was. Let's see if they can establish that same vision control and try to execute the same thing. 50 minutes in, it's going to be a lot more difficult, though. A lot of these members of UOT hit pretty hard.
Everyone's hitting pretty hard at this point in the game. Minus the Tahm Kench and Karma, most likely. But
well, Karma took down the Kled.
That's
so
true.
It's hard.
Yeah, she definitely does some damage. And the thing is now for University of Toronto is that we talk about the Orianna being the main wave clear. Hold on. Sussus getting a little low there. Has to jump away. With the Orianna being the main wave clear against these Baroned up minions, it can be a little difficult. But SFU has not been that aggressive around these objectives so far. Haven't really pressured. They had that inhibitor turret down. There was a lot of cooldowns not available for University of Toronto, and they still backed off because they were getting a little low. SFU does need to find a way to start actually really breaking this base down. Once you take an inhibitor to it becomes so much easier to play that poke comp because it puts a real timer on University of Toronto.
They've gotten the bottom wave and the mid wave pushing in their favor. Interestingly enough, not going for the exposed inhibitor on the top side for the Equalizer, like you said. The zoning ultimate being thrown down. The Twitch's spray and pray actually being used there just for sole wave clear duties as a Shock Blast gets Jeesh down extremely low. That's going to be the signal for SFU to charge in, take that tower down, and the first inhibitor of the Collegiate Championship, at least on our stream, goes down at 50.5 minutes. The re-engage here coming out from Galguy. The charge just a little bit too short. Won't really catch on to anybody. And Matic has to shift over the wall as he did want to getting slid up by those Void Spikes. But SFU, get an inhibitor, get out.
Well played by SFU. They're doing exactly what they need to. Drop their ultimates, get people down low, make it hard to contest you walking up to the turret. Now that they're low, they have to go back to base. And with the Karma, even though they don't have a tank who really wants to be the one walking to that turret, with those shields, they're able to walk up, tank it just a couple hits, enough time for the very, very strong Ezreal and Jace to knock it down. They grab their first inhibitor, and then the re-engage attempt out of University of Toronto once again coming up short. Literally that time.
Yeah, just right in front of their faces, just like reaching for their feet, like unable to get them, like they're kind of holding their arm out in front of them. It's like, nah, you can't get me. But that's kind of what poke comps do. They just dangle, their carries right in front of you. They put a lot of poke damage in. When you think you can re-engage on them, they just kind of Karma Shield, run away, Ezreal shift away, Jace gate themselves back there. The Baron buff has fallen off though, so the siege coming out from SFU won't be as effective as they don't have kind of that, their key tank and the Baron buffed up minions because they don't have a dedicated tank themselves. But it looks like they are going to be going immediately over to this Elder Dragon. University of Toronto there, they kind of smell something's up. They're going to be going for this, but it's going down really quick.
Yeah, really hard to contest this. Susix does jump in, does not get the steal.
He does not get it, and that's his first death of the game on Kha'Zix, and will it be his last, though? The Tom Kent's gonna get rooted up, stunned up, flashes away. Repel of the wall from Elise will chase down, but more importantly, Orianna falls down to the chase. It's area against the world. The spray and pray is out. He winds up picking up a 1 kill there onto the Karma. The Zanya's Hourglass gets popped, but they're able to turn it around. The Kled and Twitch combination pick up 2 kills.
Ari may be saving the game for his team there. G and Susix dropping down extremely early on, but he's able to get a trade kill back onto Goldjet as well as Jajel. And most importantly, chunk down some of the other members of SFU pretty low. They don't want to back off. SFU thinks they're safe enough to continue pushing and maybe grab some inhibitors. But it's unlikely that they can end the game. But we see the teleport coming in for them this year. Maybe they'll still try it.
Yeah, using the teleport to tank up that minion wave onto the tower, so they are going to get a second inhibitor for their troubles.
And get the
University
third, most likely.
of Toronto, they got to be very careful. That the Elder Dragon burn is still on Simon Fraser University, and it's on some very powerful carries here in the Jace and the Ezreal. The formerly exposed top lane inhibitor looks like might be the last one to go down as Galguy takes a shot blast to the face, immediately gets dismounted, but they've caught the Twitch. He goes down. It's a shutdown for Demnis, and with that kill gone, University of Toronto still have 4 members dead for just a couple more seconds, and the 3 members of Simon Fraser University look like it will be enough to end the game in their favor. Game 1 goes to SFU.
A very long game for SFU there. 53 minutes before they're finally able to close it out. Didn't take their first inhibitor until a couple minutes before that as well, but the engages out of University of Toronto, unable to find a good look all game long, and the poke comp outlasted.
Yeah, and we already said both of these teams playing relatively reserved with the way their compositions work, but also kind of showing a disciplined understanding of how they wanted to wind up winning the game. University of Toronto, they wanted to get those engages. They wanted to be able to turn around on the poke comp. Some of them falling up a little bit short. The poke composition wanted to making sure they respected the Cledel. They backed away from it, maybe playing a little bit too safe. This game going on for over 50 minutes could potentially have gone a little bit shorter for both of these teams. You see why they were #1 in each of their respective divisions.
Right, especially that last sequence of objective play there out of SFU was really, really good. They start off with the Baron buff pushing in that bot wave. They make sure that they're playing around the bot lane for so long that any wards that would ever have been down there time out. They keep the waves pushed in. Even after the Baron buff runs out, they stay around mid lane pushing that in because they know the Elder Dragon's coming up in a couple of seconds. So they don't need to recall. They don't need to give the other team time to breathe. They back off right to the Elder Dragon. They burn it down as fast as they can. That means that University of Toronto is not grouped up in good positions. The fight gets a little close because Twitch is kind of nuts late game, and they didn't find him early on in the fight, but they're still able to clean it up. And then with the Elder Dragon burn, they continue the pressure. Once again, don't recall, go right back in the base where you have these minions already pushed up and keep taking inhibitors.
Yeah, and that's the kind of pace we wanted to see Simon Fraser University keeping up for the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game. And although they did wind up going very far ahead in the lane phase, University of Toronto were able to turn things around once we kind of hit that 15, 20-minute mark where we thought the poke comp was going to pick up the pace.
Right, I mean, that was the case where they had that one mis-executed 2v2 in the mid lane where they gave up 2 kills, and that really hurt their ability to play at a fast pace. After they gave up those kills, there was that really crazy skirmish where University of Toronto starts getting too aggressive onto the side of University of Toronto, who picked a fight that they probably shouldn't have without their Orianna ult available. And so there are a lot of plays like that where you saw the side of SFU punishing University of Toronto's engages.
Yeah, and we have a couple of replays to that as well, starting specifically with that fight where that Kled ultimate kind of comes in to try to turn things around. And you think that SFU is going to wind up getting away from this one, but it does wind up getting turned around.
Right, this is what we're talking about, these kind of engages that they might not want to be looking for. They have no Orianna ult there to combo in with anything, but we see the shift in by Nomadic is too far forward. There, once again, the Jace goes too far forward, presenting themselves as targets to focus down. Once they die, SFU not wanting to back away. We talk about how sometimes they overstay a little bit here, trying to find at least one cleanup kill. Hopefully they think they can get Jajel. They do grab him, but there you see a huge Orianna shockwave pull everyone in, and there's that ace.
Yeah, and that's University of Toronto turning things around and kind of making it go in their favor ever so slightly. Although they were not able to really keep the pace up themselves. You think at that point they utilize the Kled ultimate to continue to charge in. They kind of split the poke composition across the map, not let them kind of group up and get their vision control down pat where they could walk into those corridors that wind up getting blown up. But it's going to be SFU that actually slow and steady are able just, 8.5 minutes later to turn things around and wind up getting their first Baron of the game on the back of that too.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we keep talking about, these kind of flubbed engages. You almost never saw a great combo. This time around, Jajel goes in first, doesn't actually bring anyone with him. Frozen Knight just kind of scuttles away there. Now Galguy tries to go in. His ultimate does not actually find a target to latch onto. Even if it did, that mid turret's still up. And now without their 2 easiest engage tools available, SFU is going to try and punish them while they're still forcing this dragon. Galguy a little bit too far forward. Yeah, JJ can save him, but now everyone's starting to get low. The Rumble ultimate comes down on top. Demnis is flanking around the backside, so you see SFU able to push them off the Dragon. They finish that one off. Demnis has the flank here. They start cleaning up these kills, and they're going to get 3 here, which enables them to take this team fight victory and run it up to the Baron buff.
And you would like to think that off the back of this fight, off the fact that they wound up getting a Baron, you know, at 28.5 minutes into the game, that SFU were able to coast to victory after that. But things got pretty messy and pretty chaotic for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that was the case where you almost always saw SFU pushing up. They have the pressure. They have more objectives on their side. University of Toronto tries to stop them. Their engages are not super clean. You never saw a good TP flank. A lot of the Kled ultimates just came straight up the gut. Very obvious, very telegraphed plays. You obviously, with a Karma, able to disengage that. And then SFU is trying to find these openings, but don't hard commit to them and keep backing off. So it was this kind of push and pull where neither team was doing quite enough to really take the game into their favor.
And we mentioned vision control around the Baron pit was the way that UOT was preventing Simon Fraser from getting those early Barons and setting up an established kind of poke-heavy corridor of doom. But it was vision control from the side of Simon Fraser that, although it took them, you know, until 52 minutes, was the key thing. You mentioned already the fact that they could bounce between the bot lane and the mid lane. When the Baron buff ran out, they knew the Elder Dragon was coming up. That's what sealed the fate of UOT.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is they were doing a hard, not doing a great job vision controlling with sweepers and stuff. So hey, how about we just don't let them in the area for 3 minutes? They're able to get complete vision control of the Elder Dragon, just force it down. Susis jumps in, still in range for the smite, but isn't able to mentally prepare for what he's jumping into there. Goes down. G gets burned really pretty heavily by the gold jet there, and then the over chase onto Eri. No one able to actually get onto him and finish him off. He trays back a lot of damage. It helps them stall this game out for a little bit longer, but the 3v2 is too hard for them to actually win. Eri eventually gets hit by a cocoon when they're trying to defend their last inhibitor, and the side of SFU is able to take the game.
Yeah, very key to mention here that SFU had their main damage dealers, kind of the ones that just are like, all right, let's back off. We have the Elder Dragon burn. We can just wind up taking these free inhibitors. They had the top lane inhibitor exposed. That's where they rotate to last, and they wind up picking up the win off of it.
Yeah, you still have the Jason Ezreal alive. If the Twitch doesn't find a way onto you, you're going to be able to take a lot of the remaining turrets and inhibitors left, and that's actually what they ended up doing.
All right, and so we're going to take a quick break after that very long game, but when we return, it's game 2 between Simon Fraser and Toronto. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the League of Legends College Championship.
We're gonna send them home. So let's go.
Yeah, as we see Frozen having to burn his flash immediately, but the bear trap on the rope and the flash to follow First Blood gets picked up in the mid lane for Toronto.
I can eat you if they go on you.
Chunk to Elise.
Go. I'm on Ezreal. I'm on Ezreal.
Eden. Ezreal. Come on, Elise is dead. Chase. I'm on. I have a reset. I'll teach. Oh,
you guys can go.
I'm here.
Chase. Nice. You have someone go bot.
Yeah, keep looking. Got Ori. I'm behind. We can win.
This one.
Kled. And we can Baron after. Wait. Nice, Baron. Maybe cap.
Stunned up, flashes away. Repel of the wall from Elise will chase down, but more importantly, Orianna falls down to the chase. It's Eri against the world. The spray and pray is out. He wants to pick it up. A 1 kill there onto the Karma. Game 1 goes to SFU.
Yeah, beating Toronto felt really good. They were an opponent that we've never scrimmed before because we've just never contacted them. And also they've been pretty notorious for coming as runner-ups in the Open Qualifier tournament back last season. So yeah, they were a pretty fierce opponent in our minds, but when it actually came to playing on the stage, I thought they were pretty easy.
With some big words to say pretty easy in a 50-something minute game.
Not as easy this time.
Yeah, welcome back to the Collegiate Championships here. We saw already University of Toronto fell to Simon Fraser University in game number 1, but as we just said, 50-some-odd minutes did not seem as easy as Collegiate made it out to be.
Yeah, and I think it's a case where, I think this is the kind of the big end of season tournament that everyone's looking forward to. Maybe you're not pulling out quite all the stops in the previous situation. So University of Toronto, hopefully have something to answer back with here in game 2. Game 1, I didn't hate their comp. I thought it was a little risky in the early game to have such a weak bot lane. You saw that it was kind of getting exploited. But then in the mid game, they ended up in a fine position, and that was really where they ran into issues, was finding actual openings to start getting kills.
Right, Jish and Sussis, the mid and jungle kind of combination between the two of them.
Fed.
Super fed, super far ahead. They didn't necessarily get a lot done in the laning phase, but it was very difficult to pick out a member on Simon Fraser University where you could pretty much say the same thing, like this guy did extremely well that game. Maybe it was Goldjet, we mentioned already, very notoriously known for playing the Nautilus and the Maokai top lane, brings the Rumble against the Kled, survives multiple ganks from Sussis in the top lane, eventually becomes a big damage threat in the late game. But Simon Fraser, if I recall, ended that game kills behind. The gold was relatively close for a 50-something minute game. It was a very, very grindy, difficult match.
Yeah, you see the side of University of Toronto and Simon Fraser staying on their respective sides. Blue once again for University of Toronto here. Bands staying exactly the same as well. I'm not sure what they're going to do to adapt. I wouldn't mind seeing a Karma first pick out of University of Toronto, given how much difficulty it not only gave them in the lane, but then in the late game, the speed up to just run away from those Flood ultimates like that we said, were a little telegraph. Oh, this is the angle he's coming from. I'm going to speed the team up, and we're going to run this way away from it.
Yep, and then try to corridor them into somewhere where they can just lay down a blanket Rumble ultimate. But it is going to be the Cossacks' first pick once again by University of Toronto. So, I mean, we could potentially just see a very similar kind of pick man phase here. The Karma being locked in by Simon Fraser. They could pick the Ezreal for themselves right here, and we could just have a redo.
Now, this is always one of those interesting situations that happens where a team is running it back after losing, and as the outside person, you're kind of saying, what are you doing? You didn't look like you were super coordinated with your comp. You had some struggles in the early game. Your late game execution was not super clean, but maybe Toronto had stage jitters. Maybe there was an issue that they had. Maybe they've had scrims with this comp and they crushed it numerous times over. And I can respect someone wanting to stick with something and say, no, we're going to execute better this time around and we're going to win.
Well, I mean, of course, we are in the 10-ban system here for the Collegiate Championship Finals, or just the Collegiate Championships. So that means that there's the ability to ban away something from the top lane pool. There are, I believe, 3 out of the 4 bans in phase number 2 from last game were all targeted at these 2 top laners. So although we've seen a rinse and repeat for the first 3 picks, this could be where something changes up.
Potentially, we'll see. I think both people seemed happy with the top lane. Yeah. We saw a lot of attention going to the top side for University of Toronto, not actually able to find a kill early on. Maybe this time they say, well, let's just take that matchup again and play it better. We'll actually get some kills to relieve some pressure around our bot lane. There's a lot of things that could have gone different that game, and if University of Toronto got a comp they're super confident with, just mis-executed and wanted to completely run it back, I think that's a decent decision, because if they get a couple of those engages a little bit cleaner, if they actually turn a kill or 2 in the early game, it's a totally different story.
Well, the one ban that has changed here is the Jace ban instead of the Syndra ban coming out here from University of Toronto. So that means that Demnis might not be able to pick up something AD-centric in the mid lane, and that may wind up changing the top lane pick here from Simon Fraser. You wind up running basically 4 APs and an Ezreal. That's not a lot of physical damage. You can itemize against that very heavily by picking a tank of yourself in the top lane, or it looks like the Simon Fraser are going to try to go with it.
Actually, a huge difference in the draft, despite it only being 1 champion, an AD taken out of the mid lane. You can no longer take it now. If you take the Rumble with the Syndra, like you said, very, very magic damage heavy. Also, the other thing that happens is if they choose not to take it early on, University of Toronto can grab it. Looks like they're not going to actually take the Syndra, sticking with the Orianna, but this time changing up to a Galio, going for a tank matchup instead in the top lane. Still pretty different overall because there's no longer that Jace to counter the Orianna. Do they go with the Syndra? Do they try something else? A lot of stuff being changed around just based off that one ban.
Yeah, it looks like the Syndra will be locked in, so a very AP-heavy composition from Simon Fraser University, and a little bit more protection for the Twitch coming out here. The Galio, we've seen it be utilized as kind of like a replacement Shen at MSI. We've also seen it be a little bit more lane dominant in that top lane matchup. This time around, you know, Galio was known as like kind of like the magic resistance tank, like before he got changed. Still extremely tanky going up against that Rumble.
It's interesting because most of the time when we see the successful Galios, they have a clear target that they're going to want to jump on to either save against a heavy dive team or to put on an assassin who's going to jump in and kind of go crazy with that damage reduction. Here, yes, they do have the Kha'Zix, but it's a little bit tough to guarantee that the Kha'Zix is strong. Sure, it happened last game, but if you don't find those early kills, you're not as big of a threat necessarily. And then the team comp that they're playing against is not a dive team comp at all. It is a lot of long-range damage. So if the Twitch is caught out of position, you're not slamming down onto a bunch of melee assassins and knocking them all up for the Twitch to run wild. The Twitch is still probably going to be getting hit.
Well, maybe it's going to be University of Toronto channeling their inner Gigabyte Marines, a composition very similar that they ran over at MSI. It worked pretty well for themselves, although they did not have the Orianna in the mid lane. I believe it was another assassin that they had for Optimus in that comp. But Simon Fraser, a little bit of a different kind of look to their composition. Like you mentioned, how important that Jace being taken away and being turned into another magic damage that could be for Toronto.
Yep, you see the Galio, you talk about it, he still loves stacking MR, has a lot of passives in his kit that are going to benefit from having bonus MR, as well as the fact that Simon Fraser a little bit less of a poke comp now, a little bit more of a pick comp with the Syndra as opposed to the Jace, being able to combo with the Elise extremely strong early on, get some of that chain CC with those line skill shots.
All right, so game number 2, we're about to jump on the Rift here. Simon Fraser University, one game away from knocking University of Toronto, the Eastern Conference champions, out of the Campus Series playoffs because these are best of 3s here, Mark. One more game, they're done.
Yeah, pretty much letting it all ride on the fact that these small adaptations in the draft are going to be able to carry them through. And I do like them a little bit. You have the Galio, hypothetically great against SFU's comp, not great with your own in terms of enabling someone to do something different, but at the very least, a nice tank, a stronger laner than Kled is a lot of the time, being able to just auto-push a wave, and then also having the ability to stack MR against a very magic damage-heavy team of SFU. The one thing that's a little scary for me is Jeesh did not elect to take Cleanse, which is the kind of insta-pick summoner when you're against the Elise and Syndra chain CC combo. So he's going to have some fancy footwork in the early laning phase.
Well, we'll see if Jeesh is going to be the one that SFU decide to target. Meanwhile, University of Toronto, we already saw how much they were trying to target Goldjet on the top side of the map last game. Galio going to be bringing a little bit more dedicated crowd control, a little bit more upfront burst damage than the Kled did in the previous matchup. We'll see if University of Toronto are able to capitalize on some of those because Sussus did wind up getting ahead eventually last game, based off the fact they're able to turn around some fights in the mid lane in their favor, but he spent so much of his first 15 minutes on the top side of the map and got nothing for it.
Right, the counter pick did not really work out. Then in the late game, sure, Kled likes running straight up the middle usually because you can speed up your whole team. But every time they did it, they weren't really forcing SFU into a position where they couldn't back away anymore. And eventually the Kled ult was going to hit. SFU was pretty much almost always able to disengage, as well as the fact that they didn't have a great follow-up. Someone else who's happy to run in with that speed and join in at close range. So elect for the Galio, like you said, and here, Sussus might need to put a little bit more focus on controlling around mid lane, because we saw early on Frozen Knight turn a gank in the mid lane, was able to trade some summoners. This time around with the extra CC that the Syndra can bring from range, might be a kill.
Well, most importantly, this game has started off better for Simon Fraser University.
Yeah, no first blood level 1.
First blood at level 1.
They let me go on my tangent about team comps.
That's great. Maybe they just listened, and that was the adaptation that they made in between game 1 and 2, is not give up first blood in the first 50 seconds of the game. But once again, a rinse and repeat of this very same bottom lane we saw last game. Ari and JJ were continuously pushed in by Nomadic. Oh, sorry, JJ. I'm getting my J's confused here.
It's tough, Tom. I'm not judging you for that one.
Oh, well, JJ and Nomadic were pushing in JJ and Ari on the bottom side of the map quite heavily, and I expect to see the exact same thing. But the big question mark we said, where does Sussus go to try to get this advantage on the Kha'Zix? Will it be continuing on the top side? Will he be giving a little bit more relief pressure down on the bottom side of Twitch? Like we said, there's more eggs in the Twitch basket this game.
It's tough because you don't actually have great gank setup down in the bot lane. So with a champion like a Thresh who does lose against the Karma, at least you have some ability to trade early on, and then you have that all-in threat that's very strong. Tom Kench does not have the best all-in threat against a ranged pokey champion like the Karma, so it can be really tough to not only survive the 2v2, but when you want to actually gank the lane, pre-6, you don't have the best tools to kick that off.
Sus is getting a little bit aggressive here, going for a jungle invade. Will smite down that big Krug, but isn't he caught up here by Collegiate, who turns and burns him for a little bit of flame spitter damage, but Sus still gets a successful camp steal.
Frozen Knight saying thank you in chat, protect my camps. Gonna have a little bit more farm to be able to grab away here maybe. Instead, Frozen Knight focusing more down that bot side like we said. This is where he spent a lot of time last game, able to get some advantages down here, stole away a red buff, got an early dragon with that pressure as bot lane has. This time, wrapping around, the enemy team stuck under the turret, gonna go for these Krugs before maybe looking at a gank, but there is a ward in that brush.
Yeah, so Frozen Knight continuing to do a good job of being where Sussus is not. We're gonna use the screen while Sussus is gonna use that blast cone here. Flash away from the Justice Punch to the flash taunt forward after Collegiate here. He's got no summoners to escape, and this is gonna be first blood given to Kaze.
Really like that repeat gank out of Sussus. The fact that he got spotted out in the top side, you would think maybe, okay, I forced him out of top lane, he's gonna go somewhere else, continue on with his clear. Instead, Sus is still up on the top side, waits for that ward to time out in the top lane. Previously, Galguy had pinged it out, so they probably had that one pretty well figured out when it was gonna run out. He takes the blast cone over and finds an opportunity. Frozen Knight wants to answer back somehow in the mid lane.
Oh, the sun is there, the follow-up cocoon there, no cleanse available. G's gonna have to flash away from this. The Ignite is ticking down, and Frozen Knight with the repel after gives the kill over to Temnis.
And there is that CC that we were talking about. The barrier, it's able to prevent a lot of damage. That's nice, but at the end of the day, they're still able to follow up on you and get that kill. It's a tough situation to be in because the cleanse is not great against the team comp of the side of Simon Fraser University. But in a situation like this, you would love to be able to move and not stand still for 2 seconds and eat a lot of damage. GCC taken down, almost made it back to his turret, not quite able to do so.
No, burns both of his summoners for that trouble as well. So while a successful gank and First Blood goes to the University of Toronto on the top side of the map, it is equally met by Simon Fraser University in the middle of the map, and that's going to be something we mentioned. How does the Syndra change the dynamic of this team composition, specifically when she's already winning this mid lane matchup, whereas previously it was Jish who had the advantage in game number 1 over the Jace.
Yeah, and we see a lot of trading down this top side. Collegiate and Galguy going pretty hard at each other there. Galio still going for the early triple Doran's ring. Helps way too much with wave clear to want to ignore that one. Another gank coming in the mid lane.
Geesh dodges out on one stomach, gets hit up by the other one, and there's a ton of damage coming out here. One more orb means that Frozen Knight actually gets the kill. Sussus winds up jumping in, flashing after that one as well, but Frozen Knight just repels.
They need to get some vision control down here. They have a little bit in the bot side, but not nearly enough in the mid lane here for how much focus that he's going to be able to get from here on. Now it's
Dennis! Oh, hits level 6, and one more from the Force of Will. Picks up his second kill of the game. This is why the Syndra was banned, I guess, in game 1.
Yeah, making them regret that one change in the draft, maybe. You see the 2 early kills on him. Syndra, one of those champions who once she starts getting ahead, gets absolutely crazy. Here, you see they only need 1 stun at this point with no summoners available for Jish. Able to get the repel out. Doesn't even need to flash, is able to hold that one. And then Seuss is just not tracking the XP well. Demnis, really hard to do with the early kills. Has no idea he's about to hit 6 here. And is just way too far forward. Gets stunned, 6 hit on the stun, and then able to get the follow-up kill.
Man, that was just a fadeaway toss from that last
He knew it was me.
Brock as well. Meanwhile, on the bot side, now Tom Ken's going to get rooted up here. Elise lands the cocoon to follow up, and that's a kill picked up for Pneumatic. SFU are on fire this early
We
game.
talked about how University of Toronto might have had a couple opportunities last game to get things in their favor. Well, I guess SFU also had the chance to snowball, and here you see with the more aggressive mid laner with better setup, they're able to snowball around the mid lane. That's buying them a lot of pressure, and they're able to start moving around the map. University of Toronto struggling to keep up, though JJ a little bit too far forward.
Walks into a Sussus there, but the isolation damage is not quite big enough to take down the Karma here. Simon Fraser University continuing to get vision control down into the opposing side of the map. You mentioned Frozen Knight targeted the bottom side of the map, invaded down, took a red buff early on, transitioned that into a dragon. Guess what? Cloud Drake's available, red buff respawn for the side of University of Toronto. This is what Simon Fraser University is looking to do. Sussus only level 6, Frozen only level 5. Frozen Knight level 6. The smite will come down from Sussus though, but he has to hop away.
Is that Frozen Knight who smited too early?
Frozen Knight, yeah. The smite's still available for Sussus there, so just the execution damage coming out from Kha'Zix gets it.
A little unfortunate, but did miss the cocoon. SFU doing a good job keeping the pressure up though. Lots of invades, lots of looks at lanes, good vision control in that bot side jungle, and buying a lot of room for Rumble to just push way up in the top side and just kind of go even with this Galio.
Yeah, actually 66 CS to now the 59 of Galguy with a wave pushing back in his favor. So even though Collegiate gave up first blood for his team, but he touched so many ganks in game number 1, he eventually had to die to one. This time around, it's the only kill that University of Toronto has in the early game. Things have kind of flipped in the way that the kill score is looking from game number 1.
Oh yeah, totally different. SFU jumping out to a quick 2,000 gold lead. University of Toronto struggling, and it's going to get worse. Syndra has not quite power spiked yet, despite already having a 20 CS advantage. At some point, she's going to finish that Morello Namicon and probably go into double pen items, which is kind of the standard I'm going crazy build. You get those pen boots, you get that haunting guys, and you start blowing people up before they can really itemize magic resist. And here, Jeesh almost getting caught out.
Well, uses the command shot where Frozen and repels over. Demnus gets a really good stun coming out here with a flash thrower from Airy, trying to take down Demnus, and he will get the kill. So even though the ultimate comes out from Syndra, Twitch stays alive, and now University of Toronto, 5 members strong here in this mid lane, collapsing on the Frozen Knight. He's going to wind up getting slowed up, tagged up, and Sussus picks up a kill. Flash over the wall from JJ. He's not going to wind up landing onto Jajol, and they disengage. But Cloud Drake in their sights now.
Really nice roam out of University of Toronto there. It felt like SFU was aware that, yeah, maybe the other junglers here, we can probably handle that, but they did not think the Twitch was there. And there you get to see Airy showing you don't need to be scared of Syndra. AD carries can go right next to her and be just fine.
Not too sure about that one. Maybe it's because you got a Galio who's able to heroically enter on top of you and give you those extra resistances. But as soon as the Cloud Drake goes down, Airy, he's back up to his twitchy ways here, throws down the Venomous Cask onto Jajel, but they will not wind up getting some follow-up damage there.
Really huge answer to the fact that they're able to stop the Syndra from going totally crazy. The heal, keeping everyone healthy. There's that ultimate, not able to actually go from 100 to 0. Usually you do need to land another spell before that. And now that the Syndra is down, Frozen Knight has a long walk to get back to a turret. It's going to get caught out as well.
Yeah, well, that was the difference between having the money to finish your Morellonomicon, or a piece of your Morellonomicon, and actually going back and finishing it. Now Sorcerer Shoes Phoenix Codex picked up by Demnus might have been able to take down the Twitch, but it was just also really good timing of University of Toronto being in the right place at the right time, knowing that the Syndra had just stopped her recall in the middle of the lane. Something was up, the enemy jungler was there, and they capitalized on a response.
Yep, good bait. Here you see Uri still looking for opportunities, going at Demnus once again.
Hey, look, no one's here. Just kidding, it's a Twitch! He's invisible! Jeez picks up the kill as they continue to punish now Demnus, who was ahead. Jeez got ignited, taken down extremely low, has to flash away from the equalizers. Now Goldjet rotates down from top lane.
SFU getting a little desperate to try and find an answer back here. Another good roam coming out of the bot lane from JJ and Airy. Almost messed it up.
Almost, but you got it. You got yourself.
So the reason that last game they were unable to really find all these opportunities because they were pushing constantly by the Karma and the Ezreal. Frozen Knight had a lot of vision control down there. This time around, off the recall, they find their first opening, and after that, it bought them so much space. They get the first kill, as we see some trades going down the top side. They get the first kill around the mid lane. That opens up the dragon. That means the bot lane of SFU cannot keep pushing in because they have to back off and respect the fact that they're down their mid laner and their jungler. And then before SFU can really get control completely back on the map, once again, the Twitch is roaming around.
I think a big portion of this is also the fact that the First Blood gang on the top side worked out from the side of UOT, as you see Airy not being afraid to kind of just get up close and personal with this bot lane here from SFU. And meanwhile, in the mid lane here, they're going to wind up connecting the stun onto Jeesh. Demnus has no way to wind up following up on that. Whereas a teleport comes from Goldjet on the bottom side. He's going to be able to help them pick up a kill. They wind up finally picking up a kill on Jeesh in the mid lane, but now Galio has joined the fray as well, but Tahm Kench has already fallen. Goldjet has the poison taken away, but the Karma Shield keeps him alive. Pneumatic, low on mana, just a couple of Ezreal audio attacks off, is going to force the Galio back.
SFU able to pick up 2 kills in response. Jeesh on the tail end of that. The nice thing about that Rumble Equalizer, despite the fact that it whiffed and didn't get a kill, it forced the flash out. And with no cleanse or any kind of defensive tools available for the Orianna besides her shield.
Oh, Twitch!
Back.
Heroic Entrance is there, he has the resistances, and Sussus is there as well, so Jage will wind up following the Matic. Now no mana left. Execute is there from Sussus. 2 quick answer kills there by Toronto.
The stealth's coming up big. Both Twitch and Kha'Zix coming around. Invisible, able to find some kills.
I found out who Galio wants to ult on. Now that the fact that they've opened up Airy, he's the target for all these heroic entrances. And I can't help but think that the first blood kill on the top side of the map, Sussus spent 15 minutes to no avail last game doing so. Now he's able to be elsewhere on the map, and he's enabled this Galio to just bully around the Rumble.
Yeah, you see University of Toronto wanting to take this all in. They positioned a little bit too far forward, opening up the flank, teleport to come in, able to finish off JJ. Galio starts channeling his a little bit late. Galguy does show up, able to land the taunt. Still not great though. You see SFU able to kind of walk away, force them low, but they just lose track of where everyone is. They think that they're going to back away here, and as you see, the Kha'Zix wraps around. He goes invisible. The Twitch comes back in, not actually recalling. No idea exactly what's going on.
Kaz just clears up a ward, so they know that he's there, but they saw Galio going back, but they forgot that his ultimate was available to come back in, so they think they have a 2v2, and instead, they did.
Yeah, you think, okay, well, sure, Kha'Zix is clearing one ward, but afterwards he's probably going to back off.
They're not done yet. The Tahm Kench now teleports the Kha'Zix into the fray as Aery stealths up. They're going to want to pick down JJ. A killing spree picked up for this Twitch. And the Matic, he's burning down. He's poisoned down. JJ going to zone him away, but a flash pick up there by Sussus. Now it's the double assassin for Twitch and Kha'Zix with 7 of these 8 kills.
This looks a little bit more like the campus series I knew from the regular season. Kills going down every 30 seconds. No time to talk about what just happened. There's something new going on. Here, a dive in the mid lane.
Yeah, looks like I'm going to have some fun with this one. One stun misses, the other one lands, and down goes Jesus. Demnis picks up a kill. Now Goldjet going to get taunted up by Gao. The Winds of War have already been used up. The Justice Punch has locked him down as well. One more Winds of War trying to get the damage down, but this tower in the mid lane will fall, and all of a sudden JJ is here, but he's brought no one with him. He's going to wind up dying. 2 more kills picked up by SFU as 2 on the bottom side go to UOT.
And Galio, unfortunately not able to find the solo kill onto Rumble, has to back off with the rest of his team dying around the mid lane. And this is that craziness that we're talking about. I think University of Toronto might have actually grabbed the first turret in the bot lane. I'm not exactly sure who got that gold. But either way, kills are even. Gold, about 1,500 in advantage of Simon Fraser University. And now here we go with the Rift.
Yeah, this is also the campus series I remember. 2 for 2 on Rift Herald on our stream, Mark. Don't know how it's going on the second one, but we'll see, though. Galio coming in here wants to try to make a case for this one. Remember, Equalizer gets used on just the one target, and it will wind up being Simon Fraser University that picks up the Rift Herald. They do pick up a kill onto Guy's Galio as well, but the rest of UOT is here. Stun from Demnis misses, but it's just enough to disengage.
Good ultimate by Goldjet there, a little bit off camera, stopping the rest of the team from following up on the Galio, who is going really aggressive, trying to interrupt the Rift Herald. Even if you don't kill it and steal away the buff for yourself, maybe if you get aggressive enough in that team fight, they can't actually pick the buff up. But instead, he gets isolated because of the nice zoning equalizer. He gets focused down, SFU is able to pick up that objective and get out.
Rift Herald does pack a bit of a punch in and of itself, so potentially going to be taking someone down with him. But Galio, as you mentioned, no teammates available to follow up because the equalizer cut off their Goldjet. Means that he winds up going down, but University of Toronto, they forced away Simon Fraser. They're going to be getting their second dragon in the game. Unfortunately for them, this is the second Cloud Drake. It's not the most combat efficient dragon if they're going to continue to be going back and forth with these trades of kills, but it's very good for moving around the map and potentially setting up for some more tower pushes.
Yeah, we talk about the Twitch and the Tahm Kench being able to move and try and find some picks. Cloud Drake can help with that as well as get back in position afterwards. Here we see this gank in the bot lane. It can be a little risky to wrap around like that sometimes, but you know there's a lot of focus down on the bot side. And you know the Orianna has no summoners really available. Did have the barrier, but not much. Here we go, fight the top side.
Yeah, the heroic entrance is there to turn around something Simon Fraser University looks like to try a new. Demnis caught between the rest of his team and a wall there. A flash taunt locks up on everybody but for Pneumatic. Frozen Knight's gonna go down to Sussus. He gets gobbled up by Tahm Kench. No HP on him. He spits himself back out. There's a slow tag onto Goldjet, and the rest of UOT trying to chase this down. Goldjet does get tied up by the Winds of War. A taunt gonna come out and land onto the Rumble. Orianna's joined the fray. He's gonna be flashing forward. Doesn't have the mana for the turnaround shockwave though. They're burning down in the Rumble Flame Spitter. There will be a 1-for-1 trade. Karma gonna be flashing aggressively, tries to get a kill onto the low HP Tahm Kench. Chaos, Mark. Chaos has erupted on the Rift.
Absolute chaos. It looked like University of Toronto was trying to defend their top outer turret, and SFU wanted to get a flank dive off. But when we talk about those Cloud Drakes, Tom, University of Toronto is able to get up to the top side. They defend the turret. They get some cleanup kills as SFU was a little overextended. And Goldjet had a good ultimate, almost turned that fight back around, but Pneumatic was not able to get in there for the cleanup kills that we know Ezreal is so great at. And as a result, University of Toronto grabs some mid-turret, getting their second of the game and bringing the gold basically back to even.
Yeah, so now University of Toronto is the one with the tower advantage, and they have the Orianna Shockwave still available because Jeesh flashes into this fight later on. It doesn't have the mana available. This is how it started because we were in a replay last time this happened. But the complete turnaround, look at just the presence that University of Toronto has to just join this fight.
Yeah, a lot of tools available there. You saw the heroic entrance, basically going nowhere, but at least getting the shield down to protect Aery. He's able to survive. And there, JJ gets involved. He didn't bring Kaz to him initially, but able to save. Sussus jumped in a little aggressively there. And now here's that long chase down onto Goldjet, who tries to turn it around a little bit as Orianna gets too aggressive without her shield, or without her mana to be able to ultimate. A nice equalizer there, but Pneumatic not actually getting enough damage in to trade too many kills back. He probably could have played that one more aggressively. He took a little bit of a weird path trying to get around the Winds of War out of Galio. It doesn't do so much damage that you should misposition yourself when you could probably get another kill or two. So very, very scrappy fight going inside of University of Toronto.
Well, SFU steal away a red buff. Now we're trying to group up the Rift Herald on the bottom side of the map, but Galio clearing out the minion waves, chunking Rift Herald down below half HP. Looks like, though, that will be Goldjet tanking the tower to keep Rift Herald alive as much as possible. The Justice Punch, the Winds of War take down the Rift Herald, but what is the cost? The tower falls down. Galio will soon follow, and SFU get themselves a kill and a tower.
A little too aggressive there for Gao Guy. SFU was ahead on the rotation. They had the Rift Herald as well. They group up and take it down. Now, this is one of those interesting propositions where you wonder, was that really the wrong play to trade your life to kill the Rift Herald? Because at the same time, maybe your Twitch on the top side doesn't get down in time to defend the second turret. It's a weird thing that we haven't seen enough Rift Herald to really know yet, because otherwise, SFU groups up with 4 there and continues pushing with it.
Well, I may not have the same expert analysis on the Rift Herald that you do, Mark, but this is the Collegiate scene. They killed the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that's true. Gao Gao was going all in for that thing.
The University of Toronto are able to respond with the Twitch in the top side of the map and do have a little bit more pressure from the Orianna rotating down to just force SFU away from that tier 2 bottom lane tower. So the kills are evened up. The gold only a couple hundred favor in SFU. In favor of SFU. The Dragons, though, and the tower advantage in favor of University of Toronto. The next big question is going to be, University of Toronto knocked down all of the outer towers. How do they break the inner towers?
Well, one thing I want to point out before then is just the adaptive helm being finished on the side of Galio. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the day, being ready to rumble. No surprise to see it there, but one of the interactions that's pretty important to note is that technically every ball that comes out of the Syndra ultimate is a separate ability. So you are able to, well, it's not all a separate ability, but it counts as separate damage ticks. So it'll actually negate all of them after the first one. You'll be taking reduced damage from all of that. So a great item into Rumble and surprisingly good item into Syndra as well, who has a fairly spammable Q.
Yeah, so very good new itemization picked up here by the reworked Galio. Wasn't something that was available to him at MSI, who was already a popular pick back then. Now with the adaptive helm on 7.9 here. We'll see if he winds up becoming a little bit tankier, as he has gone from being 0-0-4 to 0-3-7, as he has kind of gung-ho charged himself into some of these sticky situations. It's called heroic entrance, not heroic retreat. So maybe just playing to the way the character was
Heroic
designed.
defensive dive. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
Heroic exit. No. This time around, it's going to be the side of University of Toronto getting some early Baron vision down. 20 minutes into the game, Baron Nashor has spawned. Looks like they're going to be trying to pick somebody off here. Play the Rune King completed for Twitch. Trying to get some damage down into Matic. There's going to be slows, there's going to be stuns, there's going to be roots. They're going to have to eat him up, gobble him away. Tom Kent spits him out safe.
Once again, Sousis had found himself a lot of kills, but the other carry joining him this time, who's pretty fed instead of Jish this time, is Uri on the Twitch, who, honestly, if you have to pick between the two, is probably the better one, able to go aggressive, stealth up on people, and drop Pneumatic down to half health pretty easily there. Not able to find the kill, but as long as they're able to keep setting up this vision control, the Twitch can go a lot more aggressive. Extra defensive tools available. The Kled, not so great. Galio, a lot of damage reduction.
Very true. Just using that heroic entrance on the Twitch will be reducing it by about 40-50%. We see a very cheeky Baron started up here by University of Toronto. The Tom Kench is tanking this one. The Twitch and the Kha'Zix are there, but the Scrying Orb does reveal it, and they have to back away. They're taking a bit of damage, and meanwhile, Frozen Knight takes down Jish, who is kind of on zoning duty. He's trying to play it off as all of a ploy, but he wants to give up his life.
Yeah, pretty aggressive on the side of University of Toronto, trying to start a Baron buff off with no Mountain or Infernal Dragon, just 21 minutes into the game. A 3-man attempt on top of it. The Orianna's trying to play zoning duties mid, like, oh, don't look at Baron, we're not doing it. Send off a blue Trinket Ward on the side of Pneumatic. They realize, oh, they're doing it, and this Orianna's alone. Let's just jump on her, and they get a kill.
Oh, meanwhile, Simon Fraser University going to be starting up the Ocean Drake off the back of that. So they do wind up getting their first Elemental Drake of the game off the back of a Baron bait here, as Jish didn't even realize he was standing on a ward, gets flash cocoon.
Yeah, doesn't know he's on a ward. That blue Trinket reveals the other 3 on the Baron buff. You realize this is a 100% free kill as long as he doesn't flash the cocoon. Nice, easy kill there. Opens up the Drake.
Feels bad, Mark. Feels bad.
Yeah, one of those situations your team's like, bait it. This will be great. Oops, we killed you.
Well, University of Toronto still a little bit behind in the gold despite being ahead in the tower game. Simon Fraser University have a couple of CS advantages in some lanes, specifically that mid lane matchup, about 30 in the favor of the Syndra, due to the fact that Demnis got ahead extremely early on, was able to bully the Orianna around for quite some time. This will help one extra kill on their side as well, as both of these teams once again, meet up around this Baron Pit area. But one of the things University of Toronto is doing a little bit better than last game is controlling vision around this Baron Pit. They don't have to worry about being poked out by a lot of poke damage coming out from, you know, a Jace Ezreal kind of combination. They do have to be worried about being picked out in these tight corridors by a Rumble and by a Syndra stun, though. And they're doing a good job of keeping up the wards and making sure that doesn't happen.
Right, and you don't need to force the Baron. You don't have a great Baron sneak kind of team. You do have good damage with the Kha'Zix, but you have a lot of engage tools as well, so you can do exactly this.
Yeah, wait for the Tahm Kench to bring a Gold Jet Galgai into the middle of the fight. As they lock on the Gold Jet, the Command Shockwave rips through, and Twitch is able to pick up a kill off the back of his spray and pray being popped. Galgai in the front lines now uses the heroic entrance just to try to get a knock up on the Gold Jet. More importantly, save JJ in that situation. It's a 2 for 0.
Great Baron bait there on the side of University of Toronto. They look like they're backing away. SFU wants to move further and further in, get him in a position, and now they're going to go for a couple more kills.
Yeah, Galgai gets a taunt down on the Jadel, and Dennis just zoning away the Syndra and zoning away the Karma. The rest of his team, though, I mean, the tank is very, very low, and now Kha'Zix is taking a lot of damage. Galgai might want to be in the pit to tank for his team. A flash stun from Dennis locks up every member, but he will wind up going down. Sussus, in the meantime, has dropped so low, but will barely stay alive. Galgai's still zoning on the outside, but Baron will be picking up a kill on the Kha'Zix. Twitch is the one that secures it. A dicey situation works out for UOT.
Really risky play there. The Syndra going in, trying to get a number of cleanup kills by herself, gets everyone very low. They're already getting low from the Baron. The tank of the team on Galgai is off over the wall, trying to stop the Elise from getting in, who's able to eventually just repel into the pit, almost get stolen away, almost give up a ton of kills, but fortunately enough for University of Toronto, does not end up going that way. They secure the Baron, and they're able to walk away alive.
They did not do this Baron very quickly, as they had to try to tank this one between multiple low HP members. You can see Galgai on the backside trying to zone, but Demnis flash stunning forward does pay with his life, but the Baron being an additional member for SFU this entire fight.
Right, you see everyone getting low here. Galgai trying his best. Releases the taunt a little bit too late. Elise gets the repel off, but the flash taunt follow is there. Smite still goes down. Sussex was already dead, so the Elise was alone, almost getting that. Probably was trying to combo the smite damage in with her spider form Q, but because the taunt came through, he lacked that little bit of damage. Actually, a huge flash follow, now that I think about it, on the side of Galgai, probably saving that Baron for his team.
Yeah, so the hero that they need makes the heroic entrance into the Baron pit.
He uses flash over the wall. He didn't ult.
Oh, okay, he makes a heroic entrance a different way. Just because he didn't use the heroic entrance doesn't mean it wasn't a hero play by him.
It wasn't the signature entrance.
All right, so that was his flashy entrance then.
Haha.
See? Now you got me on a roll.
I want to stop that roll.
We got another best of 3 after this, Mark. You got to keep going. Simon Fraser University now on the back foot. They have a very AP-heavy composition. We talked about that in Champ Select and how it could pigeonhole what they can do. Now with a Baron buff on the side of University of Toronto, the wave clear coming out from Syndra and Rumble, not going to be as effective against these big Baron buff minions as Galio. Going to be playing the split push game with his adaptive helm and his Knight's Vow to pledge his loyalty to his Twitch to keep him alive. In this case, though, he's split pushing and takes the bot lane tower.
Yep, full protection mode here. JJ going for a zoning ultimate, forcing Syndra away from the turret, allowing his team to walk up and take that one. Twitch popped his ultimate. Not too many targets to try and focus down there, but University of Toronto making good use out of this Baron buff, able to grab 2 of the inner turrets.
No, and they
get up to about a 4,000 gold lead.
They got minions on the top side pushing down this tower as well, so they've gotten all the waves shoving in their favor. All these inner towers were like, hey, how are they going to break them? Twitch is a little bit lower range. Maybe they have to go for a pick. The answer is they go for picks and set up vision around Baron. They establish control of that, and now the Baron buff on their side, that means that they can rotate freely between these inner towers. They still got about 50 seconds left on the buff. Galio's rotated up towards mid lane. They could potentially dive.
Right, and the thing is, once again, SFU have a very squishy team comp. There's no one who's really great at walking up and forcing the Twitch away the way a tank might in other situations. If you have a Gragas who might ult Twitch into your team, you have to be very, very careful. Here, as long as he can't get stunned by the Elise or the Syndra, which even if it happens, you have a Tahm Kench to save you, it's a great situation for the Twitch, despite being low range, to actually get some damage down onto these turrets.
You saw Demnis using his Force of Will very cheekily to throw the cannon creep over the wall so that it was not actually hitting the tower or tanking it up. Had to take a bit of a detour to get back in there, but they're defending that top lane tower at the same time, though. Inhibitor tower is being pressured here by Galgai. Level 15 on the Galio, almost hit level 3 of his heroic entrance. Meanwhile, Ares stealthing up, getting the bonus attack speed, takes a couple of pot shots at this tower, and it will wind up falling. So Baron buff on the side of University of Toronto nets them 1, 2, 3 inner towers.
Great usage there. And the best part about it is you don't need to end the game right now. The Baron will be up again soon. You still have all those engage tools available. They showed they know how to use them in the first Baron situation to get all those picks. And now they have extra space on the map to set them up. You see those 3 pink wards already in the topside jungle. Might lose them, might need to set vision up again, but at the very least, they will have the entire top jungle to try and find picks. No inner turrets to fall back to for Simon Fraser.
No, and they see Demnis on that top side. He's going to be clearing out the wave and was clearing out a control ward, so they know it's the A-OK to go down towards this Ocean Drake that has just spawned on the map. The Drake number 3 for the side of University of Toronto, who, after a very long game number 1, come back into this one saying, you know what, we're going to run back the same exact composition. We're going to put Galio on the top side of the map instead of Kled. Game number 2, looks like they're pretty solid this one. Less than 30 minutes into the game, they've already taken down 6 towers, which is more than they got in game 1.
And it was even crazier. It had an even worse start for them, as we see here. Collegiate caught out of position.
Yeah, has to burn the Zanya's Hourglass extremely early. The Equalizer as well, but a good stun coming out from the Syndra will force back UOT. Most importantly, chunks down Jish, but now Galgai coming in the front. The taunt being popped. Does not want to flash after that when they try to lock anybody down. Instead, going to get stunned up, going to get poked up with the Adaptive Helm and the Tahm Kench, keeping him alive.
It's one of the best things about the Galio is he didn't even actually have flash there, but the very threat of the fact he might not being tracked quite properly by SFU there forces the flash away. You see a Galio at you running with that taunt up. At any moment, he might actually flash in on you. The threat of that is able to get one right there.
Oh, now his flash back available, as is his heroic entrance. A Guardian Angel picked up by Twitch as well means that he can get a little bit more up close and personal as he completed his 2 main items in the Blade of the Rune King and the Renon's Hurricane. Stop for a Hex Drinker against this very AP heavy team. Now as a Guardian Angel basically blank the Syndra ultimate on himself. As Tahm Kench pick him up afterwards if he wants to go down.
I love that animation on the Adaptive Helm. You see that kind of blue or purple barrier pop up. That's what that one is. Here you see JJ. Ooh. Not quite as tanky, gets chunked out, will have the gray health.
He's got an Adaptive Helm in and of himself, but that's not going to wind up helping against the Israel auto attack damage or, you know, being locked up by just burst damage from Syndra.
A little different between having 1 MR item and
3.
3, yeah.
Well, JJ does want to keep himself alive because if he's dead, he can't protect the Twitch or protect, you know, the Kazakhs ones jumping in as well. But they have an interesting kind of 3-1-1 split set up right now on the side of University of Toronto. As we mentioned before, Baron buff still not spawned on the map. They've taken the dragon, so the only thing they really have to do is continue to shove these lanes into the SFU side, keep up their vision control on the map, and they can just fall back and take whatever they want and make SFU take the fight to them.
Yeah, not quite exactly the best play. They could have grabbed that blue buff there before they recall, but at the very least, going to reset here, give SFU a little bit of breathing room, able to get into this top jungle, start clearing some wards out. You know the Baron baits are coming. Get as much vision down as you can. Get those wards in tricky spots where the pink wards won't always see. Hope they miss it with a sweeper. But University of Toronto is finished recalling. Time's up. You are no longer able to walk into this area. And now it's time for University of Toronto to try and find all those wards. A little Easter egg hunt.
Yeah, well, looks like they popped 1 sweeper, so they're going to try to find some. There's one on the backside of the red buff from Simon Fraser University, and there's just 1 more control ward in front of Tahm Kench, which he will now find. So the vision once again going dark for the side of Simon Fraser. University of Toronto, though, they have everybody kind of grouped up in this area. They're looking for some picks, and they found themselves frozen. Now he gets tagged up with the tongue there by Tahm Kench. The slow comes out, the flash taunt locks up 3. The command shockwave brings them back in, and University of Toronto have broken open SFU. They're charging down into the base. Redemption will not save them as another 3-man taunt lands here from Galgai. The heroic entrance is just for some style points. 4 dead on SFU.
Huge play out of Galgai there. Finds that 3-man taunt with that flash back available. Sets up a number of kills. The rest of University of Toronto continue to chase through. 15 seconds before Frozen Knight comes up. Do they try and end the game here? They're escorting minion wave. Jajal wants to cut it, trying to choke it down. Not actually able to clear any minions away.
No.
Looks like University of Toronto may be able to end the game right here.
There's a couple minions to get rid of the backdoor protection. That's all they need with 2 big beefy tanks in their front line. University of Toronto, rinse and repeat, but adds a Galio into the mix, and they tie up the series 1-1.
Going to be going to a game 3 here. Huge bounce back game out of University of Toronto. We were talking about in the draft phase, it's very risky to run the exact same compact. They make 1 adjustment in the top lane, switch out the Kled for the Galio, better engage. The ban also making it all magic damage means the Galio gets to stack MR to his heart's content. But critically, the Twitch starts going off this game despite the horrible, horrible early game in the mid lane where Orianna was getting taken advantage of. They bounce back, Twitch starts moving around the map, and this is what we're talking about. If you can play well with Twitch, even though it looks crazy to get into that Ezreal Karma lane again as soon as they got out of the lane, this time executing very well with it.
Yeah, and that was the thing. Once Simon Fraser University was kind of winning the lane matchups, they just kind of, University of Toronto was like, you know what, we're just going to not go into that lane after a while. We're already falling behind. What's the worst that can happen? We rotate mid lane. Oh, we picked up kills on our Kazakhs and our Twitch. Now we can start rolling that lead ahead.
Yeah, and that's the big thing because we talk about, oh, he doesn't have cleanse on the Orianna. She starts dying a lot. And you think this game's about to get completely blown open. We're saying Syndra literally just needs to go back, complete her items, and then she's going to be insane. And they're able to find this small window before she recalls. She's trying to get aggressive again. The Twitch picks up the first kill. They get the dragon. They force bot lane. They regank mid. And next thing you know, the game's back in their favor.
Yeah, but it wasn't without taking risks. Like we said, if you leave that lane phase, you don't get the farm you need on the Twitch. You don't pick up those kills in mid lane. You start falling further and further behind. Syndra needs just one more back in order to get that item and blow the game open. But they continue taking risks, including in the later stages of the game when they did have a solid advantage, including some risky Baron plays, which did wind up paying off for them in the end.
The initial play was great, how they got the 2 kills already. Great bait that pulled people in, but here, no tank actually on the Baron. Everyone's getting low. Demnis gets too aggressive, blows his flash going in. The Baron was still at 4,000 health, and they're not taking it down super quickly. Could have played that a little bit slower. Galguy at the same time over the wall, trying to zone out Frozen Knight, and then this is so critical. Starts charging the taunt up. Looks like he's going to repel it, but instead, Galguy keeps holding onto it, flashes over and gets the taunt there, and the smite comes in without the Q damage from the Elise Spider form, stops him from casting that spell. Huge taunt there. Galguy, absolutely the MVP of this game, was able to get the initial kill on the top lane with the help of his jungler, got a lot of huge engages off, and there was the only reason basically that they secured that Baron buff.
Yeah, it looked like 759 HP on the Baron before the smite. He was only like level 11 to 13 at that point in time, so not having 700 damage on the smite was very, very crucial. Needed that one more auto attack or the execute. So very, very clutch plays from the Galio there to secure that very risky Baron, but also very clutch plays from the Galio to secure the end of the game in that last mid lane push as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that final fight was all Galio. Once again, Galguy starts things off. See, nice repel there, dodge out on that spell, but then the flash taunt follow gets 3, sets up the Ezreal to get comboed with the Orianna ultimate. He's able to get out because he's Ezreal and he's slippery, but it sets up Goldjet for a kill, and now Kazakh's kind of running wild. And once again, the 2-man taunt, this time hitting Syndra again. Throwing out the heroic entrance just for style as well, but a great game out of Galguy. Gets some of those 4 kills, able to transport the minion wave up and kind of end the game.
Well, now we can see why the side of University of Toronto were so heavily focused on ganking Goldjet in game number 1. Goldjet stayed alive. It was, a different matchup with the Kled in that top lane instead of the Galio, but Galio brings CC to that 1v1 matchup, so the Kazakhs can wind up dealing a decent amount of damage. They get the 1 kill advantage in first blood on that top side, and all of a sudden Galguy becomes God Guy.
Right, and I think it was a really smart change in the draft. You get to play the Orianna Syndra matchup again. Still rough, but this time around, they're very magic damage heavy. They're still squishy. Galio, come mid-game, as long as you're able to hang in the game, will be basically unkillable, can go wild in team fights, and that's what happened there. And it did really hinge, though, on the Twitch actually being able to get out of the lane and get some kills this time around because things were not going well.
Right, and of course, that's another thing here is now University of Toronto has shown they could basically play the same composition twice. The side of Simon Fraser University, they basically tried to do the same thing, but their mid laner was changed up. Now they may be the ones that have to try to change something up in the draft themselves. But our first series of the day has delivered, and we've headed into game number 3 here. So meet us back here in a few minutes to see if Simon Fraser or Toronto will advance with a win.
Yep, good bait. Here you see Uri still looking for opportunities, going at Demnis once again.
Hey, look, no one's here. Just kidding, it's a Twitch. He's invisible. Jeez picks up the kill as they continue to punish.
Please, I got flash. You're ready. Go. Go hard. I'm going to go, Ezra. I get you.
Yo, rumble.
Get out of the equalizer. Wait, look, this guy.
Yo,
watch him.
As they lock on the Goldjet, the command shockwave rips through, and Twitch is able to pick up a kill off the back of his spray and pray being popped. Galguy in the front lines now uses the heroic entrance just to try to get a knock up on the Goldjet. They're charging down into the base. Redemption will not save them as another 3-man taunt lands here from Galguy. The heroic entrance is just for some style points. University of Toronto rinse and repeat, but adds a Galileo into the mix, and they tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, we actually played them recently in the Canadian Invitational Finals. Yeah, we lost 0-2, but we honestly, when we look back at it, we had a lot of things that we could have improved, and we think that we can take the series away from them this time.
Well, it looks like that there are some things that they did improve on. It was basically swap a Galio out into the top lane and rinse and repeat. Welcome back to the deciding game of this series between SFU and the University of Toronto. It's already tied up 1-1 apiece. We saw a very long game going in favor of SFU, but a couple of tweaks here, a couple of, well, one other ban there from the side of Toronto, and they win it in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty huge change when you look back at it. You see there's no longer a physical damage mid laner. We talk about how if you don't have tanks, they can't itemize against a really heavy damage type of a certain kind. It's not that big of a deal, but we see, of course, that the side of University of Toronto had a lot of tank, so they stack MR, the Galio becomes unkillable. Even the Tom Kench grabbing the adaptive helm, making his job easier in team fights. They're able to take that game, and that's one of the things that we were talking about a little bit where, yeah, they lost earlier in that tournament. They were able to learn a lot more than the winner. So maybe they found a strategy that they thought was going to work well against the side of Simon Fraser University. We see this Twitch pick coming up huge in game 2, and it's something that I think they're going to need to look at as maybe something to ban away or make sure that they end up on the other side to get a better matchup.
Yeah, well, we've seen already University of Toronto banning away some very big lane bullies in that matchup. The Caitlyn and the Varus are the first 2 bans for both of these games so far. The Ezreal has kind of been the fallback for Pneumatic, not necessarily known for his presence in the lane, although he does scale later on, is extremely mobile, keeping himself alive. But the Twitch in and of himself, we already said, against the Karma, it's a bit of a bully lane, but he's been able to survive for so long.
Yep, and so both teams sticking on the same sides once again, but this time Simon Fraser starts with the Ivern ban. So even though it was banned in the previous games, it was not their first ban. So that means something has changed, most likely.
Well, we'll have to see, though. Varus being banned away, so Toronto's still rinsing and repeating. The Lulu ban coming in as well. There was one additional ban here from Simon Fraser University in the first phase that they just basically skipped as the first ban. We'll see if they wind up shoving it into the end now, or if, like you mentioned, there's something that has changed here. The Gragas, once again, going away for the side of University of Toronto. Now Simon Fraser, what did they ban? It is the Twitch. They have changed it up.
Right, so this is a good strategy here. Out of University of Toronto, we saw them keep the bans the same 3 times away. We talked about actually last game how the Gragas is very annoying for a Twitch to walk up and hit turrets because you have to worry about that cast just blasting him in. Once again, they do those bans. Simon Fraser responds with the Twitch pick, and you won't find another champion quite like Twitch. You will never find a champion at the AD carry position. You can roam around stealth for extended periods of time and look for openings to open up on people, but you still can play more hyper scaling focused AD carries now with the Caitlyn and Varus ban. So as long as they have a champion prepared for something to take the place of the Twitch in this comp, their bans are still effective.
When we see Simon Fraser being the first one to make an adaptation here, opting for the Graves in the jungle with the Elise still available, this just kind of indicates to me that they may wind up wanting to pick an AP mid laner and they need a little bit more physical damage on the team.
That, and I think they also don't want the Ezreal pick to go with the Karma. They want to see what University of Toronto wants to take in their AD carry position. If it is a hyper-scaling, somewhat weak laning AD carry, you can take something more aggressive. Maybe you take a Lucian. Maybe you take something that really wants to smash lane instead of the Ezreal. You still grab the Karma because it's still the best support available, but you hold out a little bit longer for that AD carry pick. University of Toronto, though, looking like they want to keep things mostly the same.
No, they wind up grabbing the Tom Kench, and this is where they would normally pick their AD carry Twitch. But Twitch is banned away, so what will the response be? They could potentially wind up just taking a solo laner here, but it looks like the Ashe is going to be the choice here for University of Toronto. Not nearly as much damage or as mobility as the Twitch, but a lot of utility.
And there you see the instant lock Ezreal. As soon as they realize it's not something they really need to punish hard with the Ezreal pick with, they go right back to it. Ezreal fine into Ashe, good champion all around. Ashe a little bit sturdier of a laner, but still tough when your support is Tom Kench versus Karma. So once again, we end up with bot lane and junglers taken, but like you mentioned, the Graves pick being the big difference, now making their team comp a little less magic damage heavy if they end up going with the Rumble and Syndra again. But it also changes how the whole team comp functions because they got a lot of leads off that chain CC combo that no longer exists in the mid lane.
That's right. So now they have a little bit more damage being brought to the table, but they don't have as much crowd control from the junglers. Now the Jace being banned away from the University of Toronto, same as the ban in game number 2. We'll see if they follow it up this time with another top lane ban, or if it's going to wind up being the Syndra and just trying to ban out Demnis here and wind up taking something for themselves. The Orianna could still potentially be on the table. We have seen Jeesh play that the past 2 games. That could be something you just take into pretty much any single matchup.
That is kind of the scary thing here for University of Toronto. You ban away 2 things that do well into Orianna, and then the other team's like, great, we'll just take it ourselves. So they need to be a little bit careful here. It looks like they're setting up for a Syndra ban, wanting to find Jeesh in the early, easy laning phase for him to get out of. I mean, early taking the Ahri, the Orianna, there are other things that are still good into it, like the Ahri. So we'll have to see what they choose to go with. This ban was previously a top laner. Maybe they throw it back there, but no, they are going with that double mid lane ban.
So now it's on the Simon Fraser University. Do you take the Orianna for yourself and have a little bit less upfront damage, but potentially more protection from your Ezreal? You can come out with the Graves damage, you have a big team fight, command Shockwave, and you deny something from Jeesh? Or do you wind up picking that Rumble, which you could just wind up getting taken away from you by Toronto in addition to something that goes well against that Orianna?
That's the fun part about pick ban phase, Tom. There's always something, and the more your pools overlap, the harder it is to decide. Simon Fraser go with the Galio pick, taking that away from University of Toronto, not liking how the Rumble Galio matchup looked. And their comp is completely different at this point around. They have an additional late game kind of threat available with the Graves and the Ezreal. You're starting to set up the shield comp. Maybe the Orianna slots into that very well. We'll have to see if Toronto wants to give that one up. We also talk about the Galio comboing with Ahri sometimes, being able to enable her to go wild with that damage reduction. Toronto taking the Kled into the Galio. Still a little bit difficult to punish, despite the fact that you think, okay, Galio likes stacking MR, will take a physical damage threat into him. A lot of the time he's fine taking tabbies early on after his triple Doran's ring. His early itemization does not reflect the opponent he's playing against.
We do see the Orianna being picked up here for Jeesh for the third game in a row. The one ban that was not left, that was not banned again in this game was the Talon pick, but with so much AD-centric focus on the side of Toronto, they could not potentially just pick that assassin up in the mid lane. So instead they opt for the Orianna for the third time in a row. But now Demnis is going to have to play something different. And this is a Kassadin pickup, so they are bringing an assassin to the table.
Yeah, they are still bringing an assassin. Kassadin, magic damage assassin that they're looking for. A little bit, how do I put this, riskier than the Ahri in some sense, because it does have fewer wave clear options, and you have to scale a little bit more. A very strong pick overall. Orianna is not going to punish it super well. I'm interested to see what items it goes for. Sometimes, previously you would go for like Corrupting Pot, Doran's Rings early on, and then you get the GLP. But now with the Doran Shield, do you grab that early on to deal with the Clockwork Windup of Orianna? There's a lot of things I'm going to be tracking here. But the Kassadin pick, it is 2 immobile 80 carries, so it's not too bad to find someone to jump on. It's going to be a lot about how closely JJ is playing with the Tahm Kench, able to save people away from that Kassadin assassination.
All right, and Kassadin also has the good ability to Rift Walk in, proc that heroic entrance on Galio, and then Rift Walk himself out to safety, and suddenly Galio is in the middle of the enemy team. So
yep, a lot of ways to transport the Galio with the Kassadin. And I mean, that's the big thing. We talk about the Ahri versus Kassadin, which one would have been better for the team comp. Kassadin, is, like we said, a little bit riskier, but can also go off like crazy. Not as ultimate dependent, given the fact that the Rift Walk cooldown is extremely short. And here we see both teams adapting after 2 games in a row of the same stuff. Both teams ending up with very different comps here.
Yeah, it's actually very exciting to see now in the deciding game number 3 determine, is Simon Fraser University going to advance? Is University of Toronto going to advance? Both of these teams have kind of completely changed up what they were bringing to the table. Sure, we still have an Orianna, and we have an Ezreal and a Karma and a Tahm Kench, but a lot of different carry threats have changed. A lot of the momentum has definitely shifted. A long, grueling game number 1 went to the side of SFU. A quicker 30-minute game went to the University of Toronto. Now the table's set completely different for the third and final game of the series.
It's going to be a huge game here. A lot of focus early on has been around the mid lane for SFU, both games in a row. It is indeed that Doran Shield start for Demnis. Not going to be the aggressor this time around. The previous 2 matchups, Demnis had the priority in that lane. He had the aggressive early ganker in the Elise. This time, totally different. SFU are going to have to find a different early game plan because camping mid will be difficult.
Yeah, and Jeesh in the meantime has changed up his own starting itemization, goes for the full Corrupting Potion rather than going for the Doran's Ring start that he has done for the past 2 games in a row. So he decided to just go for a little bit more sustain. He knows that all he has to do is sit back and CS in the Kassadin. Not necessarily known for his early game lane phase, will not necessarily be able to pressure him, as we see University of Toronto doing the same thing they did in game number 1 with a little bit of an early invade, but this time Frozen Knight standing on his side of the map, not the opponent's side, and will not die for first blood.
Yep, they will get a ward down onto that Raptor camp, see where Frozen Knight decides to start. Most likely there. It's where people like to start. But I want to see what SFU's new early game plan is. Bot lane, not as exploitable, but still will probably have the push advantage. Mid lane, no longer a lot of CC for setup. Top lane, no longer the Rumble, now actually a Galio, a little bit more setup.
Yeah. So now it's going to be Simon Fraser University. They already had an explosive early game in game number 2. They weren't able to capitalize on it and transition it into a 1 series, but now they have more crowd control, more gankable lanes, and they do have a jungler who not bringing the CC himself, but is bringing the damage this time around in the Graves. And we've already seen Frozen Knight love to go for the counter jungling up against Sussus. We'll see if now this Graves pick's going to be able to do so more so. As now JJ and Pneumatic getting jumped down extremely early here by Airy and JJ, but the damage straight right back down into that Tom Kench, the 4 melee range support.
Yep, needs to waddle his way out of threat range. He walks up trying to pressure, and then he's like, all right, I'm turning around. They're like, great, we'll shoot you in the back. And that could have gotten a lot worse for University of Toronto. The empowered Karma Q did miss. And with that, JJ, good idea to walk up, pressure a little bit with that cooldown down, and try and contest that wave a little bit more than they might have normally been able to do.
So we'll see now if University of Toronto, anything changes in this matchup dynamic on the bottom side. Twitch didn't necessarily have a lot of wave clear. Of course, is a little bit weaker in the early stages of the laning phase, but Ash with that volley has wave clear, has the ability to bully people out, can kind of match the pressure that the Karma is going to be providing with a couple of her inner flames and mantra Qs and such going back and forth, but be a little bit more of a different dynamic in this bottom side of the map. And we'll see if it favors University of Toronto or not.
Right, the other thing to point out is Ash is that huge utility that comes in with the hawk shot there, spotting out Frozen Knight early on. You knew he was probably there given the early start of the pathing, but just double checking because Frozen Knight was kind of the catalyst for a lot of that play early on for SFU, getting a lot of that counter jungling in game 1 and ganks in game 2.
Well, if this game goes very similar to the other games, Sussus is going to take the Scuttle Crab and then go up to those Krugs. And we're going to see Frozen Knight take the Scuttle Crab and go down to the Krugs, and they will not pass each other until about level 6.
There you go, Tom, figuring out the intricacies of jungling.
Oh, yes. All right, I'm ready for the pro scene. Ready for some collegiate. Actually, no, I don't want to go back to school.
It is something you have to be careful of a little bit more in the pro scene, but also in the campus series as well, about getting predictable with your pathing. There's almost 3 games in a row that we've seen Sussus do the same thing. Not actually going for the Krugs this time around.
He changed it. He heard us.
Well, I think he's also concerned that last time he did that, he got forced out there by the Rumble, who had the push advantage. This time, once again, Goldjet pushing up early on, and Gao was stuck under the turret, CSing, did not want to get collapsed on.
Yeah, and you see the pings coming out right away as well from the side of SFU saying, hey, is he over here? We only saw Sussus put a ward down over on those Krugs and then go back to his own side of the jungle, so the ping's going down. Frozen Knight just saying, like, hey, I'm going to go for this myself. But in the meantime, Kha'Zix not going to meet him down there. He's actually going to wind up going back this time.
Right, and this is why coaching staffs are also so important as well. As the players, you don't have time to watch the other guy's jungle pathing, but that's exactly what a coach should be doing in between the games, tell you this is what he's doing, and be aware of it. He might do it again. That's why you see those kind of pings go down. He's been going for these early invades for the most part. This time around, Sussus is backing out right away.
And JJ, meanwhile, goes over and devours one of those Krugs, steals it away from Frozen Knight, and denies him from getting the big Krug as well. Frozen Knight did not feel safe with the enemy support collapsing. Frozen Knight has yet to go back, whereas now Sussus has gone back and completed his Tracker's Knife, so not a huge power spike for himself, but still has been able to refill his own potion. Frozen Knight, in the meantime, is going to be taking damage from taking up these Raptors, but Sussus isn't going to challenge the Graves, does not want to wind up doing that in the confines of his own jungle, decides to go and steal away the Raptor camp himself. So in the top lane, you see Goldjet trading down on the Gao guy. The Winds of War does a decent amount of damage to this Kled in the early stages of the game, almost dismounting him from Skarl.
That bear trap on a rope is this weird projectile I don't understand. When you're close, right next to him, you shoot it right at him. Somehow you miss all the time.
Yeah.
Long range, snaps right to him.
It's one of those things where it's like you have to let it warm up. It's like a heat-seeking thing.
It expands as it goes out.
Yeah. It's not really how it works. It's just
no, not at all. Don't listen to us. We're lying.
But Sussus now, top side of the map, has gone back, as I mentioned before. May wind up blast coning over the wall. This worked out well for them in game number 2. This time around, though, Goldjet's going to be a little bit tankier. Has gotten the taunt off. Has already dismounted Gao guy as well. This time, though, Demnis has teleport in the mid lane. Goldjet flashed away at barely any HP. Frozen Knight goes in for the damage, but Gao guy is going to remount. But Demnis is here, and his junglers left him for dead. First blood, and it goes to the Kassadin.
Good bait out of Goldjet there, able to lure Gao guy and Sussus in, making them think that they're safe. Almost got caught out a little bit close, but Frozen Knight making his way up there, able to defend him, as well as the fact that they have that extra teleport available for Demnis to go up and pick up the kill. And here you see Collegiate actually teleport to the mid lane, wanting to clean up that minion wave. Don't want to lose anything for that play.
Yep, and we see once again Goldjet baiting this one out. Gets Gao guy to dismount before Kha'Zix even really joins the fight, which is key.
Right, he's able to force it there. It's actually a situation where you could hold it and stop him from getting knocked off, so you knock him off here and doesn't get the remount, but either way, you have the man advantage. You're able to secure it, get the kill there pretty easily. No one really in a big risk of dying once Goldjet was able to get out. And well-coordinated play by SFU. Did not panic. He saw him come over the wall, actually turn around to get that justice punch, like you said, aware of his team collapsing and knowing that he was setting up that kill.
Yeah, well, he did teleport to the mid lane, so there's no counter push capability from Jish, and he did wind up hitting level 6, so he has the heroic entrance available, but both teleports now on relatively similar cooldowns for SFU. We'll see if University of Toronto is able to track that and if there's any sort of abuse coming out from that. Meanwhile, Nomadic and J-Joel not having the same dominant lane phase that they were in game number 1. The Doran Shield Ashe here from Airy, being able to force back the Ezreal and Karma combination and keep the CS relatively even slightly ahead in UOT's favor.
Yeah, you can see the difference between that Ashe and Twitch pick. The fact that Ashe does have that early trading advantage and ability to contest the wave a little bit more, as well as you factor in the Doran Shield, being able to keep him even healthier. Sure, the Twitch was going, but he was eating so much more poke that it was not actually able to sustain him up. Here, that sustained advantage coming up huge. The fact that you see Uri, despite the early trading, is the one with a much higher health advantage over Nomadic, overestimating the effectiveness of the poke that they would get.
Yeah, actually still has both of his health potions available, so Airy just way, way better off in this lane phase on the Ashe pick here.
And that's generally why you see people preferring that Doran's shield start a lot of the time. If it's not a matchup that you can actually crush, if the guy starts Doran's shield and you don't get a big advantage, come 5, 6, 7 minutes, you find yourself no health potion down a very large health pool.
Yep, and this gonna get the blue buff passed off to him. His Cassidy has gotten first blood. He's gone back and picked up pieces for his catalyst in addition to a null magic mantle. So he's going to be negating some of the harassment that Orianna's going to be placing onto him. Orianna, unfortunately, did not have nearly as much gold as the casting out her first bag. Picks up a Doran's ring and a pair of boots for her troubles. Is now Demnis with this blue buff on him, with the advantage that he has in the mid lane from first blood, going to be quite content to farm up on Cassidy.
Yeah, down a little bit more CS than you probably want to be, but with that kill, especially since it's the first blood gold being in his pocket, he's in an absolutely fine spot. Cassidy is exactly where he wants to be, getting closer and closer to that catalyst, which will eventually, of course, turn into that GLP. For the most part, people still sometimes go Rotted Ages, but the GLP with the additional slow and stuff being a great tool. Here, Galgar looks like he's trying to open up onto Goldjet.
Yeah, Goldjet's actually going to wind up using the Justice Punch to get out, but meanwhile, University of Toronto's top lane is up here, so JJ has brought Airy into the fight with the Abyssal Voyage, and the Ashe Enchanter Crystal Arrow wants to pick an Airy up a kill.
Great use of the Tahm Kench once again here out of University of Toronto, showing that they're fine giving up the Karma. They'll play the Tahm Kench into it, hold on to the laning phase for a little while before using that global advantage to find some picks. Here, Jish getting jumped on by Demnis.
Yeah, actually uses a Rift Walk into the command shockwave. Has to Rift Walk away with a flash forward after command attack. One more auto attack will not pick up the kill. Corrupting Potion does not seal the deal. Demnis gets out by the skin of his teeth.
Very, very scary though by Demnis, forced to recall. Now Orianna able to push in the mid wave while the top side of the map is open. Frozen Knight recalling.
He got canceled right there by the jump in from Sussis, and they immediately turned that around. Galgai, meanwhile, used the teleport just to get back down here and hold the push that was coming in from SFU.
Very scary right now for Simon Fraser University. Top lane getting pushed in, mid lane getting pushed in, losing the heal on Nomadic on what is your strong side of the map in the 3v2. Things not looking good so far.
Yeah, and Simon Fraser University, after a long, grueling game one, took the victory. We heard from Goldjet and the little interview piece we had from him saying that, hey, when they came up against University of Toronto in the Canadian Campus Clash just a couple weeks ago, it was easier than expected. Then they get crushed in 30 minutes, and now they're on match point in a best of 3 that could just eliminate them from the Campus Series playoffs. This is the first time they've made it after finally beating their rivals in UBC. They could get eliminated by another top Canadian team that they just beat.
That'd be pretty tragic for the side of Simon Fraser University. They're not in the worst shape yet, still an even gold lead, especially once this game opens up. It becomes very different from any of the games we've seen so far. SFU has great 1-3-1 potential. Now, it's a very difficult style to play, especially for collegiate teams, knowing all the right lane assignments, who should be matched up against who, when should you go there and move around the map. But that is an advantage for them. The Orianna will not want to move around the map quite like the Cassidy will, and that extra mobility might set up some odd number situations. But that said, I love the way University of Toronto has been playing with the Tahm Kench pick so far.
Yep. they've been able to definitely utilize that Tahm Kench to pick people out of position. And now they brought themselves an Ashe into this competition who may not do as much damage as the Twitch in the later stages of the game, but brings another ability to pick people off. And they still have the Kha'Zix. They have another damage threat in the Kled, so they have the ability to follow up on it, but execution is key. As you mentioned, this is the collegiate scene. Difficult to execute compositions like ones that rely extremely heavily on positioning or punishing vision control. Very difficult for even some of the pro teams to execute. These collegiate teams, though, these are the teams that came out of #1 in the East, University of Toronto, #1 in the West, Simon Fraser University. You'd expect them to have a little bit of that experience, but now is the time to really show you know how to execute that. It's game 3. You don't get another chance if you don't.
It's do or die right now. And the fact that SFU was forced onto such a different comp than they've been playing all day might not be 100% warmed up with it. The Galio pick, obviously Goldjet's been playing carries this entire time, now on the tank.
Yeah, we thought that the tank matchup was going to be what Goldjet kind of defaulted to. He's been known for his Maokai, been known for his Nautilus, but he's been the one that was favoring the Rumble into the tank matchups and into the opposing carry matchups. They steal the Galio away. Uncertain how much he's actually played it. I mean, with MSI just being that so recently and seeing that it was the most picked champion in the bracket stage, you think he has the reps on it, but now Trey's going down the bottom lane.
Oh,
Jadel gonna throw Airy back into him, just runs forward, but Area gonna get ignited there by Jadel, so they will decide to just back away from that. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available, though. We'll see if they try to turn something around with Kha'Zix and Sustis on the bottom side, but they will just back away.
Yep, able to get a small summoner advantage there, I guess, baiting out that Ignite. Airy just fine. Last hitting. JJ's gonna go back to base, get this little 1v1. And University of Toronto reset basically after that top play, back into standard lanes now. No turrets down quite yet. And with JJ going back after that early trade, SFU feels strong enough to potentially start off this Ocean Dragon. Though University of Toronto is slightly in the area to contest it.
Yeah, so Sustis just walks up, is going to wind up forcing them away, but SFU has control of the Scuttle Crab. Teleport's going to be coming in. It looks like it's going to be coming in from Goldjet, so he comes around the side here. Tahm Kench winds up Abyssal Voyaging in, zones them away. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies through, but UOT has already taken the Ocean Dragon. The charge is coming in from Kled on the backside, and Simon Fraser, they're a little bit split from this. Cassidon's not with them, and Galio winds up going down. So now there's no tank here. Galguy's going to immediately charge in there with a little bit of a joust. Nemati's going to get locked up. The command Shockwave pulls back in Jayajil, and that's a double kill picked up for UOT.
A really decent fight there on the side of Simon Fraser University. Caston was recalling as the Galio teleport was coming in. Caston wants to get to base, wants to get one more shot off before, but he's not getting a power spiking item. It's not like he was picking up the GLP there. He finished a Rod of Ages instead, so he teleports late into the fight. They're split up, and Goldjet not looking as comfortable on the Galio as Galguy was. Using his taunt was on cooldown when he took his Justice Punch in, so he didn't have any follow-up if the Justice Punch missed. All around, just a little bit of a misplayed fight on the side of SFU.
Yeah, so he's only able to really taunt up one, and then Kled doesn't even want to utilize his teleport because it's on cooldown, able to charge back in, but you can see the desyncness of SFU. Demnis actually walks into the charge, and we can't join his team at all.
Right, so you see the fact that Caston comes in late, not able to join in and focus down the target, gets zoned away, and then it's an easy chase down for the rest of University of Toronto. Demnis never getting involved in that fight, and there you saw the fact that as Tom was on cooldown, he took that Justice Punch in, ends up right next to the Ashe, but can't actually taunt him up afterwards. And that was a big difference with how Galguy was playing, was that he would either be charging the taunt, hit a flash taunt onto a carry, or he would punch in, you know, hold his taunt, not focus on the tank with it, and then find carries later on in the fight when more mobility spells have been used.
Yeah, and University of Toronto also demonstrating now that they have the utility from this Ashe pick, being able to be the ones to capitalize on these funneled situations. There's no rumble from the side of SFU, so no equalizer to cut off the team from advancing forward. The Ashe Enchanted Crystal Arrow picks off somebody, and they just immediately are able to jump on them. We also have now the potential for Kled and Kha'Zix to jump in with a command Shockwave from Orianna and turn these fights around. It was relatively even up until that point, but now University of Toronto, 3 kills, a tower, suddenly it's a 2,500 gold lead.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. They have what you would say is most likely the superior 5v5 team fight. And now they have the gold lead as well, so they're in a really, really nice spot here. Rift Herald still available, 5 minutes left in the game. Looks like University of Toronto want to start it off. Don't want to let this one go without it getting taken.
Yeah, we gotta go 3 for 3 on our Rift Herald here already. I mean, Rift Herald's been changed. We said the priority on that's probably gonna wind up going up, and no one better to take it than the collegiate scene. It's gonna wind up going over to University of Toronto for the first time in this best of 3 series. Sussex picks that one up for himself, and we'll see how they use it this time around.
And we talk about the lower wave clear that comes with the Cassin. That's something that a Rift Herald can punish a lot harder than what it used to do in the past. So now if University of Toronto group up as 5 and drop the Rift Herald like they're doing right now, what is the Cassin going to do about this? Pretty much nothing. He has to back away from the turret.
Yep, so he has to run away. Rift Herald's going to set himself up, and boom! Down goes one tower. Second tower of the game for University of Toronto. Cassin and Karma, though, are going to potentially try to take that one down, but now it's kind of just split up the focus on the map. UOT had a 3-1-1 kind of situation. They've been able to knock down all the outer towers, and Rift Herald only had to help with one.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, even after the Rift Herald takes his first turret, the rest of the team still has to kind of deal with him. You can leave him there alone by himself. SFU still has to leave resources up there to deal with it. That buys more time for the Orianna to take the turret on her own. And even if she couldn't do it, the rest of her team's rotating down and can join up with her. While, like we said, SFU is still a little stuck with that Rift Herald.
And now it's about a 4,000 gold lead from University of Toronto as all the outer towers on the map have fallen. Simon Fraser University, they had a good early game, game 1. Didn't necessarily have a huge lead coming out of it, and 20-minute mark was actually in favor of University of Toronto. Game 2, they had a really good early game, and they lost that one. Now it's University of Toronto having relatively even game. The 15-minute mark where University of Toronto was starting to come ahead in game number 1. Now they are ahead at that point in time already by that 4,000 gold advantage. Simon Fraser University, you do have some scaling on their side. The Ezreal will eventually, scale up, has the Tear of the Goddess in his inventory right now. Not completed Monamune yet. And they do have the cast-in for late game, but they got to survive.
Right, and I think we got to talk a little bit here about University of Toronto's story. The fact that they were highly regarded, with the fact that they had some of the highest rated players in this tournament, just in terms of individual skill. They lose their kind of almost leader in a sense in Yummy Bananas. He was a superstar playmaker for them a lot of the time. Susix jumps in. He has 2 phenomenal games on Kha'Zix. Is off to a great third game, and it looks like it's poised for University of Toronto to take this game.
Well, they've locked down onto the Ezreal, but the heroic entrance will knock out the rest of the team. A flash taunt down onto the Kled. The Justice Punch to follow has not yet dismounted from Skarl, though. SFU have done a good job of turning around the engage from Toronto.
A little bit risky there. You saw the Galio come in, able to give that extra support. But this is kind of what University of Toronto wants to do. Group up as 5, try and find those openings. They didn't lose any summoners going for that other than the exhaust on the Tahm Kench. And the fact is you can do that again. You will have your Ashe Arrow available shortly. You'll have your Orianna ult available. It's already off cooldown, 50% of the way. So they can just keep looking for these kind of pick opportunities while SFU wants to split up a little bit more.
Yep, University of Toronto can go for some of these risky engages, then kind of fall back and wait a little bit because they do have an Ocean Drake on their side. It's not the most free gen in the world, but it's more than Simon Fraser has. Like you said, these rinse and repeat fights could go in their favor if they just keep up the pressure on the map.
Yeah, that's the thing. Dragon coming up, 30 seconds. Ults will most likely be available for it. Only a Cloud Dragon. But SFU does not want to keep giving up all these objectives. No turrets taken yet, no dragons, no nothing.
We've only seen 1 Infernal Drake this entire series.
Yes, we did.
1.
Game 1.
Game 1 Infernal Drake, 2 Mountain Drakes. The rest of them were Cloud. This game, there's a Ocean Drake. The rest of them are Cloud. I think it was all Cloud and Ocean Drakes in game number 2. RNG does not favor fights in this one, but SFU does. Justice Punch in the taunt afterwards. Locks up 2 members, but there's no real follow-up here. Actually, Goldrake gets gobbled up and spit back out into the opposing team. Says, you know what, you might be a tank, but we're going to take you down. It's going to be Gallia already gone. The Abyssal Voyage follows after as Galguy and Airy join the fray. Frozen Knight's going to get Bear Trap on a rope back in. Into the Ashe Arrow. Command Shockwave gets used as well, and Kha'Zix picks up another kill. Now Demnis looks to be the focus here. He might have the Riftwalk available to run away. Galguy does wind up remounting on the top side of this fight. It's another 2 kills.
Yeah, you see Goldjet that time getting the Justice Punch into the taunt, but Orianna flashed out of it. The only person hit by that is Susix, and JJ, they're fine with it. Gets the Devourer back on him, spits him into the team. Easy target for University of Toronto to focus down. And then 4v5, ults are coming back up. They're able to land another one to pick off Frozen Knight as well.
Now Simon Fraser University find themselves another dragon down, and off the back of a fight where Goldrick kind of wanted to start, but his team just wasn't on the same page with him here.
Yeah, a little bit too far for any kind of follow-up to get in range. And after that, there you see him get devoured, spit into the team. And here, it's an easy chase down now. They have a lot of tools for doing that. You have a Kled, you have a Tahm Kench. You see Tahm Kench transporting Ashe, giving him that point-blank arrow to hit on Frozen Knight. A little bit too easy, just serving themselves up.
You can see University of Toronto able to...
Ignore that Orianna Shockwave.
Well, the Orianna Shockwave was used. It could have locked someone up if he didn't die immediately.
I mean, there's a sombrero on top of the blue buff.
I guess so, but... Command Shockwave already back available, so no one really cares about that. An Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Ash also available, and just the ability to lock these people down and now take fights to Simon Fraser University in these corridors that were once dangerous when the Rumble and everything else was on the opponent's side. Threat isn't there anymore, so University of Toronto continuing to push their advantages, have not yet been able to break these inner towers. Last time, game number 2, they did it by baiting around the Baron buff, establishing superior vision, taking a risky Baron, but then just kind of snowballing the advantage from there and taking down every single outer tower off the back of it.
Yeah, I hope University of Toronto does not rush this game quite as much as they did last time. They still have great pick tools available. They can set up around Baron, get that pick, but you don't necessarily need to force the Baron, because here's the great thing. If you get picks and you can't take the Baron, you get to do that again.
Yep.
So you can just keep setting up for picks, and eventually you'll find the right time to take the Baron. They got to play a little bit more patient, but otherwise they're in a great spot right now. They have pressure in the side lanes. They have pressure with their core 4-man group. And here they go, starting that Baron off a little early again, but looking for it.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have Demnis on the backside, has a Scrying Orb available. University of Toronto, though, do show Ari and Jadel moving up here, so they will decide to back away, utilizing the Honey Fruit to keep Sussus sustained a little bit.
Sustained.
Sustained. Try saying that 5 times fast.
Here's the arrow.
Oh, there we go. Stun down onto Frozen Knight. They're going to jump in. There's a Command Shockwave that lands a kill for Jish. And now with no enemy smite available, UOT might look back to Big Bad Baron.
They are looking for the Baron, but like we said, only 22 minutes into the game, they're teleporting in. SFU will be able to contest 4v5. You already see the members getting extremely low. Sussus down below 30% HP. Demnis off on the flank, looking for an opportunity to try and chunk people out. SFU needs to contest now. Baron's getting very low.
Yeah, and looks like Goldrick's just going to recall. No teleport in to try to contest this, and Simon Fraser just back away. That's a relatively free Baron for Toronto.
I mean, I understand that you're in a losing position as Simon Fraser University there. It is a hard contest to go for, but you need to go for it, because if you give this Baron buff up, they will have pressure. They will force down. You don't have good wave clear. They'll start taking your turrets. The gold lead will get bigger, and the game will slip away from you. I think they should have looked for that one, and instead they just give it over to University of Toronto.
So University of Toronto now, Baron buff on their side for the next 3 or so minutes. It's going to be how they broke all of the inner towers in game number 2. Can they wind up doing the same exact thing here? Their pick potential already back up after that fight. Ash Arrow off cooldown, Command Shockwave back off cooldown, so they have the ability to threaten dives on this. The charge is there, the Abyssal Voyage is there. Like you said, they didn't expend anything afterwards in that fight, and Simon Fraser University just didn't pressure them to do so. So now, rinse and repeat here, this time with Baron buff.
Right, already a 7,000 gold lead, just 23 minutes in the game. Very difficult to play from that gold deficit, especially when your team comp does not actually match up even better 5v5. Here you see Gao Guy kind of getting beat up by Goldjet under the turret, but he's fine. And University of Toronto kind of doing a little bit of a 1-3-1 here. A little surprising to see that, but they're far enough ahead that they win most of these matchups. It's going to keep the pressure up in every lane. Jish has to be a little careful not to get caught out of position, but he has that Banshee's Veil available. Now he's getting 2v1.
Does not have a lot of vision to see who else is coming, but a good flash away there by Demnis from the Command Shockwave, but the rest of UOT has now joined the fray, and Demnis looks like he's going to wind up getting down very, very low. He and Pneumatic now are trying to run away. The heal gets popped, but the exhaust and the slower there. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow from the opposing lane comes in, and Sussus picks up a kill. Simon Fraser University are falling apart at the seams as Demnis goes down. No carries left available.
2 kills on the side of University of Toronto. Gonna get these minion waves pushing for them. Try and grab some more turrets. They already grabbed that mid-inner one during that chase down the top side. You get to see the power of that Tahm Kench coming through once again, able to collapse onto that Orianna and save her from that 2v1 she was left in. That's the fear that you have when you have a 1-3-1 comp and you're a 4-1 comp and you're the one doing the split-up play. You get jumped on, but University of Toronto reacting appropriately, able to save the Orianna and keep pushing.
And over a 10,000 gold, 10,500 gold lead with that tower falling now in favor of the University of Toronto. They've gotten 2 dragons themselves. They have this Baron buff on them already. This looks like a team in the collegiate scene taking it to a #1 seed in another division of the collegiate scene. This is the University of Toronto we expected to see with all the hype then coming in, their challenger qualifier run. They lost to Simon Fraser University in a smaller tournament, the Canadian Clash. This time around though, game number 3 here, this is what we expect out of Toronto.
Right, I mean, that's the big thing is It's kind of like international play. You don't know what region is really the strongest. We always say the West, but this time a little bit behind. They're trying to get this chase down to G. They're really overextending for it. You see Oriana, very annoying, goes back in.
Man, Shockwave locks up Demnis, and Jeesh picks up a kill after he was the one that was being chased down. Now the Enchanted Crusader lands onto Collegiate, who flashes into that one. He's a tanky Galio, but he will get gobbled up and taken down for a double kill. The charge comes in from the teleport as Jajo will now fall. Frozen Knight gets slowed by the arrows from Ash and will get taken down. Pneumatic is the last man standing for Simon Fraser as their tournament hopes flash before their eyes.
A 4 for 0. They spent so long trying to get the Oriana down. She is notoriously difficult to chase, being able to constantly speed herself up. Chips away at the chasing Casson until she's finally able to turn with her team. They get 4 kills. Great follow-up out of University of Toronto here, looking to end the game as SFU responds.
Yeah, Simon Fraser, they still have some decent death timers, double digits on at least 2 more members. It's going to be a Nexus Tower broken at 26 minutes and 20 seconds. 13 kills to 1 from Toronto.
Dominating game 3 out of University of Toronto. Clearly a team that works well together. All these collapses that come in when someone seems caught out of position. The usage of the Twitch in the previous games. This time the Ash able to find a lot of picks. JJ, kind of an unsung hero so far over the course of the series, taking Tom Kench into difficult lane matchups every single game and never losing them quite that badly. Sometimes CS deficits, maybe your turret goes down first, but never right away, and you're never getting dove under the turret. And then come the mid game, once things start opening up, he's always finding opportunities to either save people or set up kills.
Yeah, man, maybe he learned a thing or two from watching MSI and seeing G2's Mythy take a lot of these tank supports into these mage and range matchups and still survive and just do the job he needs to do.
Well, I think one of the things that's interesting is a lot of the time in the MSI you saw a Lulu Karma ban, both of them taken out, so the tank supports became a lot stronger to play. One of the things that's kind of the case is now with the Doran shield being introduced, you can take a much more defensive opening item buy for your AD carry so he doesn't get harassed as hard from not having someone who can walk up with him, as well as the fact that the support itemization got changed a little bit as well, with some of the quests being thrown in, making those a little bit stronger. You might say it's just a better meta for taking a tank support into a mage support.
Well, JJ feels extremely comfortable as a 1-0-9 Tom Kench in this game, has decided to go for Merc Treads, Knight's Vow, a QSS, and a Ruby Sightstone to, well, make those active items just that much faster off cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a great spot so far, obviously. His team up about 13,000 gold, and they still have another 2 rows of turrets to take down. They only have an inhibitor down the top side. Huge gold advantage, and looking to push down this bot lane.
I really like the cheekiness that JJ's so far ahead. He can build the QSS to get out of the Galio taunt and then save his AD carry so Ash can keep building damage items.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that's great about Tom Kench. He's basically a defensive summoner spell. Yeah. He can eat someone, flash away. It's 2 for 1.
Well, Pneumatic shifting in, uses his Blade of the Rune King, still has not completed either his Trinity Force or his Mana Moon either, so Pneumatic just has no damage tickling this Tom Kench, barely able to take down some of the minions as they approach the tower here. University of Toronto, 13 kills strong to 1 of Simon Fraser. They have multiple lanes pushing in, super minions in the top, both the bottom side lanes of the map being pushed in. This tower, not long for the world, will wind up fall down now, and Simon Fraser can't get the engage that they want. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow locks up on Goldjet, and it just forces SFU back. They've lost their top lane, their last Nexus Tower from the top lane
minion
push. This inhibitor is exposed, and Simon Fraser, I mean, one more push like that, they could just be out of the tournament. They have to try to find a fight, but they are so far behind.
Yeah, Galgai returns to the mid lane, finishes off that turret. A great split here out of University of Toronto. And it just looks like SFU just can't find an angle. Demnis way out of position now, caught out by the Kled.
Yeah, the heroic entrance will wind up falling down, but JJ's going to be the only one that gets locked up by the taunt. They're the dismount to keeping Kled alive. Frozen Knight's going to get locked up, and Jeesh picks up a kill, and this could be the game, Mark. University of Toronto pick up 2 kills. An inhibitor falls, but the Nexus is already exposed, and this is the East beating the West. Toronto eliminates Simon Fraser.
The upset. Everyone was talking about SFU being one of the favorites for the tournament. University of Toronto come in with what I think is a great game plan. Does not quite work out game 1. They run it back. They change up a couple little things, able to survive the early pressure that they were always behind in these early games with their lane matchups. And then finally, in game 3, end up in a favorable position. And once they have that lead in the early game, absolutely destroy the rest of the game.
And the history here, historically weaker division of the Collegiate Series, takes down the historically dominant Collegiate series, Collegiate Division team. #1 takes down #1, and this is why University of Toronto had so much hype behind them coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy to see how it happened as well, where Simon Fraser game 1, they win very, very sloppy, and you think, well, they had a good draft, they should be able to do it. Then we see the bounce back, Tom Kench, you're saying, oh, they're opting into it again, this is gonna go bad. The mid lane starts out really terrible, but you see the resilience on the side of University of Toronto, able to bounce back despite the loss, despite the bad start in game 2. Don't roll over, fight back, and it's a completely different story by the end of game 3.
Yeah, and we saw the adaptation throughout the entire best-of-3 series, whether it be from the pick and ban phase or from things that were happening in-game. We saw the domination from Simon Fraser University's bot lane in game 1, carried over to be a little bit more even in game number 2, and then game number 3, the Ash pick completely turns that lane around, and advantages now across the map for University of Toronto.
And on the side of University of Toronto, you have to give big props to, I think, Susix and JJ taking that Tom Kench, able to set up a lot of plays for his team. And the Kazakhs 3 games in a row, 3 great games, always fed on it. And, you know, being able to come in as a substitute and fulfill a huge carry role for the team is no small thing to do.
Yeah. Kazakhs, Tom Kench, Oriana, 3 games in a row, a 2-1 series going in favor of University of Toronto. So some very key picks there, some very key players as well. But UOT, in the end, they wind up coming out ahead. And this game was a little bit more of a flashy game, was more of domination by University of Toronto. As you mentioned during the cast, this is the team we expected to see coming into the tournament if they had Yummy Bananas. Like you said, Susas, lots of props to him. They, over the course of this best-of-3 series, slowly kind of transformed back into the team we expected them to be.
Yeah, and I think you have to look at the side of Simon Fraser and feel pretty bad for him. I mean, this is a tough road for them. They obviously worked so hard all year long to get here, and then going out early on like this after finally besting their demons, you know, in UBC in their own conference, that they probably felt really confident coming in today, and to go out like this is just, it's tough to see.
It's definitely got to be heartbreaking for them. In addition to that, they go out to another Canadian team who in
they beat them just a couple weeks ago.
Collegiate said it was easier than they thought it was going to be, but UOT, maybe that was just, you know, the study game, trying to figure out what they were doing. And you said they hadn't played each other or scrimmed each other before, so maybe it was just the best-of-3 feel amount.
I mean, that's the thing is we always talk about how the losing team has more to gain, so they understand maybe how they lost that in that tournament that they played. They obviously had a game plan here, and it worked very, very well against Simon Fraser University. And you got to give big props to whoever was behind that one. Maybe it's the players, maybe it's the coaching staff, who exactly knows, because they not only showed that they had a game plan, but they knew to stick with it.
Yeah, and this game number 3 was really a testament to that game plan kind of unfurling and coming into a culmination of the pick and ban process, the way they played around the AD carry, the way they wound up playing around Galguy, making things happen out of the top lane. And this one was just complete, you know, almost a stomp by University of Toronto. Even from the get-go, you know, just 13.5 minutes into the game, the bot lane, which had been the strong focal point for Simon Fraser University, it's where the explosion happens for UOT this game.
And you see some lack of coordination here on the side of Simon Fraser University. Galio's coming in. Caston had not joined the fight, recalled first. They're focusing everything down on JJ. He's a Tom Kench. Basically gets his second health bar. Jeesh joins up, and now Goldjet's overextended. Galguy's playing zoning duty on that Caston. You can't get involved in the fight. Once that tank's down, it's an easy chase for the rest of University of Toronto. Galguy is still able to get involved in this team fight. Sets up the rest of the team to get finished off by University of Toronto. And there you see just a better coordination, I think, over the course of the series, not just in that team fight, but a lot of times University of Toronto was clear on what they wanted to do in a situation. Not quite the case for Simon Fraser.
Yeah, and University of Toronto, unlike Simon Fraser in game 1, there's a very similar fight where Simon Fraser came out ahead around a Dragon Pit fight like that, but it took him 30 minutes to do anything. This time around, University of Toronto, it only took them about 10 more minutes before they wind up going into the top lane. They get a Baron secure, and then the final nail in the coffin is kind of this top lane chase where Simon Fraser University desperately grasping at straws to get something done, can't quite pick up a kill.
Yeah, a lot of people recall kind of leaving Jeesh alone, but he's far enough ahead that this is a long chase down for SFU. You see the cooldown on Oriana, able to constantly throw her ball out, try and zone people away, and they are so persistent here for the side of Simon Fraser that University of Toronto collapses again. They get back involved in the fight. Jeesh sets them up, locks them all up with the Oriana Shockwave, finishes off Demnis basically by himself, and now here comes the Ash Arrow. Great accuracy all game long, sets up another kill, pick off the tank available in the Galio, and then the flank here on Galguy on the Kled. Basically getting the best of the top lane matchup in every single situation. Had a better Galio, had a better Kled here, and is able to clean up those last couple kills. That opens up the top inhibitor, and that's basically all she wrote.
Yeah, so University of Toronto definitely putting on a clinic for themselves and a big statement game in that one, saying, all right, we lost game number 1, we win game number 2, we dominate game number 3, and now if you're on the opposite side of the bracket coming against University of Toronto, like you thought maybe you're taking on Simon Fraser, UOT comes in like this with a substitute jungler and smashes them in game 3.
I mean, the concerning thing, though, is that this was a pretty clear game plan for what they wanted to do in the game. Maybe it's something that they think they're strong at, or maybe it was targeting something that they had seen in their previous matchup out of Simon Fraser University. Either way, it's a long weekend. They're going to have a quick turnaround to play games tomorrow. They're going to need to prep to figure out who they're going to be playing against. And if they can come up with a similar game plan, I think this is something that might be really scary for other teams to go up against.
Yeah, especially because they were able to kind of change out just one ban in game number 2, completely flip that matchup. And then in game number 3, when the picks and bans phase was completely changed up and they didn't have their Twitch and they went with the Ashe, it looked like SFU just didn't know how to respond to a slight tweak to the game plan that University of Toronto was running.
Right, really restraint in their adaptations. Not saying this thing didn't work at all, change everything. Just change the mid laner. Let's change the top laner a little bit as well. We'll change and get a tank that's better against all AP, which we're kind of baiting them into picking. It was a really smart draft in multiple games by them, and I really liked what I saw out of University of Toronto.
Changes for Toronto, wind up winning in the best of 3 series. We got a change of ourselves because we got more college league headed your way. Maryville University will hit the Rit to face off against reigning champions UBC, the last team left from the West, in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. But he will get gobbled up and taken down for a double kill. The charge comes in from the teleport as Jazel will now fall. Frozen Knight gets slowed by the arrows from Ashe and will get taken down. Frozen Knight's gonna get locked up and Jeet picks up a kill, and this could be the game mark. University of Toronto pick up 2 kills, and this is the East beating the West. Toronto eliminates Simon Fraser. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for our second series of the day with Northern League champions Maryville University taking on the defending champions from the University of British Columbia. And once again, why don't we check out the players before we talk about what these teams are bringing to the table. So loading up first on the blue side for game one, it's going to be Maryville University. In the top lane, it's Saskia. Jungler is Walrus. Mid is CKG. Bot lane, a Prototype with support Papa Chow and their coach, Matthew Perez.
And then on the other side of the rift, the red side, University of British Columbia. In the top lane, it's CJ. Jungle, Kazahana. Mid lane, KT Smurf, not actually a member of the KT Rolster organization. Bot lane, Ozna. Support Remy and their coach, DJJ.
So let's get into this, starting with Maryville University, who many consider, you yourself, to be another finalist contender, potentially the best team in the tournament.
Right, and I think a lot of that speculation comes around the hype that comes from the bot lane, specifically with Prototype and Papa Chow. Lion Gaming from the LATAM North, that a lot of people probably just saw at MSI, we're using these guys as scrim partners to prepare for their own bot lane, and so that should give you an indication that these guys can really compete at the highest level.
It's true, and they'll have to come out of the gate and hit the ground running because they face off against two-time collegiate winners and, of course, defending champions UBC in the first match of the tournament.
Yeah, but despite being the first seed, UBC actually was the last team to qualify for this tournament. They struggled a bit this year after losing a lot of their veteran players. A lot of people are saying this is a rebuilding year for them. And Proof and Remy are the only returning players, but it's still a testament to the esports club at UBC that they've returned to the top 8 despite having so many fresh faces on this roster.
Yeah, and one of the fact the matter is that Proof is not the starting jungler. It's Kazahana. This is a guy who very, very strong solo queue jungler. We've seen him on a lot of popular streams. We've seen them kind of swap between Proof and Kazahana depending on, you know, maybe not the weather that day, but the weather of the matchup. We saw Proof be extremely early and aggressive in the jungle, whereas Kazahana is definitely more of a farm up to level 6, very good at positioning, very good at making disjointed team fights on picks like Gragas.
Right, it really depends on what you're looking for. Are you looking for someone to be a little bit more of a team player in late game and get to that point or make stuff happen? I think just the story of UBC is a really interesting one where they've always been this kind of dominant team. They are like a massive club up there, and then they have their opponents in SFU always going at it. We see SFU get knocked out, and now I think a lot of the fans in Vancouver probably turn to UBC here to kind of hold on to that glory.
Yeah, you think they're all on the campus of SFU, they lose, and now they're on like that 20-minute like drive on over to UBC to like go to the next like viewing party to see what's going on. But Maryville University kind of coming up, not necessarily out of nowhere, but upsetting Robert Morris University to win the Northern Conference.
And it was the only best of 5 series that went the whole distance. All the other finals were 3-1s, I believe. Might have been 3-0, but it was a really close, hard-fought battle of them. A little bit later, also, they played in a separate tournament that was an invitational small kind of thing that Robert Morris actually won that one. So these two teams were relatively closely matched, and it was really coming down to the fact that they got their own scholarship program that enabled Maryville to really level up their level of play, get a coaching staff, this kind of stuff to help the players figure out how to best their opponents in Robert Morris University.
Yeah, and so both of these teams going to take it to the Rift. Maryville definitely has something to prove, kind of being a little bit the new kids on the block, but UBC, they have the history behind them, although they are relatively new kids in and of themselves. And like you mentioned, in a rebuilding year, they still made it to the finals. Of course, they were the last thing they do it. They had to go all the way through the wild card tournament. It was a double elimination in the bracket stage of that, and they had to get into that last spot in order to do so. But they're here. We'll see if they're ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing is getting here. We see that it doesn't matter what happened in the past. You got to perform here today. Simon Fraser University not able to do so, knocked out UBC. Maybe that tradition, they have that kind of unknown clutch factor that's going to come up big in a tournament setting.
We'll have to find out. Maryville themselves, though, I mean, they've shown themselves to be relatively strong, as you mentioned, going toe-to-toe with Robert Morris University. They have a little bit better of an infrastructure. Now, you mentioned the scholarship program coming in for them, being able to flesh out their roster. They also have backing from their manager, their coach, Clerky, who used to be from Enemy Esports, who was an LCS organization. So they have some of the infrastructure that an LCS team had backing them up now.
Right. The way they actually put the team together is more, it's not like, oh, who's on the campus? Let's figure all this stuff out. They actually were able to set this team up for success. And I think that's a big thing because even though we say they're the new kids on the block in some sense, a lot of these names you'll recognize. Prototype was in the Challenger Series multiple times. Their coach, even Matt Exogen, he was someone who has some competitive experience as well, able to transfer some of that knowledge on how to play in the collegiate scene and hopefully get a more developed game plan than some of the crazy pick whatever you want, team fight style that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and one of those players that they actually has seen a little bit of challenger experience himself is their mid laner. And earlier we actually got to hear from that Maryville mid laner, CKG, about his thoughts on the team's roster.
It feels good. You know, we're very confident in our roster and the players we have. I'm confident in my teammates, and I think we have the best developed roster and the best handpicked players in Collegiate.
That's pretty confident, I'd say, overall. Yeah. And I was talking to them a little bit before the games today. I was asking how you guys feel. Who do you think's the favorite for the tournament? They said themselves. So I was like, okay, that sounds pretty good. I mean, of course, you're going to say that. You got to be confident. But they really believe it the way they say it. It's not some kind of like boastful way. It's like, oh, I really do think we're the best. We've been scrimming some other people, and we're going to take this.
Yeah, well, you can see that they are on stage, almost ready to play. We saw a little bit of a test going on, but basically these guys had to come in after the teams that just played, brought all their stuff off the table. So they're taking a little bit of time to warm up and get in the game.
Not quite the LCS turnaround time where everyone has all their gear stored here for weeks. They have, you know, it's basically procedure at this point, like a machine. They just get up there, plug all their stuff in, they're good to go. A lot of these guys, it's their first time on stage playing in front of a live audience, and that really does bring its own unique set of not problems but experiences where having lights on you in this chair in this setting where you can hear casters and people cheering a little bit, and in between games you walk out and you have to go reset yourself. It's a very different situation than you would have ever had when you were at the collegiate scene playing in the dorm or maybe in some kind of faculty room or something like that.
And that's where the discipline and the team cohesion really comes into, you know, be a big factor. Like you said, a lot of these players, this is the first time on stage. 3 freshman players for the side of the University of British Columbia, but they have Remy in the bot lane. He's the guy who's been there. He's the guy who's won the tournament twice already. He will be the key factor. And, you know, do they wind up going off the deep end with nerves, or do they wind up holding it together?
I mean, same story also with DJJ, someone who was a famous player in the past who played for them quite a bit. So he is someone who can talk from the experience about what it's like, what needs to be done to be able to win in a tough situation where you need to adapt to what the enemy team is doing.
And both of these teams, as they are waiting and ready to get onto the Rift, have definitely a lot to prove. And as you mentioned, with Simon Fraser University being knocked out of the tournament, the Western Conference kind of has a reputation on the line. UBC, they're the ones that hoisted it themselves. They're 2-time champions. Now they got the additional pressure of the strongest region in ULaw might get eliminated in the quarterfinals.
And that's the scary thing is I was going to say that this series was the one that I thought was going to shape my opinion on this tournament a lot of the way. Is Maryville legit? Are they stronger than the West, or is the West still looking like the best region? Because I assumed, or I thought at the very least, Simon Fraser was going to win their matchup. But since they lost, maybe the West is weaker than what we anticipated. And this is something that I was talking about a little bit in the previous series, where it's kind of like international play in that sense, where there is this little bit of region locking and you're not exactly sure how strong each team is. And now it's looking like maybe the West a little overrated coming in.
West may not be the best, and we've seen that the Eastern Conference has been one that has been historically weaker. We saw University of Maryland actually made it into the Final Four last time around. They lost out to Robert Morris University, who is actually playing on the second stream right now.
A little bit of a revenge match.
A little bit of a grudge match, but they made it in through the BTN this time around. Only the other 2 teams from the Eastern Conference were Carnegie Mellon University and the University of Toronto. Historically, it had been Maryland. It had been University of Connecticut, and there was one more Canadian university. They're kind of duking out, but they always lost before like the big tournament, and they never necessarily got past, you know, that Final Four stage and made it into a final. This time around, the power levels are shifting, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's exciting is that with the collegiate scene, eventually you do have to move on. You're not always going to be on this team. There's no 5-6 year player who's been in it since the beginning. Everyone has to eventually move on, and that's a lot of the fun of the collegiate scene. That there's always new people, and like you said with UBC here, 3 rookies.
Yeah, and so that's the big thing about it, and that's why teams like Maryville are going out and scouting talent. I mean, we heard CKG kind of allude to it in his little interviews piece there, and you said you were talking to the infrastructure that Maryville has brought in. They're looking at and actively recruiting players who want to not only go to a really good school, but also play League of Legends for a really good team.
Now we get to see if that investment in some sense has paid off, if that focus on infrastructure and building the team early on. Maryville targeting a lot of tanks in the top lane, taking out that Galio, taking out that Gragas. UBC answering back with the Orion Renekton.
There's going to be potentially another top lane focused matchup here. A Shen ban also coming across, so eliminating a lot from CJ's champion pool, as well as kind of being a dual ban, as Kasahana had run the Gragas in the jungle previously in the Campus Series qualifiers. Wants to see if University of British Columbia is kind of pigeonholed into picking a top laner early on here, as they have banned out basically 3 different roles themselves. The Karma being banned away, but that leaves the Lulu open as kind of the go-to support.
Wonder what Maryville is trying to say with all these top lane bans. Maybe CJ does not have a deep champion pool. They can force him onto some champion he's not quite comfortable with. But with the Karma ban, of course, Lulu becomes the obvious pick. That means Ivern, free to go over to UBC, not banned away. One of the best junglers in the game right now, a lot of people would say. benefits from the slight shielding meta that we're in. And then, of course, with that Ivern, what pairs up great with it? The Caitlyn.
Yeah, and this, of course, is patch 7.9, so the nerfs to Ivern's jungle clear have not come in yet. So that means that he won't be taking as much damage, so he's a little bit safer pick. He's still kind of at his MSI strength.
Speaking of MSI.
Yeah, the other utility jungle pick coming in is going to be the Nunu, and that's being locked in by Maryville extremely early on.
Yep, they grab that one, counter out the Ivern in some sense. You can take care of Daisy pretty quickly on your own. You can't fight Ivern, but he doesn't really want to fight you anyways. Most of you focus on setting your team up for plays and things like that. And then you have the Syndra lock-in, giving you a lot of zone control early on, as well as the Lulu. Both teams kind of going for these utility-focused team comps so far.
And interestingly enough, they lock in the Syndra here, so they wind up picking a mid laner while the AD carry has been picked by the side of University of British Columbia. So in the second ban phase, that does open them up to a little bit of target bans in the bottom lane, but there's still plenty of late game carries. Let's see, the Jinx is available, which actually gets banned away. Prototype known historically as a Vayne player, although it's a terrible matchup into the Caitlyn and lane phase, specifically the Zyra, could be another late game carry. Twitch, Kog'Maw available. So many late game carries. They took all the protection, they could just take whatever's left over.
Right, I mean, I think what you would expect if someone was the super meta team comp, what you would be scared of, like you said, is the Kog'Maw the most, and then maybe the Twitch, because even though his lane matchup into Zyra, Caitlyn is not fun at all, it's something that's going to become a late game hyper carry that's going to combo well with the Nunu. Instead, you see the Jinx ban come in, like you mentioned, Prototype having also a very well-known Jinx. So kind of changing up the bans, forcing UBC to take some consideration into off-meta picks.
And we see a Kennen ban coming across from UBC, so yet another, champion thrown away at that top lane ban, and a Kassadin being the last ban overall for the side of Maryville. So trying to keep that Syndra pick relatively safe. They go for the relatively known counter of the Echo ban, and then the Kassadin ban to follow that one up. Now we'll have to see what UBC try to take away. They could wind up going for a mid lane pick right now, and then saving their top lane for a counter pick.
I do like so there's three assassins that are often very good into Syndra. You hear about the Fizz, you hear about the Echo, and you hear about the Kassadin. The thing about Fizz is with UBC's current team comp and what they're facing versus Maryville, he's the most kind of generic all-in-one available. So I like that they left that one up and banned out the other two ones that have more options from range and can get in and out a little bit easier. I think that's good if you're Fizz trying to jump into a Lulu and a Nunu, it's not the easiest thing in the world.
And they wind up going for the Ahri, so a little bit more mobility. Still a relatively decent assassin pick, has some wave clear potential, has the ability to split push later on, but
not quite the counter into Syndra that you tend to see where you're starting to get killed all the time in lane.
And meanwhile, it looks like hovering a Tristana pickup. We haven't seen that for a very long time, but Prototype going to be taking Tristana in the bottom lane.
Obviously combos well with what we've seen out of their comp so far, and then they grab the Fiora as well. Blind pick. You see those tanks banned out. They're basically saying, CJ, come and stop me. I'm taking the Fiora. And then the rest of the group is obviously that 4-man that wants to move around and mow down some turrets. A lot of zone control and range available. Pretty clear game plan here on the side of Maryville.
Well, I mean, I'm looking across the board. What other kind of carry matchups are there? Renekton has been banned out by University of British Columbia, which you sometimes see into that Fiora matchup. We have Rumble, we have Kled. The Nautilus is going to be picked up. Looks like they're going to be taking a tank in the top lane. Oh, no, a Trundle actually going to be going into the top lane here against the Fiora.
A little bit of surprise, I think. Not super meta pick. Always considered strong into tanks and is a bit of a tank buster. Still fills that bruiser rule. It's something that will struggle versus Fiora in the late game, but can slightly battle it early. I don't think it's... I'm not 100% sure how that matchup goes, but I assume it's not the most fun for either of them, depending on the jungle pressure, because Noah's not great escapes really available. Fiora will have more counterplay options to the Ivern. It's a very interesting game. I'm going to be interested to see where the junglers decide to go.
Yeah, because both of these junglers are going to have relatively interesting jungle clears, especially early on. Ivern has been known to be the kind of go-to invading jungler, but Nunu himself has the consume. He's been buffed recently, so he can kind of get that extra level of his Q in early on if he just takes that and has his passive ready and available. So junglers are going to be interesting matchups. Top lane's going to be interesting matchups, and I'm really excited for this bottom lane too, because Tristana later on in the game will do great against the Caitlyn, eventually outranges it, becomes really, really difficult for her to get to and to wind up killing, but struggles a lot in the lane matchup, specifically against a mage and a Caitlyn combination.
Definitely one of the weaknesses of a lot of those other hyper-scaling champions is that they have a tough time dealing with the lane bully of Caitlyn. Here, Maryville, 4-1 comp with the Caitlyn wanting to split push, ideally against the Trundle. UBC, a lot more pick focus, a lot of line skill shot CCs to set things up. And then, of course, if the Trundle gets massively ahead of the Fiora and she doesn't have those items completed quite yet, could struggle.
Well, this is the first game in the second best of 3 of the day. So, of course, guys, you can hop onto Twitter, tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag MUWin or hashtag UBCWin. Show your school spirit, your pride in who you think is going to win. It's a matchup between number 2 from the West and number 1 from the North. So we're going to wind up jumping into this game in just a second, as there is a pause.
Of course, got to have a small pause at the start of the game, start of the series, make sure everything's quite right.
Dramatic tension, that's what it builds.
Dramatic tension.
I'm also really excited to see how the bottom lane matchup goes, specifically as somebody who likes playing bot lane, but also the fact that this is a prototype bot lane, so if you're not familiar with his play style, the AD carry takes the exhaust and the support takes the heal.
Yeah, he definitely has his own look on the game, very adamant about it. And for the most part, to be fair, it does work in certain situations, and the extra defensive stuff, or offensive on the champion allows him to try to influence the lane matchup in a way that you normally can't. I think what's more that I want to keep my eye on is just the jungle matchup, because we saw this a little bit only between TSM and G2 previously at MSI, and it can sometimes not be the most interesting. It's not quite what we saw with the Lee Sin fighting the Kazakhs and all this stuff. It's we walk up to each other, we steal each other's buffs, we walk away upset.
Yeah, and then whoever gets the buff instead just walks away a little bit happier.
Visceral gameplay.
It's definitely interesting, although it may not be the most exciting gameplay, but we are loading into game number 1 here. Maryville University, number 1 seed from the North, University of British Columbia, the number 2 seed from the West, and the last remaining Western team in the tournament now going to be clashing up head-to-head here, game number 1.
So we see the Fiora starting with the Doran's Blade, trying to go with the D Shield. Both of them have sustained in their kit as well as grabbing a little bit more from their itemization. But if I am the Fiora, I want to be the aggressor in the lane, but it's a little scary if the Trundle sustain starts overwhelming you. But there we see Nunu getting started early. They jump onto CJ.
Taking a little bit of damage as the Vital gets exposed on his opposite side. We saw UBC in the meantime getting 4-man aggressive in the bottom side of the map. Does get a ward down, and both of these junglers are going to be very, not hinging on the fact they need to know where each other is starting. We're going to be very positionally based onto where they go and what their jungle pattern is based off of if they know their opposing jungler is there or not.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these lane matchups are not even in a sense where you expect the Caitlyn Zyra to shove pretty hard into the side of Maryville. Syndra has that advantage in the mid lane early on, and it's about when the junglers can go for these annoying invades that they're both so famous for. You want to find a time where you have that extra advantage of the minion wave going in your advantage. So something that they're going to have to time well, communicate well with their teams. Obviously, not the skirmish-heavy junglers, much more team-based.
Yeah, both of these junglers also are going to be ones that start at a buff as opposed to starting at a raptor camp. So that's also going to be a different dynamic, as the buffs will be taking a little bit earlier and therefore will be available earlier for a second rotation for potentially the mid laners, or in the case of Ivern, for himself and his mid laner.
And you see Ivern already getting his annoying jungle pattern underway, sets up on the blue buff, runs over the enemy team red buff, gonna smite this one away. We see a lot of trading in the top side like we were expecting.
And CJ getting a little bit of the best of the trades here against Saskia early on, has the Doran shield, and has been hugging that wall to make sure his Vital does not get exposed for the extra true damage proc as well. And Saskia having to burn his single health potion early on, while CJ between the Trundle passive and, of course, the double potion start, a little bit easier time. So
level 2.
Early level 2 here by the side of Maryville. They hop forward on the Tristana, aggressively throw down the explosive charge, get a bit of damage down onto Remy Zyra.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things is Tristana used to be famous for her level 2 all-in. Still pretty strong at this stage. And, you know, Lulu's not quite what you would usually run it with. You saw a lot of Alistair getting the headbutt pull combo early on to set up the Tristana all-in. But they still are able to get the Exhaust Summoner out for free. And there's that sustained advantage in the top side we were talking about. Already no potion available for Saskia, as Ivern pathing up here. Doesn't know Nunu's sitting in that brush.
He's going to walk into him, but I don't think a lot's going to get done here. As Kazuhana kind of throws down his shield, and the Blackstone gets Nunu out of a little bit of a positioning nightmares. In the bottom side of the map, even though Prototype and Papa Chow went aggressive early on in this matchup, looks like that now the Zyra and the Caitlyn that hit level 2, they are getting a little bit aggressive themselves, as Prototype already blown through his health potion, decently low HP compared to Aslan, who still has a Doran's Blade and a health potion on his side.
Yeah, the thing about the Tristana, as long as she's able to walk up and keep autoing the wave, she can actually deal with the push that the Zyra Caitlyn is pretty famous for, because you start getting those auto attacks off, you get things low, and then the explosive shot starts taking care of itself and it keeps that push up. Lulu obviously a strong push champion as well. And just that top lane, I'm surprised to see the Fiora take that all in. Oh, you see a fight here in the bot lane. Main CC on the Papa Chow. He's going to go down for first blood.
Blows both the summoners as the ranged Zyra plants take him down. Prototype was unable to trade damage back onto the Caitlyn in that scenario. And first blood going over the side of UBC, but here comes Ivern. Throws down a brush. Root Crawler is not going to land. That's about it. Surprise, Ivern gank.
Yep, surprise Ivern gank. Here Fiora going. Trading aggressively on CJ, and you get to see that chain CC that's so annoying when you're against the Caitlyn. You land a little bit of it, you put a trap underneath them, and they can't move for quite a while. No exhaust came in from Prototype there. Not actually able to get in range, drop it most likely. And that's kind of the difficulty sometimes when you're the AD carry is you're not in a position to do that.
Meanwhile, we saw summoner spells traded in the mid lane as well as now Sasuke trying to get aggressive on CJ again. CJ's very low on mana. Rapace comes out from Sasuke. He's taking a lot of minion damage, though, continuing to drop super low. CJ, though, is going to be the one that looks like he wants to go back first.
Very close trades up in the top side. I expect eventually there will be a kill. Crazy prediction coming out of me right now.
Eventually,
of the
somebody will die.
Eventually, one of them will kill each other. Maybe with junglers, maybe not. But
I'm going to put you on the spot. Is it going to be a solo kill or is it going to be a jungle kill?
I'll go with a solo kill based off how low they've been getting so far. So what was interesting to me was the fact that the Fiora traded so hard level 1 with the Trundle, because Trundle's Q level 1, if you're just going to sit in melee range, trading autos is kind of disgustingly strong.
Yep.
But Fiora should hypothetically get better trading tools as they level up. So it was a little weird to see Sasuke with less sustain take such a strong all-in level 1. And you saw maybe it hurt him a little bit, lost the push, down a little bit of CS, but now they both teleported back in. We'll probably have advantage in the lane a little bit.
Double longsword goes up against a longsword and a ruby crystal, so a little bit of extra HP for Sasuke, a little bit of extra damage for CJ in that top lane matchup. Mid lane has been, well, I already said that there was a trade of summoner cells, an exhaust and a cleanse were burned on the respective sides of Ahri and Syndra. However, no real kills, no real flashes or anything burned. Nobody was down all too low. Just a couple of potions being popped and then going back to refill those potions in and of themselves. Bottom lane on the map has been the one that's kind of been a little bit more exciting to watch. It's where both the junglers passed down, it's where they were kind of shoving back and forth lanes. Of course, where the first blood wound up happening it was still very early first blood, so Ozza only was able to go back and pick up a Cole and a pair of boots, whereas a second Doran's and a dagger was picked up for Prototype on his first back. So Caitlyn, a little bit more invested in banking from her.
Here we see a gank mid lane, opening up with KT Smurf, flashing out of the charm, that misses. Still going for
it. Ooh, the ultimate coming out from Syndra's not going to take down Kazahana. I think chucking that refillable potion may have saved his life as soon as Ahri hit level 6, they tried to jump in there, but a good turnaround there by Maryville. Now Prototype going in, it's supposed to charge pop. There's his aggressive summoner soul being used in the exhaust down onto Ozna, but now that that's gone, they have to try to back away. Mid lane though, KT Smurf sticking around maybe a little bit too long. These will get locked up by CKG, but there's no ultimate available, so he doesn't have to be afraid of dying.
Yep, just try and have them pushing that mid lane. Walrus helping out, protecting CKG while he does that. KT Smurf trying to make their life a little difficult. You saw there, as soon as the root came down and that chain CC threat was out from the side of UBC, instantly Prototype goes aggressive, tries to jump down onto that bot lane. And because when we talk about how he likes taking sometimes the aggressive summoner there, he's able to get that exhaust off because he's jumping right on the target he wants. Not quite as effective as it used to be when exhaust would have that, you know, armor reduction.
Yeah, the armor reaction, which would be super aggressive play. As top lane, they try to go toe-to-toe with each other, but Walrus going to come in with the Nunu gank, the flash forward, the flash snowball, but Ivern is here. Kazahana trying to keep Ozza alive, and they'll take down Prototype, who got a little bit too aggressive. Now Remy is going to chase after Papa Chow with Kazahana's on the top side. Fiora winds up winning that 1v1 duel, so I guess you win that bet, Mark. But on the bottom side of the map, it's another kill going down to UBC as Kazahana picks that up, hits level 6, pops Daisy, but they have to back away.
There you see craziness going off all over the map. The aggressive bot lane of the Tristana and Lulu not working out early on. 3 deaths, already in that lane. And you get to see that this could be a big issue with the Caitlyn Zyra getting ahead of it. Gonna have constant push pressure now. As we'll take a look at that 1v1 on the top side, both of them getting access to their ultimates here. Fiora getting a lot more damage with hers, a lot more damage reduction and stealing of stats for the Trundle. And there, once he's able to pack that proc that last tick of it, gets this healing benefit, and that's all that saved him, because otherwise it looked like Trundle was going to win that, trying to hug the wall, trying to protect that last vital, unable to do so, and there loses the duel as a result.
And I believe there was just one Q that was blocked by the Rapace there as well, so just that the extra damage being blocked out there let Fiora live long enough to proc that vital.
Very scrappy matchup. like we were saying. And this is kind of why maybe Maryville University was targeting it this way, because they wanted Saskia to get a carry versus carry matchup. They're confident in his ability to outplay. And they banned away a lot of the tanks in the top side to probably end up in a situation like this, a more volatile matchup where they think their more skilled player will win.
Well, it worked out for him. He got that solo kill first, so I guess you win that bet. I'm glad I didn't take it. KT Smurf, in the meantime, has gone over and picked up a blue buff for himself as Kazahana donates that one over to himself and Ari, because he is Ivern. On the flip side of the map, though, Walrus will have to have his own Syndra walk over and take that buff away from him. So Ivern will have a little bit of time where he may be just a little bit advantageous in his jungle clear because of the extra experience, and of course by the fact that he has a blue buff on himself now. UBC's bottom lane, in the meantime, going to be getting aggressed on a little bit until Remy winds up coming back, although Berserker's Grace have been completed by Tristana. It's a BF sword with that Caitlyn after that bottom lane skirmish.
Right, and the top side itemization's something that's interesting to me, just because the Trundle goes for the Tiamat to get extra push power and not matched on the side of Fiora. Here, a little bit of an all-in the mid lane once again.
Yeah, the Spirit Rush is used, but the Charm did not land, but it doesn't matter when you have CJ collapsing from the top lane and Trundle takes a bite out of Syndra.
Big mistake there by CKG, getting caught off in that top river. Thought that he had his backup with Walrus, but that's the thing about Nunu sometimes. It doesn't feel like he does a ton to help somebody out, quite like you have the follow-up CC that comes in from the Ivern, able to lock somebody down. You can put a shield on someone. Nunu's a snowball machine and maybe makes you run fast.
Sometimes a flash snowball machine in the bot lane is Prototype going to get rooted up, going to get sniped out, but he will be staying alive just from the help pick shield coming out from Papa Chow. So continuously being bullied around in this bottom lane matchup. It's something we expected to happen early on. Maryville tried to play that one as aggressive as possible. UBC were right place, right time, able to turn a lot of things around, specifically off the first blood on the bottom side level 2.
And that's not what you want to see. That's actually one of the benefits of Ivern that's sometimes missed, is when you have an AD or auto attack focused champion in the mid or top lane who can take and use that red buff really well. Here we see CJ getting that one as a benefit from the Ivern just being on his team. Puts the matchup further in his favor, extra sustain advantage, extra damage, slows, all that, as well as the fact that he just got the blue buff off killing CKG as well.
Purple Trundle.
The Fiora was doing well, probably not so happy anymore.
Nah, so the advantages that Fiora got all by herself may have been a little bit negated by the fact that there's some team play coming out from CJ, and unfortunately, her mid laner wound up dying to the Trundle. So Trundle's gonna walk back into lane. Blue buff for himself, red buff for himself. So now KT Smurf might get jumped on the mid lane here. CKG.
Good trade.
Thunderlord's proc goes down. He does have his ultimate available, but Ari's passive will proc. Heal herself up just a little bit. Kazahana comes in, pops Daisy as well. CKG is going to be the focus. Has to burn the flash just to get away from the root crawler.
Yep. KT Smurf able to stand up a little bit with the pot and his passive. And both teams posturing a little bit around mid lane. Junglers trying to get vision control back for their team. And Maryville University already down 2,000 gold, 11 minutes into the game. Not much going right for them in the bottom side of the map. Mid not doing great either. The one point that was doing good for them was the Fiora, but now that CJ was able to pick up that stray kill, evens out the gold a fair amount. He's able to pick up some Ninja Tabbies, start building a little bit bruisery now, and try and even out this laning phase.
Well, the Fiora is still even in CS to the Trundle, so she hasn't been able to push the advantage. She hasn't exactly fallen behind either, and it looks like Maryville may be trying to do something with this Trundle here. Toss the pillar against the brush, but everybody's gone over the wall with that blast cone. Looks like the Absolute Zero will proc. The ultimate comes out from Syndra, a snowball, and they will not chase under tower. CJ stays alive.
Pretty confident there, not actually flashing out at any point, knowing that he had the extra resistances needed to just walk his way out of that damage. It does force him off the turret. They're going to be a turret trade here, potentially in the bot lane. Unlikely that Maryville will be able to protect their bot one, but they do grab the turret first in the top side, getting that extra bonus gold.
Well, they get the bonus goal on the top side. They're going to lose 2 for 1 here as KT Smurf takes the time from Syndra away in that mid lane, takes down the mid lane tower. The bottom lane tower also falls in favor of UBC, so Maryville, they got an advantage on the top side. They get the first turret gold, but UBC gets 2 for the answer, and they might just go straight into the Cloud Drake. Everybody was still up on the top side and just recalled.
Right, and they weren't able to back away from the turret and get that isolated gold onto the Fiora. There's times that you can say that's worth doing it because, okay, this is the more important champion in the game for us. Even if we give up a little bit more gold as a team, we get more of it concentrated on what's going to be our win condition in the late game. They weren't able to do that. They lose 3 objectives really for the price of 1.
So a Cloud Drake, 2 towers for the price of a tower, and not even a kill on the CJ, not even a summoner spell burned onto CJ. So UBC increasing their gold lead to about 3,500, 2,500 or so, as now we're going to see the vision denial on the bottom side here. They jump immediately down onto Ozan. He just burns his flash, gets the heck out of dodge really quick.
Yeah, does lose his flash doing so. Nice little gank set up there by Maryville University, clearing out the wards, getting those lane ganks. Something that's a little bit hard to keep your eye on if you're not careful. People are good about sneaking up into that lane. But despite that, still a 3K deficit for Maryville University. They gotta find something to get going here. Either they need to get some more items onto the Tristana, have them catch up to the Caitlyn, who's getting close to proccing her cull.
Yeah, I was gonna say 10 CS on that cull is gonna be down to about 5 after wave clearing here, and they're deciding to try to kill her off first as Prototype goes in. The heal comes out from Caitlyn, the traps are laid down, but Prototype, fancy footwork, doesn't step on a single one, picks up a kill with the Zyro plants! Ah, Lulu Quick's shield keeps him alive.
Very, very close, but on the top side, the same point, Fiora was winning a duel, trying to finish off CJ. Very low, no way out, taken down for the second solo kill of the game. Saskio showing that top lane priority that they gave him was very much worth it.
Yeah, so another kill goes over to Maryville, so things were going in favor of UBC, and 2 kills across the map get Maryville a little bit closer. It's about a 2,000 gold lead in advantage of the University of British Columbia. More importantly, though, the pressure on the top side of the map is decisively in that favor, so Fiora now has pressure over there. On the bottom side of the map, they've gotten some much-needed gold onto the Tristana to try to compete with this Caitlyn, who, even before popping her cull, has gone back and finished an Infinity Edge.
Right, and that's the thing that why I was saying it's so important for them to finally get something down on the bot side here. The Tristana, famously kind of like the Caitlyn, has a little bit of that mid-game power trough where it does not do quite as much. It hasn't been as bad after some of the changes that came through with like the mini rework that they did on Tristana quite a while ago, but it's still something where you don't want to fall too far behind the Caitlyn, especially when both team comps are pretty similar in the sense where it's utility jungler, hyper scaling-ish AD carry with a pick-style mid laner and a split pushing top. Whenever you have 2 comps that are very, very similarly styled, the one that gets ahead usually wins pretty often because you can't do something that the other comp can't do.
Yep.
You can just match up straight head-to-head.
Well, we've seen Protect the Caitlyn compositions recently. We've also seen Protect the Tristana be a very big favorite of teams like Fnatic previously. And this is that 1v1 duel between CJ and Saskia. CJ continuing to try to block as many vitals as possible, but Saskia
time in a row
finding it against the wall, yeah.
Very tough for CJ. It's hard to say exactly how these duels would go if he was able to stop himself from losing that ultimate. Tries to get away, tries a little bit of ring around the rosy.
He took the high road and Saskia took the low road, and he picks up a kill before him.
There we see, so this is one of those situations where even though Maryville behind in gold, the most important thing we talk about, the win conditions for their team, the split pushing Fiora, is very much online. It's going to start winning these duels harder and harder as the gold lead grows.
Already 2-0-0 and a Black Cleaver completed, whereas the Titanic Hydra is the buy for CJ. Meanwhile, UBC, though, they still have the Caitlyn on their side. Infinity Edge with a 1-1-1 score and an OK CS advantage with Cole now being popped on her side. CJ in the top lane, though, getting a little bit aggressive on Saskia, who's very low on mana. We already saw the Subjugate go down. Saskia is going to just dash over the wall, however. You know, the Caitlyn lane in the mid lane, that tower, the outer tower over there is already down, but Caitlyn takes a lot of damage there from the Syndra. Ultimate being popped has to force her back.
Nice being able to buy some breathing room there, given the fact that Saskia had to recall on the top side. You wouldn't want to potentially be giving up a Rift Herald here. And I really got to say, this is not looking good for the side of UBC, at least in the top lane. There's a chance that, you know, their 4-man core is ahead. They can start taking turrets. They can find picks potentially and start winning the game. But the Fiora, as she gets more items, should be able to completely sustain through the Trundle's damage as it goes on. Famously against tanks does the same thing.
Yep.
And with that, you know, true damage percent health that comes in through her vitals, eventually just takes over the game. And Trundle from behind will not be able to compete with that.
Maryville, aggressive
Nice
Rift
stun.
Herald call here. Good stun coming out from the Syndra. CKG trying to zone people away, but they've taken this basically off of not doing anything else on the map. Absolute Zero being popped on one side, where CJ's taking a lot of damage on the other. We already have Redemption coming out from the side of UBC. He's going to try to heal people up, but Prototype's already picked up a kill. Now KT Smirk comes in, they charmed up Fiora, and they're taking her down, so the Fed member from Maryville is already dead, but UBC's Caitlyn and Ari are still alive. The Rift Herald doesn't know what side it really wants to fight for, but it knows that it doesn't want to go down quite yet, and it looks like both of these teams are going to trade 1 for 1
He's
and
aggro.
have to back away.
He's going to chase them all the way into mid lane.
Yeah, now he's going to eat some of the honey fruit. Oh, it doesn't pick up the honey fruit.
No, it's a scuttle.
Well, yeah, but it's just a giant void mutated scuttlecrabs. Why doesn't it stop and eat it?
That's a little judgmental. You're just assuming that's what he's going to do?
Well, how else did it get that big? It obviously ate all the rest of the honey fruit. They barely grow.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, very risky force there by Maryville University, not really having any sort of advantage when they did that. And you saw the fact that Walrus was basically able to out-tank CJ, where both of them were just taking a beating by the other team's team, and then The funny thing was, Saskio came in, blew his riposte too early. It's important to use that on the Ari's charm cooldown and just not on random other damage that's coming your way. So leaves himself exposed, gets hit by the charm right after, and gets blown up. Fiora not quite at that point where in the late game she starts getting kind of tanky as she starts picking up more of those health items and sustain and lifesteal. Not at that point yet where she really wants to be 5v5ing at all. Never really at that point anyways, for the most part. If you can avoid the 5v5 as a Fiora, you're pretty happy with that, but definitely not early game.
Well, more importantly, that Rift Herald is maybe the first time on our stream in the Campus Series Finals that we actually see it not being taken, because Baron's coming up in about 40 seconds, so unless someone does it lickety-split.
I don't know, they're pinging it.
On.
They're pinging it, and they're running up to the top side. Maryville University, thinking about it, might trade away this Mountain Dragon for it.
Yeah, UBC is going to be prioritizing the Mountain Dragon, and it looks like that Maryville University is going to be prioritizing Trundle.
Looks like they're letting Walrus run a little bit of interference there while they start off the Rift Turtle on their own. They're going to need to make sure they do this one quickly so it does not disappear in the next 15 seconds.
Mountain Drake does want it going in the way of UBC. They got about 10 seconds left to take down this Rift Turtle. Can they do it, Mark? 5 seconds.
It looks like they might be able to. They have the true damage, maybe.
2, 1.
Oh,
they missed it! Feels bad.
Was it worth the Krug? Was it worth the Krug, Tom?
I don't think it was. Oh, man. I don't know if I'm more upset that Maryville didn't get it in time, or I'm more upset this is the first time in potentially months we haven't seen a collegiate team take the Rift Herald.
It's a tough pill to swallow there from Maryville University. They went for the objective trade, and their objective ran away on them.
And they had the Nunu, too. Notorious for being able to take those objectives down, but not today. UBC comes out ahead of that one just because of a well-timed Baron spawn.
All right, now up to a 4,000 gold advantage, despite the fact that we're talking about Maryville University having that stronger split pusher. The gold lead continues to grow for UBC right now. The objective lead continues to grow, grabbing their second dragon of the game. And they're starting to get a lot of control down with their 4-man core.
One of the things we haven't necessarily talked about as much has been this mid lane matchup. We see Syndra going for the standard build, Sorcerer Shoes, Morellonomicon, going to be able to potentially one-shot the Caitlyn. She's not protected by the Ivern Shield. But the Ahri coming out from KT Smurf, a little bit of an adaptation here. We've seen some Hextech Gunblade Ahri, split pushing might coming out from CLG Huhi. But this case, it's going to be the GLP Ahri, going to be getting an additional slow on top of the fact that he can charm somebody out. As CKG said, mid laner's been a little bit quiet, but he burns his own flash right there because he has to get out of dodge from a Trundle and a Caitlyn collapsing on him.
Yep, gets out there, and yeah, like you're saying, there's a lot of interesting ways to build Ahri, actually. Sometimes you see the Proto Belt, sometimes you see the GLP, Lichbane, Gunblade. You can do whatever you want a little bit on Ahri. And
usually it involves a Hextech Revolver of some sort.
Of some sort. But for the most part, it seems like it's a little up in the air on exactly how you want to go with her. Some people might even go the more standard Morellonomicon into another item. So a lot of different options.
And I figure we might wind up seeing a Morellonomicon out from the Ahri. It will eventually cut into the Fiora's healing later on, and we'll also wind up stopping Tristana when she gets lifesteal, potentially an Ardent Center coming out from the Lulu, but still plenty of time for them to build healing reduction. Caitlyn herself could potentially go for, the Mortal Reminder coming out of the Executioner's Calling, but still got plenty of League of Legends to play before that, because both these compositions definitely have things to do in the later stages of the game. And at 22 minutes into the game, it doesn't look like anybody really has. Well, UBC has a solid advantage gold-wise, but it doesn't feel like it is. They are able to pick up a kill onto CKG, who barely does not take down Osna.
Yeah, CKG looking for the solo play there, almost gets onto him. Just a little bit of damage away from being able to finish off that kill. Does not quite get it. Not the end of the world to go down like that, but you're just feeding the Caitlyn, feeding the beast. She's getting stronger and stronger. Now Prototype caught out in the top lane, trying to protect himself versus KT Smurf. Almost able to do so, but with the Ivern support, they pick up that kill as well.
Yep, looks like they're going to be transitioning into the last remaining outer tower on the map for the side of Maryville University, because they are going to take that one down between Ivern, Daisy, and Ahri. Walrus is on the opposite side of the map, opposite side of the lane, did not want to go for that one. Now Saskio trading head blow to blow with CJ. CJ hugging the wall, does not want that last Vital exposed, but will end up being popped anyway by Saskio. And now the heal has come back up, and now CJ's going to have a hard time in this duel. Saskio trying to chase through, will have lunge available in just 2 seconds with a flash over the wall from CJ, keeps him alive.
I mean, this has happened enough now that I'm beginning to wonder if it is guaranteed that you can proc that through the wall, because back in the day, I was taking a look at this solo kill before I go on a little ramble here. Osna, with that exhaust coming in by the last second out of Remy, cutting enough damage to keep Osna alive. The redemption was late, would have gone down if he did not get that exhaust off. But yeah, the little tangent I was about to go on was back in the day, you saw a lot of time when it was Shen Fiora. Shen would hug the wall and stop that last Vital from being procced. But here, Saskio has done it 3 times in a row that despite the fact CJ was close to the wall, he would lunge in and get the proc on the far side.
So when he lunges into it, it'll be able to go around and hit that proc.
Right, so I'm not sure if that's actually supposed to be 100% guaranteed, or if CJ is not getting close enough to the wall.
And CJ seems a little bit frustrated on his player cam too, with some of the ways that he's losing these duels and has to burn summoner spells or has fallen. So could be a little bit of both. Maybe he's just not hugging the wall entirely. Maybe he's just turning around at one point in time. The lunge is just getting in there, snipping him in the butt just a little bit. But Sasuke has been getting the advantages over him this game so far. We can already see Tiamat picked up Black Cleaver, Vampiric Scepter now in addition to that to get even more lifesteal to wind up winning one-on-one trades. But we do see that CJ opting to go for what potentially could be a Frozen Heart in this match. It's starting to get pretty tanky early on if he's going to be splitting against the all-AD Fiora.
Will try to become a little bit more of a factor in the team situation that UBC is way ahead on. They've been picking up a lot of kills in that kind of 4v4 that's been happening on the other parts of the map, as well as taking a lot more objectives. Up now to almost a 5,000 gold lead, almost exactly on the dot actually. And that's the thing is, if the split pusher can't actually get anything done in these situations, the 4-man core can roam to meet up with him like the Ari's doing right now.
Man, Ari just going forward, trying to take it to Sasuke, but the healing gets procced once again coming out from that grand challenge. Sasuke still trying to get a kill onto CJ, winds up putting his pillar back against him. The shield coming out from Ivern will keep him alive, and Sasuke almost takes one down in a 1v3.
Really great play there out of Sasuke. Unfortunate that doesn't net him anything, but was going to win that 2v1. Ivor needs to make his way down as well, and there's such low pressure out of the 4-man group out of Maryville. It is completely unpunished, the fact that they had to commit 3 people down there just to deal with the Fiora.
So Maryville University were unable to really get a response in the mid lane while 3 were away from the side of UBC. Daisy being popped in here. It looks like they might be going for a bit of a push. Instead, it looks like it's going to be a push for vision control from the side of UBC. As I mentioned before, they're still 5,500 gold ahead in this game, but it doesn't necessarily feel like they are in complete control of it. The fact of the matter is that their split pusher is losing to the Fiora matchup one-on-one, that they have a protect the AD kind of composition, that KT Smurf's Ari will get a decent amount of assists, but finally picked up her first kill of the game. They don't have like a character that is super, super strong at this point in time. The Caitlyn just finished her second item,
which
still
is
needs like one more.
A curious second item here.
It's a fandom dancer. This is something that we saw Bang doing a lot at MSI when he was playing Varus. Normally you think, oh, okay, I go Blade the Rune King, I pick up a Rune on Hurricane, that's my build. That's what I do every single game. But when there's people who can get on top of him, like a Fiora, or somebody that will potentially be able to get close and blow him up, like a Syndra, you get the fan answer for movement speed. If you hit somebody like the Fiora, they're going to be dealing less damage to you.
I'm not sold.
I'm not entirely sold on it,
because
but that's the philosophy.
I mean, given how Prototype has been playing so far, where he's going to hop on you and actually get in range, sure.
Yeah.
But a lot of the other times, the Nunu, not a threat. You don't need to cut his damage really at all. Against a Syndra, a lot of the time, not really a situation that you're going to get great use out of it. Same with a Tristana if you're playing at range at all. When she jumps on you, sure, in that situation. And the Fiora, for the most part, hasn't even looked at Caitlyn once, aside for that one skirmish around the Rift Herald. So it does feel a little bit curious of an item. I'm not convinced that this is the best Zeal build to go. Now Prototype looking to get a fight here.
Quite aggressive. Nobody can protect you if you're that far away from your team. Asta, Phantom Dancer or not, picks up that kill on the Prototype.
Yeah, there you see Kazahana kind of throwing a fadeaway Ivern. Root hits Prototype and sets up the follow-up by KT Smurf using Ari's mobility to get involved there.
Well, Saskia doing Fiora things on the bot side of the map, has the Ravenous Hydra completed, but that's going to be signal for Baron for UBC. As long as the wards are dead, there will be nothing for Fiora to teleport to, but there's one in the back that has stayed alive. Baron is down to 4,000 HP, and 2 people are zoning away the Nunu. 2,200 HP, and there's still no teleport in sight. Looks like that UBC are going to secure themselves a Baron.
UBC get that Baron down. They left CJ on Annoy, the Nunu duty, chasing him out. Now he's in the bad spot. Might get caught out of position. You're trying to wrap around back to his team. Takes a little bit of damage from the redemption.
Oop. Blue ultimate will keep him alive. Pillar tries to cut it off. Meanwhile, Fiora's been able to split push down that tower. Walrus just laughing and jogging away. Will actually survive.
Able to finally get out of there. One of the things that Nunu's known for is running away. Able to get out there with the help of Lulu. And we were talking about how things were going good for Maryville, despite the fact that they were down 3,000 gold. Well, what happened since then was the Syndra dies once. The Tristana dies in the top lane. A couple more objectives go down. Maryville was not able to stop the bleeding with their 4-man core long enough to let the Fiora take things over. And then once you lose enough pressure with your 4-man core, it spills over into that split pusher, where now they can vacate the middle lane, and they don't need to sit there and defend themselves because they have so much extra pressure there that they go down the bot lane, they get back up in time to the mid lane to stop them from giving up anything for going to contain the Fiora.
Yep, and while there are 3 towers to 3 on the map right now, 2 of them are down for Maryville on the bottom side of the map, whereas in mid lane, all the outer towers are down in favor of UBC.
And they got those turrets in the trade where they gave up the Baron. It wasn't like she split pushed them down in the face of the Trundle. That was a conscious decision by UBC to prioritize this Baron buff so they can do exactly this.
Yeah, well, Caitlyn now comes back into this mid lane with a Mortal Reminder, so the healing reduction is there. So Fiora's Grand Challenge, her own lifesteal from the Ravenous Hydra, not going to be nearly as effective. Of course, you have the Stoneborn Pact picked up by Nunes when he Ice Blasts somebody. Tristan is able to lifesteal off of that person. That's going to be cut down in, you know, basically half from the 5% or whatever it was on the first hit. But now it's going to be difficult for the side of Maryville University to try to defend. Baron buff minions mean that Syndra's not super effective wave clear. Sure, the Fiora will be able to split push against that in the top lane against the Trundle, but Tristana, you know, she has to wind up getting one of those minions dead in order to splash damage onto the rest of them. And Prototype has been unable to be relatively safe when walking up to contest these. So 2 towers go down in favor of UBC, but still a minute and a half left on this Baron.
Very scary for the side of Maryville University, trying their best to wave clear, but the Caitlyn range, the Ivern putting brushes down, making it hard to find it. And it's, well, the fact that they don't really have good engage. They can't punish the Caitlyn for stepping too far forward from anyone aside for really the Syndra. And as long as Osna plays around that, there's not much Maryville can do other than try their best to wave clear.
Yep, 1 Syndra stun. That's the engage from the side of Maryville University. Otherwise, pretty much got to wait for UBC to slowly chunk down these towers. Syndra stun being used to clear out the minions. And I still have that cannon minion hidden in the Ivern brushes. Going to be A-OK to just deal some more damage onto the tower. 40 seconds left on the Baron buff, and this could be a bottom lane inhibitor tower being cracked. So they wind up landing the root caller down onto CKG, but it will be no follow-up right there. Finally, his Forcible comes back up, and he pulls the cannon minion away from the Baron buff.
Battle of CKG versus the cannon minion. CKG wins.
Round 2. Ooh, a teleport now being channeled in from Trundle. Fiora has actually gone back to base to help defend, so that's going to tank up the tower and allow them to wind up finally cracking open the base here. Bottom lane inhibitor taking a lot of damages. Asa just on the bottom side of this fight, just free reign on the inhibitor. It's going to be UBC, the last couple seconds of their Baron buff, taking down an inhibitor in their favor.
Great use of the Baron buff there, able to break the base and grab an inhibitor, not even needing a kill to do so. And we talk about Fiora winning the split push. Well, Trundle generally, with that itemization, will be more useful in the 5v5. When your Caitlyn is this strong, you don't need to go in there and start murdering their backline all on your own. You just become a better frontline than the main team, and you fight front to back. You steal the resist that the Nunu will eventually start building. He doesn't have a ton right now, a lot more of a health pool, obviously trying to use the most of that Stoneborn Pact, but right now looking really tough for Maryville University. UBC is going to keep setting up in front of these turrets, and their comp does not have a great answer.
And you have to think Maryville kind of put a lot of their eggs in the top lane basket, banning out so many champions against CJ. It was a gambit that paid off for them throughout the course of the game, but you have to kind of think, like, maybe with the Trundle pick coming in, did they want something that was more carry versus carry specifically? Is there really a tank that dominates the Fiora that much that they didn't feel safe picking the Fiora into it? And it wasn't something they could ban away a Caitlyn. They could ban away the Ahri. They could ban away the Ivern, which has been enabling this Caitlyn pick so much.
I mean, that is the question of exactly what they could have done different there. Obviously, the Fiora into the Trundle worked out, but, you know, like you're saying, what you give up to allow that to happen. You gave up an Ivern, you gave up a Caitlyn.
Yeah, and right now they might be giving up game number 1 as about an 8,000 gold advantage in favor of UBC. We see KT Smurf going forward, lands the GLP, does not wind up landing the Charm. He still has that one being held on here. The flash being burned from Walrus. Over the wall, Papa Chowder has the flash away, but a flash charm comes in from KT Smurf. That's why he held on to it. That's the power of the GLP.
Get to see the setup there by KT Smurf. It's one of the reasons a lot of people find the Hex Tech Gunblade to be successful as well. You just ult at their face, proc that on them for the slow, makes your charm easier to land. Still pretty tough versus fast Nunu, but eventually they find the opening, take him down. Now,
they found Prototype too. He got locked against the wall, has to flash away, uses the Buster Shot, but he's gonna wind up going down. There's an Ivern, there's a Trundle, and he's dead. Now they lock up onto the Fiora as well, and Saskia can't even get any auto attacks down, let alone proc any vitals. He's going to flashing forward into actually getting flashed on as the pillar blocks off his escape, and Caitlyn picks up another kill. That's 3 members dead from Maryville. UBC could try to end the game.
Looks like they're going to be able to do so. That's 2 critical members down. It's only the Syndra really with any damage to try and stop this from happening. And with the 5-man strong, going to be hard to force the Caitlyn off these turrets.
Well, they've pulled Daisy back in, and there is going to still stay alive. The Absolute Zero being channeled there by Nuna. They've gotten one Nexus Tower down. The Syndra dies. This could be GG. Ozna runs forward, though, and winds up falling down. He wanted to go for kills instead of towers. Now UBC has to turn tail and run because their Caitlyn's dead. They got no one left to protect.
I mean, you hope that's not one of those mistakes that you look back on at the end of the day and realize you threw away a game here. Because, yes, they're still in a great spot, but that buys so much more time for Maryville. The fact that the game is not over yet and they can keep trying to scale up here, going for that kill as opposed to just playing to end the game. Huge mistake. Now the teleport coming in from Saskia wants to try and punish this as much as possible.
Yeah, and it looks like that UBC barely going to be able to get out of this one. The Trundle Pillar cutting off the entrance from the Fiora. Pretty crucial to keeping themselves alive, as they are actually able to get KT Smurf out alive as he push down that top lane tower. So 8 towers now to 3. Gold lead about 9,000 as Baron's going to be spawning onto Summoner's Rift. And it looks like that Maryville University, they want to try to get this one down as quickly as possible. They know that Caitlyn's still about a 15-minute jog away from back in base. They have the Nunu available. They have a lot of damage, but KT Smurf off on the side. Tries to flash away, goes into the wall, goes golden with his on his hourglass. Saskia, meanwhile, zoning out the rest of the entire team from UBC. KT Smurf has dropped extremely low, but it's bought enough time for Ozna to rejoin the fight. KT Smurf throws out the charm, will not wind up landing. Prototype is going to pick up a kill, but like you said, the minions being the 6th man on the map. CJ's teleporting in. They're going to try to wind it back during ending the game. His teleport goes off. Meanwhile, the rest of Maryville are trying to fight UBC, but they're not succeeding on any front. Saskia will go in and start picking up some kills, but Trundle's on the Nexus, and he says, split push this, Fiora. We're taking game number 1.
Despite getting the better of the Trundle all game long, it's actually CJ who's going to go and finish the game all by himself in the base of Maryville. Crazy ending to the game that all came down from that pick off on to the Caitlyn getting a little too aggressive, going for kills. It does not end up biting them in the butt. Able to finish that game out where a lot of that action really did come from the fact that Caitlyn was ahead all game long.
That was not the ending I was expecting from that game whatsoever. UBC had such a big advantage that they were able to build up slowly but steadily throughout the course of the entire game, but it never felt like they were decisively in control of it because of how far ahead the Fiora was and how much pressure she could exert. But when they wound up grouping up as a team composition, they took the Baron, they pushed down towers, and then got messy.
Yeah, I think there's a moment in the game right when that solo kill happened where you saw the Syndra trying to finish off Ozna. The exhaust came in to keep him alive, and then same time, Prototype was dying in the top lane. They lost a couple more turrets off that play. I think that was the moment where it really kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, and no longer was the Fiora split push threat quite enough on its own. And a really interesting draft phase, I'd say, out of both teams. Very similarly styled burst champions mid, a lot of pushing in the bot lane, split pushers with utility junglers. Very, very similar game plans, and it just seemed like the over-aggression in the bot lane that came in for the side of Maryville was what kind of spelled their doom.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the playstyle that Maryville likes going, though. We already talked about the summoner spell choices from Prototype. He likes playing aggressive. They like playing a little bit more offensive in that lane. We talked about the Tristana in lane phase will slowly lose out to the Caitlyn, as most opposing AD carries do.
Yeah, tend to.
But does have like that level 2 or 3 power spike where they can try to abuse something. It did not wind up getting out early ahead. But on the flip side of the map, the Fiora was finally able to take down the Trundle, was established a presence on that side of the map, but unfortunately just was not translated. The Nunu pickup too, while it was meant to protect the Tristana and keep her ahead, because they didn't get those advantages, it felt like it fell completely flat in this comp.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is that Ivern had a couple different ganks that it threw at the side of Maryville that resulted in kills or advantages that Nunu never really matched. There was one lane gank that he snuck in the bot lane, but at that point, it was basically over on the bot side of the map. So Ivern definitely showing that why he is the strongest pick in the meta right now. If you want a utility jungler, that's the guy you go with. Able to influence the game a lot more.
Yeah, and so the Ivern pick definitely became super influential overall. We saw, like we said, UBC get a very large lead leading into the ending stage of the game, but things kind of developed into a bit of chaos when we saw Ozna dying. There was nobody left for them to really protect them, to protect the AD carry composition, and Maryville tried to capitalize, but I mean, it wound up being the Trundle who was bullied all game, coming out from behind and taking the win.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing that happened was it looked like the game was over. They killed, the Tristana once again. Fiora was dead. It looked like this is the end of the game coming in for the side of UBC. You thought they would have taken it right there.
Yeah, but I mean, we could just try to describe it as much as possible. You guys can actually just see what happened at the end of the game. It only just happened a couple seconds ago, but there's so much to kind of dissect in this one as UBC were caught without their Caitlyn. Maryville tried to rush the Baron. It was going down pretty quick, but then this crazy fight erupts.
Right, and they're not actually able to kill anyone here. If they're able to blow up KT Smurf and get a 4v5, maybe they can turn onto the other group and get a couple more kills. Not able to do so. Like you said, Ozna respawns, comes back in. They finally finish off KT Smurf, but that buys time for CJ to start teleporting to the base. You see they're trying to find him, try and stop the teleport from coming through, but once it's there, no way for them to get back in time. And they also lose this fight mostly at the same time. Trundle all by himself in the base. Got bullied all game long, finally gets his moment in the sun.
Yeah, and so CJ teleports in, backdoors the Nexus with the help of a couple super minions coming in from that earlier push on, but that was just a very hectic ending to a game that UBC, like we said, Goldie the entire time, didn't feel extremely dominant in that one, but was still ahead. And this is, you know, like we said, a rebuilding year for UBC. They come out here against a team that's very strong, Maryville, a tournament favorite to make it to the finals, let alone win the entire thing. And they come out looking extremely strong.
Yeah, and I think what was surprising was the fact that I actually didn't dislike Maryville's game plan. It was just that on the bottom side of the map, what they were trying to do with it wasn't working out. It was just a little too aggressive into what is one of the strongest lanes in Caitlyn, Zyra. Zyra early on can get chunked out a little bit more than some of the more shielding supports like a Lulu or something, but once she gets out of that like little risky phase, her poke becomes disastrous. And I think you saw a couple times that was the case. And I'm not sure what Maryville needs to do, because this is kind of like a day of upsets where a lot of top teams are dropping series here, just the one before this one as well. And now UBC up one game. I mean, the onus is not necessarily on them to change the strategy. They'd probably change the top side matchup a little bit, but other than that, look great.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Maryville can even up the score when we come back in Game 2 against University of British Columbia. Don't go anywhere. There's an Ivor and there's a Trundle, and he's dead. Now they lock up onto the Fiora as well, and Saskia can't even get any auto attacks down, let alone proc any vitals. He's going to flash and forward fight UBC, but they're not succeeding on any front. Saskia will go in and start picking up some kills, but Trundle's on the Nexus, and he says, split push this, Fiora. We're taking game number 1. Welcome back. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of UBC versus Maryville. And starting off the bat, UBC, despite winning game number 1, they're going to shake things up a little bit. They're taking out Kazahana from the jungle, and they're putting in proof of payment for game number 2.
Yeah, a little surprising given the fact that he seemed to be doing all right with how that game went. It was a game that was great for the Ivern pick, able to run around the map, do a lot of things for the team, set up the Caitlyn. But I guess they're looking for something else here in game 2, maybe predicting a little bit of a change of plans coming in for Maryville potentially.
And Proof, as we mentioned, was a little bit of the more aggressive style jungler, whereas Kazahana, we mentioned that he was a little bit more of a tank, a little bit more of a supporty kind of jungler, and was in there for team fights. We saw him with a very, very strong Ivern performance, was basically one of the key points as to why that game went so well for UBC. Proof of Payment, a little bit more aggressive in his jungle pool, a little bit more aggressive of a player, but he also brings a little bit more experience because this guy's at least a 1, if not 2-time champion of the Collegiate tournament.
Yeah, definitely a guy with a good pedigree. But I think the onus, like we were mentioning a little bit, is on Maryville to find something that works for them. You can look at the top lane. That seemed relatively successful. You look at what happened in the bot lane. Not quite so much. And the thing with Prototype is he always did have a little bit of a unique champion pool. We talked about already the summoner choice, a little different. It's one of those games where you say, could we have played a little safer around the bot side of the map because the Fiora pick is doing well? Were there situations that we could have avoided some of those all-ins that got turned around on us and just held on a little bit more? Now, you don't want to turn completely passive, but maybe recognize that your Fiora is going off a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's one of those symptoms when you're winning on one side of the map and you have somebody that can protect you and your composition is built around you as the carry. You have a Lulu in the bottom lane. Sometimes you can play a little bit more aggressive, or the way I play when I have a Lulu is stupid. And you have somebody there to protect you and have your back on that one. But the Caitlyn and the Zyra lane, it's one of those quintessential bully lane matchups that can very easily turn those things around.
Yeah, I mean, even in the mid game, we saw the attempt to kill the Caitlyn get turned around. It's hard to be like, don't do that at all. See a little drink being made up there. I think what you can say is just once you're behind, because we saw that the Caitlyn was pretty ahead in items, and even though they did get that 1 kill onto the Tristana, that was great. It didn't really bring her back into the game to the point where she was dealing well with all the pressure that the Ivern, Kate, and Ari were putting out for the side of UBC.
Yeah, and it might just be a choice of champion pick as well. The Caitlyn and the Tristana, as you mentioned during the actual cast of the game, they have that mid-game kind of low where both of them sort of fall off. They need like another item or two to kind of get there. The Caitlyn got the advantage in that matchup and then eclipsed the Tristana as the more powerful carry as the game went on. She also had the better supporting cast in that one. They had the jungler from the Ivern being able to supply extra shields. You know, even had a mid laner in Ari who was able to charm people off of her. I mean, the fact that Ari was also relatively even, if not ahead of the Syndra for the entirety of the game, gave a little bit of pressure off of the Caitlyn lane as well.
Right, and that's what we were kind of saying. When you have two comps that are basically identical, sure, you don't have the jungle with the shield on the side of Maryville. You have the Lulu with a shield, and then you have the attack speed steroids that come in from the Nunu. And Ivern has a little bit more CC. They're not identical, but while they had a little bit more pick-off potential on the side of UBC, they're also just winning the four-man core side really, really hard. And even though the Fiora was kind of going off, like we said, it got to this breaking point where it was no longer possible for the Fiora to just 1v1 pressure the Trundle before the enemy team could collapse and react to it.
Well, Maryville University in game number 2 here. They got to take this one because we're only in best of 3s right now, Mark. All of today are best of 3s. The rest of the weekend are the best of 5s. So UBC, number 2 seed coming out of the West. Last team to qualify because they had to make it through the wildcard tournament. Could be knocking out a tournament favorite right away, 2-0.
Right, and they're sticking like on the same sides. Once again, bans coming in. We see the Orianna ban away. We'll see if Maryville decides to stick with all these tanks on the top side. Looks like it. Now, this worked out previously in the last series, able to stop University, Simon Fraser University, excuse me, by sticking with their champions and just making a couple small adaptations. So we'll see if Maryville goes for that same kind of strategy. As UBC actually bans away the Ivern this time around, maybe predicting a increase in priority on it.
It could be an increase in priority since Maryville's already shown they're okay with running a protect the carry composition. And it might also be the fact that proof of payment is now in for Kazahana and he may not feel as comfortable on the Ivern pick, so maybe you should just ban that one away. They've also banned away the Orianna. If they ban out a Lulu here, or Karma in this case, as they did in game number 1, they've taken away a lot of the shield and a lot of the utility from a protect the carry composition.
Once again, with the Karma ban, Lulu does become the obvious first pick. Maryville snatches that one up for the second time in a row. It does allow the Caitlyn, to fall over to the side of UBC. They grab that, and they're taking the Lee Sin much more aggressive.
There's
like we
the
said,
aggressive jungle
proof of
pick.
payment in there now. No surprise to see the Ivern ban now that you think about it. He does not want to play that slow champ who just goes around trying to steal camps. He wants to fight. and they grab him.
Interestingly enough, there's a Trundle ban that was thrown into the mix as well, so showing some respect to the champion that CJ, well, kind of got dominated on, but was able to end the game. And now they lock the Jinx in the first rotation, so this will be a prototype Jinx. I'm excited. Love me some Jinx.
Yep, Jinx hasn't seen too much play in the competitive scene in a little while. One game of it in the Challenger Series where it did not look super hot.
Now that was Goldcorn United playing it, and they lost.
No, they won.
Oh, they won, but Jinx didn't do anything.
Jinx died. She was this little carrot on the end of a stick that the enemy team would kill every team and then team fight, and then they would still lose the fight.
That's right, because they have Phoenix, and he runs away with games.
Yeah, anyways, the reason I expect there was the Trundle ban was because even though Fiora won a lot of those early duels, she was able to proc her vitals in situations where it seemed like the Trundle was defending it properly. And maybe they recognized that she was getting a little lucky in some of those instances, and they didn't feel like she would have won those duels elsewhere. Or maybe they just don't want to deal with the Trundle at all and don't want to risk taking a tank now. So it's a little hard to know exactly what Maryville was thinking there. Either way, it's not going to matter about the Fiora point because UBC has banned it away.
Yep, so Fiora being banned away, the Cassidy once again being banned, and potentially could see an Echo ban following up if they want to go for that Syndra from the side of Maryville University again. Of course, that does leave Shen still available on the table, which was banned away in the game in the previous matchup. So Maryville may be leaving that one open for themselves. The Kennen being taken away by University of British Columbia is very similar to game number 1. They're eliminating carry champions from Sasuke's pool and tanks away from CJ's pool.
We'll have to see what this last ban is. It's pretty important because if they go with the Echo ban again, UBC could always maybe potentially take the Syndra for themselves, and Maryville has fewer counters available to it. But given that they already went with the Cassidy, and you would think, oh, they go with the Renekton instead.
That was also banned in the previous matchup, but that was by UBC.
Right, so both teams trading bans around a little bit here. Gonna end up with, for sure, a different top lane matchup, and most likely a different mid lane one, but we'll have to see.
And we'll see what the first pick here from the University of British Columbia is going to be. They have to pick one of their solo laners, and it will look like they're going to take a relatively safe tank matchup, the Nautilus going into the top side of the map. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Nautilus in competitive play. He used to be one of the more popular pickups here, but with Galio and Shen and these other champions available, Gragas rising in popularity, you know, now that those have been banned away, well, save for the Shen, the Nautilus pops himself back up into here for UBC.
Yeah, Shen can have a little bit tougher of a time early on, not great wave clear. Maybe UBC is more focused on making sure that CJ is able to keep his lane pushed out, not get dove or something like that on the side in the top lane. Instead, we see the Syndra come out again, so maybe we do end up with that Ahri pick for the second game in a row.
That's still up. The Echo's still there, so they could look for the direct lane counter to that one, though. The wave clear from Echo not necessarily the same as from an Ahri or from something else. The Orianna is also still available, which is a kind of okay even matchup into that. Oh, sorry, the Orion was banned away from UBC, my bad. But a Kled being in here to round out the competition. So now this is a little less protect the Jinx. They have a Nunu and a Lulu to kind of do that, and more of a, well, run at everybody, get Jinx a kill, and she keeps running at people.
Right, I mean, you don't necessarily need to all in on a hyper carry just because you pick one, give it a tool or two, make sure it's able to survive a dive so it doesn't just get blown up at the start of team fights, and then make sure your team can do other things as well. Have some engage options, have some burst, so that way if you have a reset champion like a Jinx, it can find it on its own and doesn't need it, as we see apparently it is a Jinx cosplay.
UBC Jinx, so wrong team.
A little surprising, especially given that Prototype is the famous Jinx player.
Yeah, well, more famous as a Vayne player, but the Jinx has a special place in my heart there. But KT Smurf's going to be taking Fizz as the counter matchup here into the Syndra. We talked about that in the previous best of 3 series.
The bans that they had last game were really smart when they took the Syndra early and they had 2 rotations. They banned away the Cassin and the Echo, which deal with Syndra just as well as a Fizz does, but they have a better ability to play from range, and when you had the Lulu and stuff, they didn't go for it. This time around, they feel more confident to go for it, despite the fact that they're against a lot of the same champions, actually. The Nunu and Lulu still in the game, so we'll have to see if we were right in saying it's a little difficult to play Fizz in this situation, or if they're going to be able to find a lot more kills.
Well, the best part is now for University of British Columbia's composition, they're less about protecting their Caitlyn and more about just having a Caitlyn and a composition that wants to get a little bit more aggressive with the Lee Sin pick and a Nautilus that can hook people out of position and try to capitalize on that. Whereas for the side of Maryville University, it's a little bit of the same. They have a aggressive top laner, they have the Syndra still in the mid lane, and well, the rest of the picks are the same besides the Kled, I guess, technically.
Right, and I think another thing with the Fizz pick, just to bounce back to that real quick, is the Lee Sin. It's a lot more of an aggressive jungler, like we were saying. So if you get that level 6 power spike, the all-ins become a lot easier on the Syndra if you're trying to snowball through that mid lane, which maybe they think that's an area they can, because KT Smurf definitely had the better game last game, and they feel like let top lane do its thing with that counter pick. We're going to win on the bot side of the map again.
No, well, that was the way that UBC was winning game number 1. And from the side of Maryville University, looks like they felt A-okay with the way their draft at least went in game number 1. Just changing up the Fiora since it was banned away, and they replace it with a Kled. They pick a Jinx in this composition instead of the Tristana, and we'll see if things turn around for game number 2. Maryville, they got to win this one to bounce back, otherwise it's going to be UBC, the lone team left in the Western Conference in this tournament, advancing into the next round.
And talk about how they have a little bit more pressure now that SFU was knocked off earlier in the day. The other thing that was happening was a lot of upsets. Generally, the Southern #1 seed lost to Carnegie Mellon. Maybe not as big of an upset as you might think, given that a lot of people thought that Carnegie Mellon might be a little bit stronger of a team overall.
They were the wild card team, though.
They were the wild card team. Do have Mega Zero on the team. You know, a little bit of a different factors at play.
Are you telling me the best Riven in North America is better than the entire state of Texas?
In some regards, maybe. Anyways, for this game, very different style of jungle and mid lane coming in for UBC here. The Ahri into the Syndra. Also generally plays a little bit safer, but Fizz gets bullied in the first couple levels, but once you start getting 6, you start getting a lot of all-in threat, and then it's all about CKG going to have to live through that, and Nunu does not provide the most support for stopping a Lee Sin and Fizz come flying at your face.
No, actually he provides relatively 0 support. He throws an Ice Blast at them, and then they gap close on you, and that's about it.
Yeah, and if it's Fizz, sometimes even disjoints, it doesn't even hit him.
Yeah, that's very true. So a bit more difficulty if you are CKG in this one. He was a little bit targeted in the matchup in game number 1. He wasn't necessarily killed a lot, but there still were a lot of plays being made around the fact that the mid lane matchup was going slightly in favor of KT Smurf. He didn't necessarily have a lot of kills. I believe it was like 0-0 and 3 at one point before he picked up a kill in a 1v3 or 3v1 situation against the split pushing Fiora. But we'll see now if on a bit more of a early game assassin snowbally damage threat on the Fizz, if he's going to be a bit more of a focal point for UBC this match.
I fully expect at 6 minutes to find a lot of attention coming in the mid lane. The side for Maryville, they do have the advantage early on in that mid lane, but Nunu's not the best champion for trying to exploit that. For the most part, KT Smurf should be playing on his side of the map, and Nunu's not going to come running in from some weird angle, throw one snowball. They can potentially look at the top side. Kled has fantastic gank support, able to set up a lot of those plays with his bear trap on a rope. See him getting that early level 2, getting trade down onto CJ there. And then the bot side, probably pretty hard to deal with the push of Caitlyn and Zyra, and it can be a little rough to try and gank that lane. And Nunu running straight into all that zone control that's generally available for UBC might be difficult. So they could have a rough early game here is kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a rough early game on the bottom side of the map here. The Caitlyn and Zyra matchup against the Tristana, we saw it being very in favor of them, whereas now with the Jinx, she has a little bit more range. She goes into rocket form, but if you do that, you're going to be pushing the wave back on you, and that just gives more room for the Zyra and the Caitlyn to trap you up, to abuse you, for you to get poked on all sorts of sides. But as you mentioned, being pushed up in that lane does mean that Nunu could potentially go for a ganker on the backside as he runs into a Lee Sin. Going towards the mid lane here is now CKG, going to get Playful and Trickster down upon, but the stun follows after. There's the Ice Blast. The fourth flash from KT Smurf. He's going to dash away, but he will get flashed after for first blood. Proof of Payment trying to get a trade kill down onto Walrus as CJ flashes forward. Is his dredge line available? He will hook back in Walrus, and a kill was returned.
Ends up being a 1-for-1, but Maryville gets the first blood, and they're able to hold on to their TP while pushing a minion wave into the top side. Overall, a really nice play for them, and a very strange time for KT Smurf to get aggressive there. It was clear that Walrus had the inside track and was going to get to KT Smurf first, and despite that fact, he blows his play for Trickster, trying to get on to CKG, who then has the follow-up stun, allowing Nunu to get into range and actually land some of those skills, and the Ice Ball actually connects. Usually, you just hold that Trickster so you can dodge out in the stun or the Ice Ball.
Yeah, and more importantly, KT Smurf did not get an assist in that return kill either. So the Syndra has gotten first blood gold, has a kill, and Fizz has got nothing for that gank. So he's gone back, picked up a Doran's ring, and finished his corrupting potion. But Syndra content to stick around in the lane for a little bit longer with her barrier still available and a large amount of money in her pocket. But with the flash down, this could be a rinse and repeat for Proof of Payment, who is coming around the backside, but CKG just hugging his tower.
They want to try and punish that no-flash, low-mana Syndra, knowing she wants to recall, teleport back in the lane by KT Smurf. Kind of baiting it, but it's a little too late. CKG, huge XP advantage right now. KT Smurf going to try and farm back up. And delaying that power spike when the Fizz hits 6 is pretty big. Gives you a little bit extra time to not worry about that all-in threat.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, we do see that UBC continue to get aggressive in this bottom lane, but Remy maybe stepped a little too far forward, has to blow the flash immediately as the zap connects. Did not want to get collapsed upon there by Prototype and Papa Chow, and I'm saying things were going in favor of UBC, but they've blown a summoner spell on their support, and that could be crucial for a Zyra, who is not very mobile.
Nope, definitely a little bit of a concern. Luckily, like we always mentioned, Nunu, not the most aggressive ganking jungler, might have a hard time finding an angle as long as they keep that vision up in the bot lane, which, as of right now, is pretty good with those 2 wards in there.
Yep. So continued trades on the bottom side of the map. CJ blew his teleport into the mid lane, did pick up assist for his troubles, however, is at a slight CS disadvantage. Meanwhile, we did see Sasuke going back, still has his teleport available to potentially turn around to fight on the bottom side or utilize a teleport charge upon hitting level 6, but has gone for a cull, so he will be going for a little bit more of investment farming on his side. Already about 16 CS chugged through that one as trades on the bottom side of the map here. Ozza and Prototype getting up close and personal with each other a little bit, although Prototype getting a little worse of the wear in that trade.
You see KT Smurf looking for that trade onto CKG. Nice stun onto the Lee Sin, stop him from getting involved. Trade damage back comes in from Walrus, and that's one of the things that happened a couple times last game where Prototype would try and get aggressive, and Zyra's plants would sprout up around him, and he wouldn't realize that he's sitting in there taking damage over time and would end up getting chunked very, very low because the plants just sat there. And that's one of the reasons that it is so hard to fight into Zyra, because you try and run through those plants, you eventually have to run back out through them or you just keep taking damage. Here, very low, proof of payment, wrapped around looking for a turret dive.
Yeah, I keep saying how Nunu's not the best gank assister or best ganker without some certain angles, but you know who can get angles no one else can? Lee Sin. Although he walks right past the ward, though, his Caitlyn's going to be going back into the river.
That's the heal.
Blows the heal from Papa Chow in that one. Just
it's one of those major flinch.
Yeah,
Just
pretty
makes you
much.
just look dumb. Like you throw the fake ball at their face and pull it back and see them flinch.
You gotta think that's also like a pretty smart play because the AD carry is not holding the heal in this lane. It's a Prototype lane, so he's holding the exhaust. So it's up to the support to protect his AD carry and have that heal at the ready too. So making him flinch.
Maybe not as
making him
familiar
pay for it.
with the heal either. You just panic and do it. Anyways, nice cute little play there out of proof of payment. And not the end of the world for Maryville, but very happy to get a free summoner, especially because they're down teleport advantage. It's about to come back up for CJ, and they also don't have that flash on Remy.
Yeah, so a bit more of a volatile situation in the bottom lane for a couple of these characters, although 2 flashes available on Maryville means that they can potentially survive a little bit easier than if Remy were to, but like we said, better gank coming in from the side of UBC. Across the map, though, this Kled matchup continues to go in favor of Sasuke. I mean, he got the better of CJ in the previous matchup, the Fiora versus Trundle. Although this time around, CJ did wind up blowing his teleport in the mid lane early on to try to turn an assist around. Has his teleport back available, as well as both ultimates for top laners, so we could potentially see teleport plays coming in. CKG having a much better time in this mid lane matchup, though, off the back of the first blood, has a null magic mantle to cut through some of the damage that only Doran's Ring and Corrupting Potion Fizz has. It's already been donated over his first blue buff of the game as well from Walrus.
Now, the thing that CKG has to worry about is he should be ahead at this point in the game. This is when it starts getting difficult. Lee Sin's going to be hitting 6 soon. Null Magic Mantle is great to negate some of the damage coming in from KT Smurf, but of course the Lee Sin, if he gets a QRQ combo on you, will do a lot of damage, and that's really what the Syndra has to worry about. Fizz can throw out the fish the first time. When it connects, you lose your flash. Next time, you might be dead.
We did see proof of payment stealing away the red buff as the Super Mega Death Rocket soared past to try to steal that one away, but no target to be found. So Prototype down his own ultimate in this bottom lane matchup. Although there is no opposing support here as Remy is roaming around to help secure that red buff steal. So Caitlyn's going to be forced back ever so slightly. Proof and Remy, though, are going to be spotted out by this ward in the Tri-Brush that has been replaced since last time. Prototype's going to land the zap and let Lee Sin know that he's there.
Not too bad overall for Prototype, though. Down about 12, 15 CS with the Jinx Lulu lane. It is difficult to land that one. And if you're only down 10, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you're against the Caitlyn lane. Normally, Caitlyn, as a lane bully, specifically with the Zyra support, is going to be ahead by about 10 or 15 CS. In this case, though, you're within that relative range, and you are a Jinx. All you need is 1 kill on a team fight, and you just start going crazy.
All right, here we see that vision control. Good of Walrus to try and help force proof of payment out of that mid lane. They know he's hovering around there. They know he's hungry for a kill. And just buying time for CKG to continue to play aggressive. Whittle down that health pool of KT Smurf while Sasuke looking for a potential solo kill up on the top side, not going to find it. Was seeing if he would try and use his ultimate there, get a little bit of damage, and hopefully force a summoner out of CJ. Not going to look for it.
No, CJ being very disciplined at being able to hold on to his abilities. Was on the losing end of this top lane matchup in game number 1 this time around. Still losing out in the direct 1v1 against Sasuke, but he was the guy who ended the game last time around, so all he knows is he has to hold on, but Sasuke's charge is going to wind up coming through, and can't exactly be disabled through that one, but now a teleport is going to be coming in from KT Smurf. He's actually going to complete it here.
It hit him.
Yeah, the Super Mega Death Rocket comes through, and Maryville University are all grouped up and ready to charge. The Undertow winds up coming out, knocking out Walrus. He's tanking through the tower shots. A flash orb, and CJ will not pick up a kill. KT Smurf is going to go down to the Syndra ultimate. Now CJ, no flash, no mana available, will wind up paying, and then Sasuke picks up a kill, flashes away as Proof of Payment winds up joining the fray. This is 3 relatively low members of Maryville against just Proof of Payment's Lee Sin. He does have the Dragon's Rage kit available. If he gets stunned up, though, it could be lights out for him. Tries to get the smite and the kick through. He's going to wind up kicking back onto Sasuke as he remounts, and that's going to be a killing spree for CKG.
A beautiful sequence there in the top lane by Maryville, showing that they know how to use their champions appropriately. An early Fizz Trickster once again allows him to get bursted out by CKG. Once that Fizz is down, it's easy to turn on to the Nautilus, as Proof of Payment was a little too late for the play. And then when he's trying to hold the turret by himself in front of 3 people, you see the Kled get his remount and know that means it's time to go aggressive. Great play as we'll take another look at it.
Yeah, and this is just disaster for the side of UBC. They think they can wind up turning this play around.
Funnily enough, this rocket hitting was actually pretty important for making sure they can get the kill onto KT Smurf.
Yeah, it dropped him down to about half HP from the 75% that he was at. That just means that it's so much easier to kill here.
And there you see the fact that that early playful Trickster goes out. It's so obvious for CKG to know there's no more defensive tools available. I'm going to go flash in here.
Yeah, more importantly, it gets Jinx and Lulu an assist in the bottom lane, as now they're going to get Stranglethorns upon by Remy, but they are going to wind up flashing away. Flash and heal being burned in that one to keep the Jinx alive.
I think it's funny that the Lulu gets a support assist for that because she put some stuff on Jinx, who shot a rocket across the map.
Yeah, that's what you call being a team player, Mark. Do you know about that?
No,
not at all. That's what I figured. But now it's Maryville University. They get a lot of advantages. They get 3 kills in the top side. They have 3 kills on their Syndra, more specifically, so now she is comfortably ahead in that matchup. But they also have a tower down and a 3,000 almost gold advantage.
And the really important thing is the fact that you see the Banshee's Veil rush come in for CKG. This is actually something that would not have really been an option previously that you can now do to protect yourself from that all-in threat of the Fizz. Because the way the Fizz often starts these situations out is it's an immobile Syndra. From max range, I can just snipe my fish onto him, and that starts the play off. Now, with the Banshee's Veil completed relatively early on, you can't start the gank off the same way that you always tend to, and this is actually a big problem for UBC since they were planning on camping this mid lane.
Yep, and that's one of the factors of the changes between Abyssal Scepter and Banshee's Veil. Before, you have an Abyssal Scepter deal a little bit more damage, reduce their magic resistance, and sustain yourself a little bit based off of effective HP. This time, we're just completely negate a spell and still get all the damage benefit.
Right, it's the difference between stopping it all in and taking a little bit less damage.
Exactly, and now Proof of Payment caught out here by Ice Blast from Walrus, but he's going to just hop, skip, and jump himself over the wall. But now this mid lane matchup for Maryville is going to be a pain point for UBCs. They're not going to be able to get the advantage they wanted onto their mid laner. The advantage is in the bottom lane. It's 30 CS advantage for Caitlyn, but the Jinx, you know, their side of the map has just survived and let the rest of Maryville take over the game.
Right, I mean, they don't even need the Jinx. Leave her down there, let her farm, let her do her own thing, and use the power of CKG combined with the Lulu and the Nunu to start pressuring around. They get the TP out of CJ just by itself, and now that buys time for Sasuke in the top lane to start working away on this turret.
Meanwhile, Jinx is just free farming the bottom side of the map, catching up a little bit in CS compared to this Caitlyn. Mountain Dragon's been on the map for quite some time. There have been no Elemental Drakes taken quite yet, but with UBC on that side of the map and Maryville on the opposite side, we might see that become an option for them. Although with Syndra continuously putting pressure into that mid lane, it could be very dangerous for UBC to take it without actually generating some sort of advantage first to try to capitalize on.
We'll have to see what UBC can do to try and stop Maryville from running away with this game. They have the pressure in the top lane. They have the pressure in the mid lane. Their bot lane's holding on just fine. They're going to be grabbing a Rift Herald here.
This is like 6 minutes earlier than last attempt.
Right, now with the Fizz instead of the Ahri, we talked about the difference in the wave clear and some of those abilities to play from range. When you're having to deal with, as we see Summoners force that bot lane, when you have to deal with this Rift Herald in the next couple seconds, the Fizz will not be able to do much about this.
No, neither will the Nautilus, really, as he's going to be taking a very long time to take the Rift Herald down, and that will just be wailing away on that potentially tier 2 or tier 1 tower, depending on where Sasuke wants to wind up placing that one for themselves. Now the bottom side of the matchup here, Jinx completed Berserker's Greaves, has a BF sword, and of course one of the things Jinx is really good at is taking towers and taking them pretty darn quick. When you have the Whimsy coming out from Lulu to speed you up, is, of course, going to be even faster. As this Caitlyn, you know, the Zyro was chunked out. There's going to be a decent amount of damage being put down on that tower. And now Maryville University have advantages in the bottom side of the map after creating them in the mid and top side.
Here we see a bit of a synced recall by the entire team. You see them setting up, getting ready to use that Rift Herald. Bot lane recalling, top and jungle already did. We'll have to see where they choose to go with it. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try and run it down mid, break that first turret, right where that Fizz is, unable to really deal with it. And what can UBC do to defend against such a strong push when the only person who really has wave clear for you is your bot lane?
Well, it looks like there's no Rift Herald usage yet, and therefore no need for a response from UBC. Instead, they're going to continue to try to get pressure around this Dragon Pit area, but if you are Maryville University, you may potentially wind up sacking some of that Dragon Control to get that Rift Herald spawn on an opposite side of the map. Kled and the rest of Maryville University, save for Prototype, who is still farming away. This Jinx's Heart Content in the bot lane has grouped up. As you said, Mark, going to use that Rift Herald, run it down mid, try to get this low HP tower.
Yeah, and once again, they just leave Prototype down by himself. Wolf 4-man, you get stronger, you do it all by yourself. I don't actually hate the idea of it. As long as you don't let Prototype be exposed and get caught out here, the entire team is busy dealing with this Rift Herald, like we said. You can move potentially down to grab the turret in the bot lane here, instead looking like they want to focus on getting the dragon down, working on this Mountain Dragon, first one of the game here for Maryville.
Aha, distraction Rift Herald. They get a tower, they get themselves a Mountain Drake, which helps them get towers. This is like the analyst testing at the end of the day. Before, Rift Herald didn't really get you much. You wanted to get a tower. Now it gets you a tower. In this case, it gets you something that helps you take more towers.
I mean, yeah, that's the big thing, is if they have to still deal with it once you take the turret. You can walk away. It's the same reason that mid-wave priority is so important. If you have the mid-wave shoved in, it's much easier to rotate to a Baron or a Dragon or another turret. Just think about Rift Herald like being super mid-wave priority,
well,
or whatever wave it's in.
They just used it mid lane, so yeah, in this case it was super mid lane priority. And now they got a Mountain Drake on top of the fact that they have Jinx, who's really good at taking towers. They have it on top of Kled, who's going to be able to split push down onto this Nautilus, as we saw Saskia doing in game number 1. But most importantly, Maryville University have an advantage, and they haven't given advantages to the side of the map from UBC that was carrying them last time, which is their bottom lane duo.
Very much a different game compared to what we were seeing. Last time, top lane was going crazy and the mid and bot not doing so well. This time around, for Maryville, their mid lane's doing great, top lane's still doing great, and the bot lane mostly even farming, down about 20 CS at this point. But like we said, the Jinx, you're expecting that to happen given the pick.
And still got an assist from that cross-map rocket. So still, extra gold in their pocket you wouldn't expect her to have. And Maryville University is definitely being a lot more patient in this one, whereas University of British Columbia, there's not a lot of mistakes that the side of Maryville are making for them to capitalize on. There's no aggressive all-ins on the bottom side. There's nobody being caught out in jungle rotations. They have the pressure on the map, and Maryville, now that they've got control of the map, are looking very, very solid.
And it's kind of funny, we talk about Prototype maybe going a little bit too aggressive in some situations last game. Take the Jinx, the Tristana away from him. Jinx can't jump in, can't go for the all-ins quite the way that Tristana can. You limit his ability to hurt himself. And now, with that, you see Maryville being able to carry through that top side, this time rotating up to take their second inner turret here for the top lane.
You just wait till he flashes in to get excited reset. Is Saskia going to utilize his charge just to get himself a little bit away from that tower, and a quick little taunt there from CJ. But this is the Maryville we expected to see. This is the Maryville that people were saying we're going to be a favorite to make it to the finals. They're playing calm, they're playing collected, they're playing in control, and they're playing to the strengths of their team at this point in time. Not necessarily, hey, we have a Jinx, she's going to be a hyper carry, let's tunnel in protecting her because we have a Nunu and a Lulu. This is mid got ahead, top got ahead, we're playing through them.
I know, that's the big thing, is because last game we said, okay, Maryville put a lot of resources into the draft on the top side, making sure that their top laner was ahead. Once again, they do it, but they stabilize their bot and mid side of the map, and that's the big difference, is we see that Saskia is able to kind of, not by himself abuse CJ necessarily, though that was kind of the case last game, but the team is able to rotate up there and play around him multiple times, and that's where these big advantages are coming from. CKG also having a much better game, able to deal with KT Smurf's Fizz, which no surprise they left it up based off what we've seen so far this game.
Yep. And I was going to say, on the flip side for UBC, they don't have the same advantages. Osna and Remy do not have the same advantages on the bottom side. They're not being given over kills from mistakes that Maryville was making on the bottom side of the map. KT Smurf is behind, not even, let alone even ahead against CKG this time around. And they don't have the supportive jungler coming out from Kazahana and the Ivern that they had in game number 1. This time around, it's proof of payment on Elise, who's a very aggressive early game jungler who has yet to make a big play.
I mean, he got that flat, or the heal.
He did. It was a flashy play. It was a cool-looking play. Still did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that is the problem. The Lee Sin doesn't become useless as the game goes on, but he becomes very binary, where if you aren't getting a really nice flash kickoff to put the Jinx into your team, he's not doing as much, whereas the Nunu literally just needs to stand there, blood boil the Jinx, and press R, and he's contributing everything that you expect Nunu to do in the team fight. And the scary thing is, as this game goes later and later, Nunu kind of becomes more and more valuable with that new summoner, as you see him rotating down here to get the flank onto KT Smurf, making sure they get this turret down. It didn't look like he needed to do much there. That's what we're talking about. Nunu just shows up and walks at people, and that's what he does.
Hey, spit and laugh at him. That's about it.
Yeah, and what I was saying, as the game goes later, that stone pack becomes even more powerful. If you ever get the stone plate,
the gargoyle
yeah,
stone plate.
Yeah, you get that. You get extra bonus health. You start healing for a couple hundred in auto attack. Jinx auto attacks quite a lot with her passive, if you didn't know. So you start healing a crazy amount, even without any real lifesteal, just from Nunu and what he's going to be bringing to the team comp. Whereas Lee Sin, like we said, it's just that flash kick.
Yeah, well, while Nunu brings a lot to team compositions, I want to bring in the viewers from the Riot Games 2 stream. Welcome to the normal Riot Games stream, where University of British Columbia, despite being the #2 seed from the West, has already taken a game off of Maryville University, the #1 seed from the Northern Conference. But this time around, Maryville University playing a lot more discipline, playing a lot more solid, and definitely have the advantages. Almost a 6,000 gold advantage in their favor, basically off their mid and top.
Yeah, and the game has definitely slowed down a little bit after that explosive 3-for-0 up on the top side of the map. And the thing is, it doesn't inherently favor either team comp, but it definitely favors the fact that Maryville is ahead. And they will continue to group up, move the Nunu around, and just meet up with the Jinx to start mowing down the turrets. And because UBC is all about getting flank engages, they need to find an opportunity for K2 Smurf to get a TP off from behind when they go for one of these grouped up pushes. We talked about last game how the team comps were very, very similar. Not at all the case this time. You see a lot of dive and engage for UBC. They're going to be trying to pick off one of these immobile carries. Maryville will be doing the best that they can to keep them up.
No, well, we saw the Banshee's Veil being popped there by a Sonic Wave coming out from Proof of Payment. Caitlyn has gone back and picked up that Phantom Dancer once again for the side of Osna. So he has that for himself, whereas Jinx has already picked up the Runon's Hurricane. So a little bit more extra wave clear coming out from Prototype's Jinx, as well as extra team fight damage, of course, because that applies onto the rockets from the Jinx Pow Pow form. Although, that's what it's called.
Yeah, I know. It's funny when you hear minigun and sometimes you hear fishbones, but
fishbones, Pow Pow. Well, Pow Pow is the minigun, I guess. Fishbones is the rocket launcher.
Right.
You're right.
No one ever calls it Pow Pow. They even just still call it the minigun.
I mean, I call it Pow Pow. I think it's cool.
So I'm a little surprised that UBC is willing to do this kind of grouped up 5v5 that Maryville obviously is very happy to do. You would think that the Fizz would be splitting around the bot lane. They were trying to get control around that dragon area, and Maryville kind of went up to the top side and said, oh, we'll just pressure around Baron instead. And as this game continues to stall out, it just keeps favoring Maryville. Eventually, the Nunu, with that Consume and Smite, will find an opening. With the fact that Jinx does a ton of damage, Syndra's damage is pretty respectable as well. They already have one Mountain Dragon. They're on their way to secure the second. Eventually, they'll start finding these neutral objectives for free. UBC coming in right now to contest this dragon as Saskia is pushing up in the top side.
Yeah, Saskia continuing to just abuse CJ in this matchup, and we see Maryville getting their second Mountain Drake of the game. So UBC, it's a little late to the punch on a lot of these situations, not being able to utilize their double teleports first off. Second off, they're just not being able to get the same advantage that they had in game #1. So they do push up mid lane, but they can't stick around for very long because Maryville University, they took no damage from that dragon. They're there and they can counter.
Yeah, they have no vision on the top side. They don't know where the Kled is. He could be coming in from a flank. You see the Jinx has snuck out to the bot side, but you're not 100% confident that you're going to win that 4v4 around the mid lane without her. So that's kind of one of the things that we were saying and why it can be better sometimes to not all in on the hyper carry just because you have it, because then your team is 100% telegraphed. This is the champion we want to keep alive. Right? If this champion's not around, you can ignore us. And so here with the Syndra, with the Kled, you still have to worry about those actual threats as well.
And both of these threats have been doing quite the amount of work for Maryville University. KT Smurf had the advantages over CKG in game #1, but he's been able to bounce back and really strut his stuff here in game #2. He did go for the Banshee's Veil rush early on, as you mentioned, to negate the all-in pressure coming out from the Fizz, throwing out his, chum the waters fish. Has gone now for the Morella Namicon, so he's going to be cutting some healing. He's going to be dealing a decent amount of damage, having the cooldown reduction as well. Has already picked up a blasting one, could potentially be going for a Void Staff now that some tank itemization is starting to amass on these characters, such as the Nautilus going for, you know, the Spectre's Cowl currently in his inventory, looking to go for maybe a Spirit Visage. Hexstringer has come out on the Lee Sin pickup as well, but like we mentioned already, UBC, they haven't really been able to make a proactive play since pretty much their first kill, which was a trade kill in the mid lane.
Right, and you see, you just can't find anything for UBC. They try and send the Nautilus ultimate straight up the middle, right at Prototype, chunk him out, but
he's still pretty healthy though. He's got Lulu shield. He's got you know, a bunch of stuff on him right now to keep him alive, but they are going to be pushing down this mid lane tower. Kled is in the bottom side of the map. Cinder was kind of splitting off on the top side, so this might be a chance for them to go do something. Proof of Payment winds up kicking in the Nunu, but he winds up going down to Prototype Jinx. Now Cinder coming in from the side. Gets a massive stun up, and the resets coming for Prototype Jinx. He's a little bit far ahead from the rest of his team, but he's going to get rooted up and finally taken down, but KT Smurf has to flash away. Now Cinder comes in with the ultimate and eliminates the Caitlyn. Nautilus gets deleted, and Kled doesn't even have to stop his split push.
Nope, Kled's still going down in the bot lane, working away on this inhibitor turret. As you see, UBC trying to force with their team comp, but they're so far behind, they aren't able to get the right target. A really nice splash out by Prototype there instantly as Proof of Payment was coming in to make his play. And you get to see the Walrus on Nunu get kicked in. He's plenty happy just sitting there getting focused down. The turret wasn't even dead yet. We get a couple of kills there. Syndra finally makes her collapse in from the top side, and they're able to get a bunch of kills. A little over-aggressive by Prototype, but definitely worth it in the end.
Well, this is the first time we've seen a proactive play be made by UBC in this game, and it's Proof of Payment dying because of it. He kicks the tank into the front line.
Yeah, and there you see Prototype so fast with the Lulu, with the resets coming in, that he's able to run right over that Zyra zoning, run straight into the enemy team. But a great play to avoid that initial flash kick. If that doesn't happen, if he gets kicked in the team and he instantly dies, it's very, very hard for Maryville to actually win that fight. So Prototype executed the most important part of that team fight.
Yep, which was keeping himself safe. He did so, and then wound up picking up a double kill off the back of it too. So not even the worst thing in the world here. It's now Maryville University exposed inhibitor on the bottom side that Kled will eventually split push down because this Nautilus cannot stand toe-to-toe against him, as well as threat around the Baron buff area. We saw Syndra slowly getting that top lane push started earlier on before she collapsed into that fight. It's still slowly pushing in Maryville's favor. The mid lane has been pushed up, and best part is they got Jinx with 2 Mountain Drakes and a Nunu on their team.
I'd say the best part's the 10K gold lead. I would take that on most team comps.
Okay, well, we'll give you that as well. So 10K gold lead's probably in their favor as well, but
yeah, I mean, that, for just especially 27 minutes in the game, that's a huge advantage at this point. Walrus, you see, is totally unafraid of UBC. As soon as he gets that Lee Sin Q on him, he is not worried at all. They're going to start setting up around this Baron buff. Infernal Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes, but they have such a threat already on it with the huge true damage that Nunu can do, as well as the DPS that comes in from the Jinx. UBC are in a very difficult spot here. They need to find some way to get a pick off, but as long as Maryville stays grouped up and lets Walrus be the first one to walk into the jungle in all these situations, it's super difficult to find an actual opening.
Maryville University will continue just to ward up around the Baron pit, continue to push out these waves, and wait for UBC basically to either do nothing and try to stop them from doing the, not stop them from doing the Baron, or walk directly into them and be able to capitalize on this. You mentioned Kled eventually on the bottom side just going to split push that one, and look how fast this Baron goes down. That's just having the Jinx auto attack it. Nunu hasn't even really consumed or anything yet, and UBC, they do wind up going forward, and Maryville University are content just to play the Baron dance game with them. They got to about 5,000 HP. They don't even need to take it though, because like we said, Saskia will eventually just get this bot lane inhibitor all for himself.
Yeah, I don't mind the restraint there. I mean, a lot of the times you say just finish it, but you can just keep doing this over and over and over. There, they actually blow up Proof. Woo. In case it wasn't easy enough for a Nunu, if there's no other smite on the map, that's pretty useful.
Syndra solo kill, so that winds up going down, and at the same time the inhibitor winds up falling. The Kled charge is going to get stopped up by KT Smurf using his
taking damage.
Face, but yeah, Kled's not really taking any damage from this at all. It's a very behind Fizz and a tanky Nautilus who's actually getting chunked through here by Kled, and Saskia picks up a kill in a 1v2 situation. Maryville University are charging down all lanes right now. The second inhibitor falls. 29 minutes in, Mark. This looks like we're going to a deciding game number 3.
Good bounce back game here out of Maryville. We talk about how much you need to adjust between the games. Maryville realized that the pressure they had on the top side was good. We'll keep the focus up there as we see Saskia starting to get a little low. Might be getting some kills here. Prototype actually gets dropped again. CK just trying to just end the game, and there they go.
7-0-3 Syndra performance. What a bounce back from CKG in this mid lane. He was being picked on in game number 1. He wasn't necessarily dying a lot until the game kind of got blown open by UBC, but this game gets an early game advantage, does not lose it, and completely decommissions KT Smurf's Fizz pick.
Yeah, I think the other thing you have to talk about is the much better game that came in from the bot lane of Maryville. The over-aggression that they showed at various points in game 1 really hurt Saskio's ability to take over the game. This time around, they're a much safer, stable bot lane. Sure, you still get pushed in, you still give up a little bit of CS, but you have Prototype on one of his comfort champions. He's going to be able to play that later in the game, and then you focus more around the top side and the mid lane.
Yeah, and they got advantages in those areas. And like you said, Prototype and Papa Chow on the bottom side did not give up advantages that the rest of the team were able to generate across the map. They didn't die whatsoever on the bottom side. They actually picked up an assist for the cross-map Jinx Rocket, and things just systematically went Maryville's way.
And that was the big thing, was there was the early mistake out of KT Smurf where he gave up the first blood, put him behind experience. It gave time for CKG to start getting ahead, push in, and get pressure in the mid lane. Has to not be concerned about the all-in quite away, and then they make that big play in the top side, and at the end of that play, he already has his Banshee's Veil done, and that easy kind of all-in that you tend to see whenever you have Fizz Lee or whatever aggressive jungler, you just snipe the fish out there and you get a free kill. Not available anymore. You have to pop the Banshee's Veil first.
Right, and so Maryville University were able to translate those lane advantages and wind up taking the entire game. As you know, mid lane was a very big focal point of this one, not only just for the fact that they got advantages in the mid lane, that's where the Rift Herald was being popped, they were able to break down that tower. You mentioned how the super mid lane priority was able to open up the map for them and let Jinx take that bottom lane tower just a couple minutes after that. And it's also towards the ending parts of the game where they were able to take their biggest fight and, you know, just completely blow the game open from that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the case. Is we see the most important thing here, Prototype able to flash instantly away from Proof, who was going for that big play. He was not able to find one the entire game. CKG shows up after that mistake, is able to help clean up some kills. Prototype wants to keep chasing through, sees all the resets available to him, but the hook out by CJ stops that a little short. But at the end of the day, they're still able to clean up a couple more kills. Prototype had already done the most important thing in this team fight, making sure he does not die early on.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, you said, you know, Prototype on a safer pick, he can't jump in if he's not playing Tristana. Told you, wait for a flash reset, then he's going to wind up jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is if you've already won the team fight for your team, okay, you can start going a little aggressive, but make sure you do the important part first.
Yeah, so that was going to be Maryville definitely bouncing back and taking a victory off of UBC. A much needed one, because like we said, these are best of threes. That was potentially match point for UBC, and Maryville looked extremely comfortable in there. Not only their ability to bounce back after a loss, but utilizing that team composition and pushing the advantage that they generated on the top side of the map forward. But now if you're UBC, you know, you had Kazahan in game number 1. You know, we had such a large advantage. We were playing the protected carry, and Osna got ahead on the bottom side of the map. You brought proof of payment in game number 2. Nothing really happened. Do you swap them out? What's your game plan? What do you change up?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, especially when you factor in the mid lane as well. Are you going to ban out the Syndra, or are you going to try to go for a counter pick plus all-in kind of jungle mid synergy again? Because that strategy can work. It did not work this game, but that does not mean what they picked was bad or a stupid idea. That's a very common idea. The problem was what happened around with the picks, where the Banshee's Veil came in very early on. So I think they need to decide, do we want to try and camp CKG again? If yes, you keep proof of payment in, and maybe do you even leave the Syndra up? His first game, it wasn't great, but he still fell behind. Game 2, very, very good. So is the Syndra becoming a problem? And you kind of work from there.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, you know, do Maryville actually have something else up their sleeve? Is there something besides the Syndra pick, or is it going to be UBC that kind of changed some things around in their draft? So these teams are all tied up, but only one can wind up coming away with the victory. Meet us back here for game number 3 of UBC versus Maryville. Knocking out Walrus, he's taken through the tower shots, a flash orb, and CJ will not pick up a kill. KT Smurf is going to go down to the Syndra ultimate. Now CJ, no flash, no mana available, will wind up paying.
Nice. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. Zyra first, Zyra first, Zyra first, Zyra first.
Keep going, keep going.
Fizz.
Careful, watch Fizzle.
I can start walking. I'll start walking. Still go Fizz, still go Fizz. We can get King anytime.
K.
Got King?
Nice.
Explode.
We are back and heading into the deciding game of this series between UBC and Maryville. Things have changed around a little bit. This time UBC is on blue side, but they're keeping proof of payment in this time.
Yeah, I wonder what they're exactly looking for. Maybe they want to take away that Lulu pick because they had been banning only the Karma, making that one of the stronger supports. They did run the Zyra into it, and it looked fine. Their bot lane was clearly winning, but they are probably looking for a different strategy this time around and are going to get some kind of power pick, I would assume, in the first pick phase.
Yeah, that could be true. They also banned the Ivern away when they were on the red side, so it could potentially be for taking the better jungler for themselves and then leaving the Nunu pick afterwards. Kasahana was really good on it in game number 1. I don't know if Proof actually plays it. Maybe that's why they banned it away, but still priority pick number 1 seems to be why they are swapping onto the blue side.
Right, and the other thing, of course, is they already know that they're getting counterpicked in the top lane or that the top lane matchup is going to go fine. I'm a little surprised to see them swap to the blue side because they were also trying to get the counterpick in the mid lane with the Fizz this game as after the Ahri in game 1. I'm a little bit concerned because there's no reason that you can't ban 3 tanks on red side again for Maryville if they want to go for that strategy. As long as they don't ban the Karma, but if UBC is going to grab the Lulu early on, maybe that forces Maryville to change up one of their first bans.
Well, UBC still banning away the Ivern, still banning away the Orianna, so things staying pretty much the same despite them being on the blue side this time around. Maybe they will ban away the Lulu and take the Karma, because that's why they've been banning the Karma away. Maybe they fear it more than the Lulu, but Maryville, with the adaptation here on red side, will be banning away the Lulu themselves, so if the Karma ban does come through, then no more really high priority shielding supports are left.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Maryville either not leave both up or ban the second one with their choice, and then you know they can stop him from getting the Gragas. But here, I guess UBC doesn't want to play supportive style support. Excuse me, jeez, Enchantress is the proper term, and the Zyra gets banned out as well. This leaves up the Gragas, which had previously been banned away. UBC can potentially grab that one. It's one of the best top laners available in the game, so I'm a little bit surprised to give it to CJ, who seems to be struggling a little bit once the strongest tanks are banned away. Maryville, their strategy had not been much about taking tanks. They want the bruisers, they want those kind of counter picks. UBC still favoring that Caitlyn, taking that with their first overall pick.
Yeah, so they take that one away. Maryville, though, this is where they usually would pick up their support, which was the Lulu, but it looks like they'd be the Gragas for themselves, so they're taking that one away from the side of UBC. And I don't know if this is just a takeaway pick, since so many have been left open, or is this something to play a lot in a Janna pickup? Well, I guess there is one still shielding support left available.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get into it, there's a couple, Nami and these other kinds of things, but the OP lane dominant ones, quote unquote, are for the most part out. Gragas is interesting because we talk about how it's not really the style that we were expecting out of Sasuke. It's very much the style we would expect out of Walrus. It can go flex into the jungle. It can be that tank engager in that role. It does not have to go topside. It's an early flex pick, pretty strong overall. So I like the idea out of Maryville, just being able to grab that one there. UBC, on the other hand, we talked about the Nami. Looks like it's coming in.
And this is actually very interesting. Nami normally very good into the Janna matchups, and Janna kind of just has to stand still to utilize your ultimate in team fights. But Maryville's composition of the Jinx and the Janna, last game it was, hey bot lane, don't get overly aggressive, don't die, and eventually we'll meet up with you and you guys can run wild in team fights. That's what Janna likes doing, protecting hypercarries, letting them play safe in lane, and just surviving.
Yeah, it definitely goes right into the style Maryville seemingly wants to play so far, and what we've seen out of UBC's bot lane with Osna and Remy, it doesn't seem like they're quite dominant to take that turret early on. They do get CS advantages, that's great, but it feels like they need a little more out of them. They need to start cracking that turret earlier on and be able to move their bot lane up to the top side to get CJ out of these bad matchups that he keeps getting stuck into. We'll have to see if the Nami and the Caitlyn will be enough to do it up against Jinx Janna.
Yeah, we'll see if the Syndra comes through for Maryville for the 3rd game in a row. The Kassadin ban is on the table. The Fiora was banned away. The Trundle going to be the last ban here. Is, now that they have a tankier pick, potentially the Gragas going in top lane or the jungle, that Trundle option with his Sunder or Subjugate being available would be a little bit more effective. And the Kled ban comes through as well. So taking away multiple carry options away from Sasuke, but one was left open, and that's the Renekton pickup, and that one is super aggressive early on.
Yep, there we go. We see the Gragas flexed into the jungle position, the Renekton taken away. Have been seeing some bans before. And now we're going to get to see if Sasuke had a good reason for having his Renekton banned away.
Yeah, so we'll see if it's going to be a wild Renekton on the top side. Sasuke has been getting advantages in that matchup against CJ. Very just toe-to-toe. Of course, the Rumble is still available if they want to go for that kind of just head-to-head bruiser matchup. Although it looks like it's going to be the Shen, which was left available in game number 2. banned away in game number 1, but it's going to be CJ taking that one here in the deciding game of this best-of-3 series. Of course, pairs extremely well with not only keeping your Caitlyn alive, but with a Kha'Zix who now has a dive buddy on his side.
Right, and the thing is, it's also not a terrible matchup into Renekton, especially with some of the changes to the Doran shield. Might be very effective there. The Vladimir's going to come in for KT Smurf, going a totally different direction here. And a lot of people were telling me about how they think Vladimir is a little bit stronger now with that new Doran shield being, it's a better single item defensive tool. Vladimir often, early on, just wants to farm, just wants to hang out, and then he gets his first item, starts getting his health pool, his cooldown start getting lower and lower as he levels up, and then all of a sudden you can't get him out of lane.
So it's going to be a little bit more of a survival lane here, as it is going to be the Syndra pick for the 3rd game in the row from CKG.
And this is another one of those picks. I mean, there's actually quite a few of them as we start talking about it more and more. The Echo, the Kassadin, the Fizz, and even Vladimir to an extent, where you lose to Syndra the first couple levels. She's a bully, but eventually she stops being able to really blow you up. You have your disjoint, your intangibility skill that stops you from getting instantly killed by her ultimate. And then from there, you generally will survive through her and do more in team fights. So Vladimir's a different look on it, a little bit more of a mage than an assassin, but still, for the most part, it's going to be diving backlines with that Kha'Zix and Shen.
Yeah, so we have now a different spin on the composition from University of British Columbia. We saw them basically securing the Caitlyn on the blue side pickup and being able to take relatively safe laners from the draft phase here. We have like the Shen going up against the Renekton pickup here. We have the Vladimir who can, like you said, just kind of stay a little bit safer, and then once he hits level 7, starts sustaining himself very, very well with his transfusions. But this time around, it's going to be Maryville University going a little bit more aggressive, a little bit earlier on in the top lane with that Renekton, and especially out of the jungle. Now they have a ganking jungler who still provides a very big, beefy front line, but can also disjoint that Caitlyn from her back line with the explosive cast.
Right, and I think the bigger thing is the fact that finally Walrus has a champion that can actually do something in the early game besides counter jungle here. So we have the opportunity to see him actually go over and really, really influence a lane. And the concern is that happening in the top side. Previously, we've seen a lot of attention up there in the Saskio versus CJ matchup, Saskio getting the better of him. This time around, Renekton drops off a little bit harder than any of the other picks he had played previously, whereas before, not only did he have a good matchup, but he had the ability to be relevant in the late game. Renekton not quite as good as that, but like we said, maybe the Gragas is the pick that'll put it over the top and really let him crush his lane.
Yeah, well, we're into the final game of the evening here. We've gotten a full 6 games here on the Riot Games mainstream. It's all tied up 1 apiece here. 2nd seed from the Western Conference, University of British Columbia. They won game 1, but they lost game 2 to the number 1 seed, Maryville University from the Northern Conference. Only one of these teams can advance to the next round. It's going to be whoever wins this deciding game.
Yeah, say you have to be impressed with what we've seen out of UBC so far. They came in, like you said, as the 2 seed. They have 3 freshmen on the team. Like we've said a couple times, definitely more of a rebuilding year for the squad, but they're still putting up a fight against what many consider to be the strongest team in the tournament. Going into the 3rd and final game here, last game of the day. Can they make the upset happen?
Let's see Prototype getting the Janna shield early on, but the Nami ebb and flow trading back and forth quite effectively. This interesting level 1 skirmish in the bottom side of the map, as both of these bottom lanes will look like they just decided to recall after trading blows back and forth.
Gotta say, Maryville got a little bit better of that trade. More procs of the Frost Fang. Spell Thieves before it's upgraded.
Yep.
Frost Queen.
You know what that means?
What's that?
Quest is going to finish sooner.
Huge implications in the game.
I mean, it's not impactful. It's just not as impactful as we are making it out to be. Although Spelthy said, we were talking with Zyrene before over on the analyst desk, or before the analyst desk even started, and he was saying that the Spelthy Sedge was one of the biggest ones that, you know, he as a jungler hated, because you would have a Karma running at you with a tether, and you finish the Queen's Tribute quest, you get a 50% movement speed bonus when you proc the first time. They just chase you down and run you down. Not nearly as scary when it's a Janna doing it, as opposed to like the Nami, who is just going to continue slowing you, you know, with the Tycaller's Blessing, or landing a bubble on you because she's right there.
Right, and so we see early on aggressive trading out of UBC's bot lane. They should be able to get the push advantage here. Jinx in rocket form does push really well early on, but it means she needs to be auto-attacking the whole time. Doesn't quite have an ability to just shoot out if the other one's trade, as you see.
Taking a lot of damage here is Remy and Osna continue to try to trade aggressively. The Janna shield, though, is going to provide a little bit of extra damage. Meanwhile, Saskia traded very aggressively with CJ up here in this top lane. Saskia with a little bit of a push advantage, and CJ with 0 CS to his name means that Saskia will hit level 2 early. Proof, in the meantime, going to be going for an aggressive invade on the blue buff of Walrus, and we'll steal that one away.
Yeah, he went for a one-camp invade. He did his Raptors and then went right away. Here we see an aggressive flash forward, trying to get the stun. He probably is going to trade flash for flash already. Able to get out there. Unfortunate for Walrus. He was doing, a little bit more of a full clear. He still only did Raptors, but wanted to go cut down to his blue buff. Both junglers really changing up their initial clear here in the final game, looking for advantages.
Definitely makes a lot more sense as to why the Caitlyn and the Nami lane were getting super aggressive on the bottom lane of UBC. They wanted to chunk them out. They wanted to push that lane in. They wanted to make sure there was no wait for them to respond to their jungler invading the blue buff. Now, CKG taking Ignite in this matchup. Ignite's down on KT Smurf, but KT Smurf doing the exact same thing to CKG here. Burns the flash, and he's barely going to survive the ticking of his health potion coming in clutch.
Oh, both them having little small things that they might have been able to do better. KT Smurf using his W a little early on, not dodging out on a ton of damage, and then as he came out of the pool, CKJ actually missed his Q. So that was a very, very close fight that could have gone either way. Ultimately, both people just trading some summoners. KT Smurf coming out ahead, getting that flash out of CKG.
Yeah, CKG having to burn the flash on himself, for himself means that he comes out a little bit worse with that trade. Does have to recall as well. So Vladimir now with a small CS advantage in the mid lane as Prototype and Papa Chow continue to get poked down by Remy and Osna in this aggressive Caitlyn lane. The Nami isn't necessarily as damage dealing as the Zyra is, but still provides a lot of skill and a lot of pressure. Prototype has to flash away. The flash answer from Osna, the heal does pick up first blood, but Papa Chow will return with a kill.
Still pretty happy with that. If you're on the side of UBC, the kill is going on to your 80 carry, meaning it's favoring you. Both are dead, and here we see a gank up from the top side. Vasquez getting taken down and finished off on the side of UBC. Oh, he goes down as well.
Oh, that was so close. CJ almost got out of that one. Had his flash available, did not want to burn it. Thought he was going to stay alive.
But at the same time, you are seeing some of these small trades come out slightly in favor of UBC. They get the flash advantage in the mid lane. They get the kill on their actual carry in the bot lane. They get the assist in the kill trade on the top side. All these small things, not huge, but will hopefully start adding up for them.
Yeah, most impressively is the fact that Shen was level 1, 0 CS underneath his own tower before the Renekton's early level 2 pressure, and suddenly hit bounce back against him. This is that trade in the bottom lane once again, going in favor of UBC.
Yeah, you see Osna getting a little bloodthirsty there. Probably knows he's opting in for the 1-for-1. Able to find his damage. And here, Saskio under his turret, big minion wave. Probably is not expecting a dove as Renekton. It's not something you usually see. But the Shen was able to block the full damage from his empowered W. He used that instead of, if Colin Meek was up, it would have been much better to use that to get a larger heal off all the targets around you than to go for the extended stun duration. I have to see that again to make sure that's exactly what happened. I think Saskio might have misused his Fury there.
Yeah, so not as ruthless of a predator as he had wanted to be, but now CJ getting advantages he didn't have in the previous match. I'm sure he only gets an assist with Renekton winds up getting a kill, but he's able to walk it back to lane while Renekton has his teleport used now. So now when Shen's going to hit level 6, he has teleport available and stand united, and if UBC continues to play aggressively on the other sides of the map, they can utilize that advantage quite well.
I mean, that's the thing. We've always seen the bot lane be a relatively aggressive lane. Not quite as much in game 2, but for the most part, it does seem like Prototype is willing to go for these aggressive trades, and when you have the double globals available for UBC, you might be able to trick Maryville into taking some fights they really shouldn't.
Prototype gonna get bubbled up right there. Also didn't look like he was ready for it. Had no cupcake to throw underneath. He's gonna use the 90 caliber net down onto Papa Chow. We see Cole being picked up by Osna off of his first back in addition to a pair of boots for himself, with Prototype opting in for the double Doran, so it gives him a little bit more sustain because he gets a little bit of extra HP, but he's not gonna have the same kind of investment into that Cole item as the Caitlyn's going to if she winds up popping that.
Right, but you gotta say, you gotta be happy if you're Maryville with the farming in the bot lane. Actually a 10 CS advantage for Prototype, despite taking a lot of punishment early on. Generally speaking, Caitlyn will beat Jinx, and also Nami is considered. Oh, as we see a gank in the bot lane.
It actually winds up going down onto the Nami instead of going down onto Caitlyn, so CJ may have been misclicking on that one, but he is gonna wind up getting, teleporting in there. Once again, cancel as well.
Right, you see another all-in the mid lane. CKG this time getting focused down by KT Smurf.
Yeah, the Hemoplague winds up popping. Both Ignite being used by KT Smurf. CKG still has his, but his mana pool is extremely low. A flash forward there. The Tides of Blood lands from KT Smurf, and one last auto attack will take down CKG.
Scrappy game here in game 3. Neither team playing scared. Good gank by Walrus. We were talking about What can he do now that he is on an actual playmaking champion? Well, he can actually go bot lane and help set his team up for some kills. Nunu did not have that threat. Here, Walrus able to get down there, gets that kill onto Ozna, and now they're going to try and focus down and get the first turret blood here. Might be a bit of an overstay if they try and do it still. As we see, yep, here comes the teleport.
Yeah, and KT Smurf is here as well, so he's going to use the transfusion, but the teleport winds up being canceled up top by CJ. So they used Stand United, went on to Nami instead of Caitlyn. They used the teleport, so they haven't been able to get any advantages with their globals.
Yeah, and that's a big thing if you're Maryville. This game felt like it was starting to get a little scary where bot lane's trading all the time, your top lane's not really smashing his matchup quite, and now, luckily for them, the attempts out of UBC have not really netted them too many kills. The one thing you can say for UBC that's going great for you is that mid lane matchup, the Vladimir doing excellent into the Syndra, which was picked into it.
Yeah, so now KT Smurf having advantages that he did not have in the last game, but definitely going to be something that UBC are going to be able to play around. Their bottom lane isn't necessarily as far ahead as they were in game number 1 or game number 2 to be exact.
I mean, this is completely different from the previous 2 games. Saskio's behind, KT Smurf's ahead, and Prototype's ahead as well.
Yeah, meanwhile in the mid lane here, Proof gonna wind up jumping in there, burns the flash away from CKG, so he's got a fresh blue buff. He's got no summoner spell left.
Things continue to go from bad to worse for CKG, losing his summoners again. Vladimir does not have flash, so he can't go for some super aggressive attempt, but he has been struggling in the matchup all game long, and it's not going to get any easier now.
Oh, well, we see a trade of roots down here as Prototype has hit level 6, but Ozna still only level 5. So be a little bit wary of the Super Mega Death Rocket. And as you mentioned, CS advantages and kill advantages in favor of Prototype and Papa Chow in this bottom lane matchup this time around. Prototype having a much better game. Now he's picked the Star Guardian Jinx as opposed to that weird chroma he had on Firecracker Jinx. Clearly that was the only issue. But also now Walrus making his way on the top side of the map, zoning away CJ from this tower. It looks like the bottom lane tower is already low. They might as well put pressure on this top side because their bottom lane will eventually push that in with the advantages they have.
Right, I mean, you saw Proof of pathing his way down to the bot side, probably anticipating some kind of pressure down there, given, like you said, how low the turret is. And instead, Walrus heads up to the top side. Now, Proof, knowing that, can maybe make a play on the bot side. They have to be careful with how much they push up here for Maryville.
Void Assault's available. The bubble does not land. Ozna has hit level 6 now, but they wind up using the Monsoon coming out from Janna, but now Prototype going to be using that exhaust to get down onto the Kazakhs. The teleport advantage is coming in, but it winds up getting canceled out as Shen winds up going forward and getting the taunt down onto Satsuki. They are able to turn that one around just in a 2v3 situation, though, for the side of Maryville.
Yeah, that was a crazy play. The Renekton did not teleport in as quickly as I thought he would. Was probably stuck under the turret, autoing it, not sure that that gank was coming. Here we see CKG able to get the Shen out ult again. UBC really struggling to make plays with their abilities.
And the Sanya was used in the mid lane to try to get a proactive play rather than trying to react to the bottom lane tower falling or protecting the top lane. So 2 towers gone in favor of Maryville University equates a 2.3k gold lead.
All right, let's recap that. Pressure goes up to the top side on the side of Maryville. UBC reacts, trying to make a gank play on the bot lane, but Prototype and Papa Chow, despite these champions not being strong in the meta, show they know exactly how to use them and are able to win in 2v3, and they take the turret. Here, KT Smurf able to bait out that ignite.
Ooh, and he gets his own ignite. The Hemo Plague, is it enough? CKG goes down. More recap.
Yeah, more recap. KT Smurf doing great in this matchup.
Yeah, Saskia, though, going to be taken through here. There is no pool available, and Saskia going to slice and dice his way forward, pick up a kill, but a teleport's coming in there for a Shen. Gets rooted on top of some chompers, but a bubble flies out, and that's going to stun up, taunt up, and knock down Papa Chow. Saskia is going to fall down after that. Proof of Payment's on the board with 3 kills for himself.
Excellent trade of kills back there on the side of UBC. Maryville was getting a little bit too confident going into the turret for the Vladimir and get caught out under position. 2 more kills go back in favor of UBC. Very scrappy game here where...
We're 11 minutes in. I didn't even realize that. I thought it was like 15, 20 minutes. We're 11 minutes in.
And first Dragon finally going to go over here for UBC, most likely. We see the Super Mega Death Rocket. Chunked and Proof of Payment out, but Nami's nearby, can come over, throw a heal.
Yeah, all right. Recap.
I'm too lazy to recap, except focus on what to look forward to. Obviously, KT Smurf is completely online. The Vladimir against 2 immobile carries in the Syndra and the Jinx is going to have a little bit of a field day if the Janna cannot keep him off them. So it's going to be this push and pull between Janna and Gragas dealing with KT Smurf. and the carries trying to blow him up.
Yeah, and this is CKG trying to utilize advantages he had over KT Smurf. Has the Ignite pop already in addition to his ultimate, but the disjointing coming out from the Vladimir pool, and once again missing the Q out of the pool.
Yeah, the big thing there was I think CKG was expecting with his E to actually get a stun onto him. I don't think he was just looking for the knockback on the KT Smurf, and if he's stunned with the Ignite in your ult, you probably get enough of damage to actually finish him off. Unable to do so, gets the trade kill, but then the rest of Maryville is able to collapse, get the kill back onto KT Smurf, but then that leaves them out of position, and 2 more kills go back.
Yeah, so Proof getting another 2 kills for himself in that situation. Now he is also online with this Kha'Zix. Full Warrior enchantment picked up compared to the fact that, well, Walrus hasn't even finished his jungle item quite yet. The Cinderhulk not online for him. It's a 3-0-0 for the side of Proof, 2-1-1 for the side of KT Smurf. And these are the 2 characters, the 2 players they wanted to get ahead in game 2 that they could not. But now KT Smurf has to pop his pool defensively there. The Jinx Super Mega Death Rocket is available on the top side of the map, though. Proof is going toe-to-toe against Sasuke, which is a fight I don't think he can win. Yeah, tries to slice one way, but he wants to pop into the wall the other way. Maryville, group it up in this mid lane, still trying to utilize the fact they have about a 1,500 gold advantage.
Yeah, and with that pressure that they got by chunking out KT Smurf and Proof of Payment, looks like they're going to try and take this Rift Herald down, keep that pressure up on the map.
We could be 5 for 6 on the day for Rift Heralds, Mark.
That's not bad. I'll take that.
Super good. 83.333%. Stats guy.
Talk numbers to me, Tom.
Well, 25 bonus gold for picking that up, and actually Prototype is the one who picks that one up for himself, which signals to me that they're going to wind up grouping up in one of these lanes and utilizing that Rift Herald as a core group to try to push it down.
Well, one of the things that's different than we've seen sometimes for UBC is a little bit better wave clear coming out of the mid laner. Vladimir, obviously not ideal, does not really work well at clearing waves while they're in a nice line. That's one of the differences between being able to clear a big wave and being able to do line wave clear. Vladimir's still not great at that, but obviously better than what we've seen in the past a little bit with the Fizz.
Yeah, so Vladimir may not be the best wave clear option, but provides a little bit of utility, or a little bit of wave clear. But now that Rift Herald, it was a really big thing for Maryville in game number 2. They were able to open up the map from taking down that mid lane outer tower and kind of move around and utilize the fact that Prototype, who was behind at that point, could still be opened up to take other towers on the map. Now that he is slightly ahead in his AD carry matchup here, just in the overall gold score and itemization between the Caitlyn and the Jinx, it could potentially open up more of the map and open up a snowball for Maryville.
Right, I think that's one side. On the other side, with KT Smurf being strong and having a Shen, the Vladimir can start going into this 1-3-1 setup with globals to come in and help him. Syndra will have a hard time dealing with him. Renekton will eventually be unable to deal with him. Might already be unable to do so, especially with the Shen shield coming in. So depending on if UBC is able to hold on in the 1-3-1 setup, they might be able to find some advantages there.
UBC looks to be just putting Caitlyn in the mid lane matchup. Shen is still going toe-to-toe with the Renekton. Meanwhile, Vladimir is going to be the one contesting the Jinx and the Janna, who are still pushing down on the bottom side of the map. And now, I say contesting, he's kind of just waiting for the wave to crash in the tower and going to be safely farming that one up. Cloud, Drake will be the next one, but that's not going to be coming up for quite some time. So we still have both of these teams just getting some vision control down around their jungle pit areas. So now Walrus is going to get bubbled up, but he's still pretty tanky. Gragas out of the Cinderhulk enchantment has been finished. There's the Rift Herald being popped as Prototype and Papa Chow rotate their way over to mid lane. It looks like it will be a core 4-man group pushing this one down. One quick charge from that Rift Herald takes down the tower. Actually, the Syndra ultimate is used onto Ozna, but the Shen Stand United shield will keep Caitlyn alive. Utilize bold summoner spells to stay alive as well.
Yeah, but UBC is able to deal with that Rift Herald extremely quickly. Uh-oh, it looks like Proof caught out.
Yeah, he's going to get chunked, but there is no Syndra ultimate to just delete him from the map. CJ, though, going to flash taunt. Does not wind up landing onto CKG or Walrus. The Nami tidal wave goes out as well. Papa Chow's going to disengage with a Janna Tornado. CKG picks up a kill onto the Shen. Now KT Smurf has to try to pull away because Jinx got excited. He doesn't wind up landing onto one of the chompers though. And now Prototype going forward. He does wind up getting exhausted. Lands the zap on the KT Smurf. He gets flash body slammed on him. Walrus secures that kill for his team. Now Prototype getting excited over the wall. Gets a shutdown under Proof of Payment. And that's a lot of gold going over to Maryville.
Yeah, and they run right into Sasuke, who was pushing up the top lane this entire time. They take the top inner turret, and they continue with the minion wave. Enough people are dead. They might be able to take an inhibitor turret just 16 minutes into the game.
I knew the Rift Herald was going to open up the map. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast.
Rift Herald's OP.
They just start taking down the top lane inhibitor tower. They're going to take down the top lane inhibitor 16.5 minutes into this game. They were 1,500 gold ahead, and suddenly it's ballooned into 6,500 gold in the blink of an eye.
All off the back of a missed flash taunt coming in out of CJ. He's been struggling all series long. he missed that, and Walrus was able to send out his explosive cast, making sure that there was no follow-up, even if it did land. They focused down the Shen. We'll take another look at it here. Proof getting a little bit caught out of position. And they would have been fine. They could have walked away here, but CJ wants to start this off and misses the taunt on both members.
Yeah,
Does that knockback onto the Vladimir stop him from getting involved in the fight? CJ very easy to focus down during this. And now Vladimir, he's the next obvious target, and we just see this chase down that comes in from Jinx. In those kind of scrappy team fights where you're never able to actually get onto her, she can keep chasing forwards.
Yep, the zap landing there, the flash body slam from Walrus gets Jinx excited. Good Monsoon keeps Prototype alive, and he just flashes in and gets revenge on Proof.
This is what we're talking about this whole time. Saskia up in the top lane, just pushing down by himself. Remy runs right into him.
It's like, oh wait, that's not our team.
Huge that just, like we said, 17 minutes in the game, top inhibitor already down. Maryville does have to be careful because sometimes teams take the inhibitor too soon and don't know how to play without that extra lane to farm with, but given that their team comp is this kind of group up and fight siege inhibitor, siege turret team comp, I'm sure Maryville will be just fine finding those other inner turrets available.
Yeah, they got themselves a Cloud Drake, so that's going to be their first elemental Drake of the game. The Mountain had been picked up by UBC earlier. UBC going to try to respond to the lane that is pushing. That was the slice and dice when Sasuke was already used. He has his teleport available, taking CJ down extremely low. The Hemoplague was popped as well. KT Spirit does get the Tides of Blood down, so a slow comes down onto the Renekton, but Sasuke chasing after him. There's pings going down because that mid lane is being pushed out right now. He slices and dices through KT Smurf, survives and lets his team pick up some more kills. Jinx Super Mega Death Rocket gets blocked up by KT Smurf, so he will not be executing down onto CJ, but they get themselves a tower. They zoned everybody away. Even more gold in the pocket of Maryville.
An absolutely insane sequence that blew this game open. Maryville continuing to keep the pressure up. Renekton returns to the top side, pushing those super creep minions into the base, while the rest of the team, like we said, groups up with the Cinder and the Jinx, mowing down some turrets with Janna protecting.
Man, this could be pretty crazy now, Mark. We could potentially see #1 seed from the Northern Conference taking down the #2 seed from the Western Conference. Historically, the strongest conference in the collegiate scene could be eliminated from the Campus Series Championship in just the first day.
Gonna be pretty crazy to see such a prestigious conference knocked out right away, but change is good, as one of the champions in the game says.
Aw, man. Normally you're not into like with those lines.
I know, I don't know what happened to me, Tom.
Skins and everything.
Hanging out too much with you.
It's all the Rift Herald, that's why. Just getting into the spirit.
I mean, Rift Herald,
also,
if this is your first time watching 7.9, you're probably being, oh my god, this is coming to the LCS. This thing is a big deal when you give that up. You pretty much guaranteed a turret, and like we said, if you don't deal with it right away, sometimes it opens up rotations for the other team to start getting a quicker step onto getting to another wave or going to Dragon or something.
And clearly the catalyst for the explosion that has catapulted Maryville University completely ahead of UBC in this game. Now approaching almost a 7,000 gold advantage just 20 minutes into the game. This is insane. I mean, during the North American LCS, we were talking about the advantages that Envy were able to get, which were 2,000 to 3,000 gold advantages at the 20-minute mark, and those were insane. This is more than double that lead. Maryville University are just crushing after that Rift Herald.
Right, Maryville looking like they're slowly punching their ticket into the semifinals. But they still have to close this game out. They have a lot of pick potential on the side of UBC. If someone's not in the right spot, you land a Nami bubble onto the Jinx trying to hit a turret. Maybe you have a taunt follow-up, and then you have a Kha'Zix and a Vladimir jumping on top of that person. Even though the Jinx is extremely strong, not necessarily defensively, she's still a very squishy carry. Same way with Syndra.
Yep, and you still have a Renekton that may fall off, and a Vladimir on the opposing team that will continue to scale up as he gets out of the pool and taken down by a Super Mega Death Rocket. It's a killing spree for Prototype.
Just as we talk about how they're squishy, well, the Vladimir, after having a great early game, has picked up 3 deaths very quickly and has fallen behind the curve of the game pretty hard. Vladimir is one of those champions who, if he's not ahead, he tends to be a little weak. And so far, despite, like we said, that good early game, the goal lead came flying back into Maryville's favor.
Now Maryville are just going to be taking themselves up there, and they get the root over the wall onto Proof of Payment, but not able to really follow up on a kill from that one. We did see Prototype using his own flash in that situation. Proof of Payment still on the backside of the Baron pit. There's vision in the pit. Shen's going to be using his Stand United. They're jumping in. They've actually locked down onto Proof of Payment on Prototype. They're going to try to take him out, and they will, but they immediately flash out, and now the smite is gone. CJ is still in the pit, but I mean, there's still a Gragas. They're still going to go for the smite on this, and it is going to be Maryville taking the Baron. At the same same time, Renekton's pushing down in the mid lane, and now Walrus is going to stop up CJ for as long as possible because Saskio is pushing down on this inhibitor tower in the mid lane. He's taken the fight to KT Smurf, who heals himself up. A slice and a dice and a flash from Saskio will take down the Vladimir. Now with the Baron buff minions and the rest of his team grouping up, Maryville University, they take down the Nami on the opposite side. They might just take down the game here.
Might be a little difficult without Prototype, who died in that crazy Baron sequence. Might have to just be happy with these two inhibitors. As you can see, it's a little difficult to take these things down with no AD carry yet.
Yeah, and actually Saskio's not going to be able to finish that mid lane off as the death timers are a little short still. CJ's still on a great chase from Walrus here, as Walrus is just going to eventually give up on that one. Actually, CJ having to use his teleport to get out of this situation. It got canceled by the body slam! Walrus with barely any mana left utilizes his last ability to stop the Shen. And now here comes Janna. There's a slow on him, and the rest of Maryville are charging after CJ, and they pick up that kill.
Maryville finally heading for that much-needed reset. Started way, way back, if you remember, with the pick onto KT Smurf. They turned to the Baron, they forced that one down. The jungler is still available, so they need to play this one slow. Prototype wanted to flash in to get onto Proof of Payment and finish him off. Lost his flash during that. They decided to stick onto this Baron buff. They're pretty confident that when they come in, they'll be able to focus down the jungler. They're not wrong, they finish off Proof of Payment, but Prototype dies as a result. The finishing kill there on Proof. Now it's just Walrus with the smite. Takes it slow, makes sure it gets down below 500, goes for the smite there, grabs it. And now during this entire time, KT Smurf has responded, was trying to deal with Saskio, who seemingly hates teleporting into fights. We saw the previous long extended sequence in the mid lane. Didn't join that one. He just wants to go split push.
Well, now, about a minute and a half left on this Baron buff. UBC trying to group up for a Death Rush, but it's going to be Death that maybe finds them. Proof gonna have to use the Void Assault to get out. Tries to jump back down on the Papa Chow. Super Mega Death Rush does not connect, but a large amount of damage comes out from the Syndra, and Prototype follows it up. He picks up one kill, and now he's chasing down onto Proof of Payment. Actually just gonna run away from him. Decides to maybe go for the game-ending play instead. Right. He's zoned away the jungler, and they picked up a kill on the mid laner.
Saskio wants no part of these kills, trying to preserve his KDA right now.
No, you got to kill.
Oh, I got to kill. He ruined it.
Oh, well, that's a killing spree for him, but that's going to be the Shen down. That's going to be 2 members from UBC. And with that, Maryville University will eliminate the last team from the formerly dominating Western Conference. Maryville, the #1 seed from the north, will advance.
A scary game 1 for Maryville there, but the tournament favorites prove why they are so feared right now. Bounce back in games 2 and 3 with 2 quick, dominating games. Prototype showing why that Jinx was worth the ban in the first game. He gets it games 2 and 3. He's able to put on his carry pants and make a lot of big plays. Similarly, Saskia up in the top lane won a ton of matchups. Even though it didn't matter if he got jungler assistance or not, he was always able to win and have a huge influence over the game.
Yeah, Saskia definitely putting on, maybe not necessarily his carry appearance, but putting on a show in that top lane matchup, continuously getting the better end of CJ in all 3 of the games, despite them dropping the match in game #1, where he actually looked the most impressive on the Fiora.
Right, and I think that's the case, is that he is someone who people are going to have to start game planning around, because it's obvious Maryville is confident putting him in these carry roles and expecting him to influence the early game as well as the late game. This time, the Renekton, not necessarily the same scaling advantage, but was able to convert on the early game.
And looking pretty hyped after that win.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be pretty excited. It was a scary game, because for a while, KT Smurf, we got to remember, despite the fact this was a fast game that kind of blew open, during the first 10 minutes, it was looking a little scary for Maryville. KT Smurf was getting solo kills onto the Syndra. The top lane was not going great. There's a trade kill up there. The bot lane, another trade kill. And it wasn't until that 2v3 down in the bot lane that was turned by Prototype that they really were able to take this game. See the flex.
Yeah, hammering it up for the camera there. Shout out to Mom, I guess. But UBC, it's a rebuilding year for UBC. They come in with 3 freshmen. They still make it to the Collegiate Championship, but it's still got to be devastating to be the 2-time Collegiate Champions eliminated in the first round.
Yeah, but I don't think that they should, feel too bad about themselves and be like, oh, we failed to live up to our legacy. I mean, a lot of these guys were not a part of the school when they had those really amazing runs, and they have a long, assuming they stay at UBC the whole time, they have 4 years, 3 years ahead of them now to try and get their own title. take this back, learning experience, improve, and we'll see you next year.
Definitely some good stuff. Like you said, Maryville coming to this as one of the tournament favorites. UBC had a good performance against them game number 1. They took a game off of one of the teams that's expected to make it to the finals from their side of the bracket. They weren't able to seal the deal, but Maryville University, you said, showed why they were a tournament favorite, showed why they were able to do so, and continued to exert pressure on the top side of the map and then slowly adapt their bottom lane to, you know, just work it into that game plan and adapt in the middle of a matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing, is that they showed that they could win a couple different ways. The really, really hard carry Fiora split push style. Then they changed it a little bit to the more team-oriented Bruiser and the Kled. And then this time around, the Renekton, the lane-focused, early game dominant Bruiser. And they have a lot of different looks that they did. You can maybe say their mid and bot lane didn't show too much, especially taking the Syndra into the Vladimir and then coming out the worst of that matchup. Did not look great, but the team as a whole shows that they know how they want to play the game.
Yeah, and also utilizing the Rift Herald extremely, extremely well. They weren't able to get it in the first game. It despawned before they were actually able to secure it, but utilizing that to break open the map and get some of these losing lanes or get some of these hard-to-move lanes around the map a little bit more opened up was very, very crucial to basically every single game that they won.
Yeah, and I think you could say that maybe they came into the first game a little over-aggressive. We saw a lot of plays, especially out of Prototype, when he was going in with the Tristana, that gap closer, trying to constantly all in his lane with the aggressive exhaust. Not the best summoner for that anymore, and once he gets his Jinx, we get to see why he can be such a monster in the mid and late game. He has great mechanics, was able to flash that initial insect attempt in game 2, which really saved that fight from going sour for them.
Yeah, and of course, from the side of UBC, they were maybe a little too docile. They brought in Proof of Payment and put him on the Lee Sin in game number 2, and that flash kick play that was dodged out by Prototype was the only proactive play they were really able to kind of make on the map whatsoever. They fell behind in their mid and jungle kind of synergy, which was the lane they seemed to be wanting to focus at the Lee Sin and the Fizz pickup. And even though they got the Vladimir ahead in game number 3, the rest of the map was sort of behind, and the lane they could really rely on, which was Ozna and Remy in the bottom side of the map, did not have the same advantage, and they just could not capitalize.
Yeah, I think that's a big point. When the enemy team is willing to sack early game pressure to get comfort champions or hyper scaling champions like the Jinx, you need to be able to punish them. And the trades were very close. For the most part, you can say Ozna was coming out ahead, but the CS lead was in favor of Prototype early on, and then once Walrus made his trip down there and was able to basically change how that lane played completely.
Yeah, and once that bottom lane got ahead, they moved it over towards the mid lane. Actually, were able to maybe pick off 1 or 2 people, just force them back, actually. They went for that very aggressive Rift Herald call, and then as soon as they got that one, they gave it over to Prototype. He got a quick recall, bought an item, ran it back down towards the mid lane, and that play just completely opened the map. They were able to wind up taking down the mid lane tower off of the Rift Herald, and then chaos ensued after that. In the next 3 minutes, after all the dust settled, there was an inhibitor that went down.
Right, I mean, we saw Syndra use her ultimate, trying to chunk out the Caitlyn. That tells UBC, maybe we can go here. So they see, they want to get this flash taunt onto CKG. He's able to dodge it. A nice disengage ultimate by Walrus there, separates CJ, making him the obvious person to focus down. They take him down. Nice follow-up stun onto KT Smurf. So this is where the Jinx starts to shine. You see that? She's excited. She's chasing after him. Able to get the cleanup kill. He thinks he's going to get out, but once again, Walrus, a nice flank follow here. That's a blind flash stun, by the way. The ward came in as he did it. His teammates were giving him vision, of course, as they chased, but a nice play overall, sets his team up for more kills. Then Proof tries to get out. Nice flash follow by Prototype. And like we said, Sasuke a lot of this game just sitting up in the top lane by himself, trying to push that wave in. Oh, there's a Nami here. Oh, fine, I'll take the kill.
Yeah, just actually not really being super, super active on the map, just kind of just waiting for things to kind of fall into his lap. And he was continuously a lane-dominant player. When he was on the Kled, he had a couple okay teleport plays into fights, but was mainly just split pushing on the opposite side of the map, even with the Fiora.
Right, but I think a lot of the times that he didn't teleport in, it wasn't necessary. Right. I wouldn't criticize him for saying, where was he? His team needed him. His team didn't really need him in those situations. Could he have teleported in? Sure. Did he need to? No, not really.
Yeah, and that was the best part about the way that Maryville University was playing their games, is the fact that even though Sasuke, he was super lane dominant, he didn't need to transition that advantage elsewhere on the map. They didn't have to try to propel someone else ahead because they played around the fact that he was dominating his lane that much that they were able to just keep track of where Proof was going to go. And even though CKG in the mid lane wound up dying a couple times in game number 3 and got Proof that double kill in the mid lane, they were still able to just utilize the fact that Sasuke was so far ahead of his lane opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's nice for Maryville is you saw basically 3 games, 3 different people carry. Sasuke being the most consistent, having good games all 3 times around, but CKG in game 2 and Prototype in game 3, huge threats over the course of the game.
All right, and with our college championship quarterfinals complete, let's take a look at who will be moving on to the semifinals. On the left side of the bracket, Carnegie Mellon University toppled Texas A&M in a quick 2-0 sweep, a wildcard team beating a #1 seed, which means that they will face off against the University of Toronto, who knocked out fellow Canadian Simon Fraser University.
And on the other side of the bracket, Maryville defeated UBC just now to move on to Saturday's match, where they'll face off against Robert Morris University, who beat out University of Maryland in a 3-game series.
And that's going to be a rematch of the Northern Conference Finals against a rematch of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Right, I mean, I think that's the big thing is the Robert Morris University matchup, just because he was that was a series that they won in the campus series, but then there was a smaller tournament that they lost. So that's going to be a very, very tense matchup. On the other side, a bit of the underdog story here for Carnegie Mellon University. And those semifinal matches will take place tomorrow on Saturday, with Toronto playing their match against Carnegie Mellon starting tomorrow at 3 p.m.
And as we mentioned, rematch of the Eastern Region Finals coming up here. Carnegie Mellon University, they were a little bit of an underdog, specifically going up against the #1 seed from the South. The Texas A&M was the only representative from the South in this tournament. Carnegie Mellon came in, they wound up taking a 2-0 victory over them, so very decisive victory in their favor. I believe the only 2-0 that we had today. And,
right.
Now the University of Toronto, we saw them struggle a little bit against, Simon Fraser, who is expected to beat them, but they overcame that. So this is kind of two upset teams now meeting once again.
Yeah, and Mega Zero, a pretty well-known name in the scene on Carnegie Mellon's side. So if you're still a fan of him, you can check him out tomorrow.
Yeah, so now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Very, very powerful lineups on this Rift, and we'll see who's the first one to shed some blood here in the college championship.
Yeah, keep looking, keep looking. Got Ori. Nice, we can win.
Win this. Kled.
And we can Baron after. Wait. Nice, Baron.
Go to Baron.
Maybe Cap.
As they lock onto Collegiate, the command Shockwave rips through, and Twitch is able to pick up a kill off the back of his spray and pray being popped. Gao Guy in the front lines now uses the heroic entrance. They're charging down into the base. Redemption will not save them as another 3-man taunt lands here, but he will get gobbled up and taken down for a double kill. The charge comes in from the teleport as Jazel will now fall. Toronto eliminates Simon Fraser.
Flash into a death sentence. Mino Haxor is just on fire. K-Brad gonna be taken low, taken down, and everybody from Texas A&M is not doing anything. Carnegie Mellon University will 2-0 Texas A&M. Backwards MNRL in between 4 different members. He's double killed. UofT trying to hold the line, but there's no line left to hold. Buckstack grabbing the kill onto White, but that's all he'll do. They are just destroying UMD. The gold lead is far too large. Ladies and gentlemen, RMU will advance to the semifinals.
But UBC, but they're not succeeding on any front. But Trundle's on the Nexus, and he says, split push this, Fiora. We're taking game #1.
Nice. Kill them all. Zyra first.
Nice!
Keep going. Fizz. That's free Nami. Flash, he's got a flash. Free sushi. Nice! Get the sushi.
And with that, Maryville University will eliminate the last team from the formerly dominating Western Conference. Maryville, the #1 seed from the North, will advance.